We begin our long, slow journey into the deepest sleep of the Middle Ages, resting our minds on a moment in time when the world was about to change forever. We are settling into the 14th century, a time that felt to those living in it like the simple continuation of everything that had come before. Imagine Europe just before the Great Shadow fell. The world was full. After centuries of relative peace and warmer climates, the gentle hum of human life had swelled the population. Everywhere, the fields were being worked, the forests were being cleared, and the towns were growing taller, their narrow streets a testament to the persistent, growing ambition of mankind. Feel the slow, deep rhythm of life in a medieval village. The work was hard, driven by the sun and the seasons, but the structure was secure. You knew your place, you knew your neighbors, and you knew the land that fed you. The gentle authority of the Lord and the comforting presence of the Church were the twin pillars of existence. The population growth, however, brought with it a gentle, subtle pressure. Europe was reaching the limits of its agricultural capacity. The soil, worked intensely for generations, was beginning to tire. The vast, supportive forests had been pushed back to make way for the new mouths that needed feeding. This gentle overextension was the first, quiet vulnerability of the era. Then came a shift in the climate, a change so slow and subtle that its true impact was only registered by the generations that suffered it. Historians call this the onset of the Little Ice Age. The gentle warmth of previous centuries gave way to harsher, more unpredictable weather patterns. Summers grew shorter, autumn rains became heavier, and winters were crueler. This shift brought about the Great Famine of 1315 to 1317. For 3 terrible years, the crops failed, drowned by torrential rains. The gentle cycle of plenty was broken. People starved, animals perished. And though the famine eventually receded, it left a lasting, profound mark on the continent. It weakened the populations, reduced the stores of wealth and resilience, and confirmed a deep, underlying fear. The world was not always benevolent. The gentle, underlying health of the average European was compromised, their bodies less equipped to resist the next great challenge. So, when we look at 1347, we are not looking at a vibrant, healthy continent, but one that was already exhausted, stressed, and living close to the edge. It was a world perfectly prepared to receive the disaster that was making its slow, gentle way across the eastern trade routes. The origins of the Black Death are not found in the noisy centers of Europe, but far away, in the quiet, rolling plains of Central Asia, probably somewhere around the vast Gobi Desert. This region is the natural reservoir for the bacterium responsible, Yersinia pestis. This gentle, microscopic organism lives naturally in the blood of wild rodents, such as marmots and gerbils. It is transmitted between these creatures by the flea, a tiny, hopping vector of doom. For centuries, the bacterium existed in a quiet, balanced state, occasionally flaring up in remote rodent populations without touching the wider human world. But the 14th century was the century of connection. The Silk Road, that ancient, gentle web of commerce, linked east and west like never before. Merchants, seeking luxury goods, spices, and silks, traveled thousands of miles, unaware that they were gently carrying the seeds of their own destruction. As trade routes expanded, so did the human encroachment on the natural habitats of these wild rodents. A natural reservoir of the plague may have been disturbed, causing an intense outbreak among the marmots. When these animals died in large numbers, the infected fleas, desperate for a new host, jumped onto the nearest warm-blooded creature. Domestic rats, camels, and, most fatefully, human beings. The process of transmission to humans is calm and surprisingly simple. An infected flea bites a human. The bacterium Yersinia pestis multiplies rapidly inside the human host. Within days, the victim develops a high fever, severe headache, and chills. But the most famous symptom, the one that gave the disease its name, was the appearance of the buboes, A bubo is a swollen, intensely painful lymph node, usually appearing in the groin, armpit, or neck. It is the body's gentle, visible sign of a massive, overwhelming bacterial fight. These nodes would turn dark, almost black, before rupturing, hence the name Black Death, or the Great Mortality. We can trace the gentle, inexorable path of the plague as it followed the trade winds and the caravan routes. It moved slowly through the vast territories of the Mongol Empire, which, ironically, was responsible for the very stability that allowed the Silk Road to flourish. It reached the great commercial cities of India and China, leaving devastation in its quiet wake. By the 1340s, the plague had arrived on the shores of the Black Sea, the final gateway to the Mediterranean world. The most famous landing point, and the one most vividly recorded by history, was the Genoese trading colony of Kaffa on the Crimean Peninsula. Kaffa was under siege by the forces of the Mongol Golden Horde, led by Yoni Beg. The Mongols, like everyone else, were ravaged by the mysterious sickness. According to the gentle chronicler Gabriela de Musi, the Mongols, desperate and suffering, employed a horrifying, but historically attested, tactic of biological warfare. They used their siege engines, their great trebuchets to catapult the infected bodies of their dead soldiers over the walls of Kaffa, sending a terrifying, gentle shower of contagion into the besieged city. This account, while dramatic, captures the desperation of the moment. Whether by this direct action, or simply by the arrival of infected rats among the thousands of people packed inside the besieged walls, the plague erupted in Kaffa. The Genoese merchants, terrified and realizing their doom, made the inevitable decision. They loaded their ships, their galleys, with their remaining goods and, crucially, with themselves, and fled the infected city. They set sail across the Black Sea and into the gentle blue expanse of the Mediterranean. These few ships became the gentle, floating carriers of death. They carried the infected rats, sheltered in the holds among the cargo bales, and the fleas that lived on the rats. Their first stop in Europe was the island of Sicily in the autumn of 1347. Specifically, they landed at the port of Messina. The gentle arrival of the ships was initially a cause for celebration, a link to the outside world, bringing news and trade. But the sickness was immediately apparent. Sailors were dying on deck. Those who managed to disembark were feverish and covered in dark buboes. The authorities in Messina, seeing the terrifying speed and fatality of the disease, immediately tried to expel the ships. But it was too late. The rats had already scurried ashore along the mooring ropes, carrying their tiny, lethal passengers with them. The plague took hold of Messina with horrifying speed. From Sicily, the disease jumped almost immediately to the mainland of Italy. By early 1348, it had arrived in the major ports of Pisa and Genoa, the very cities whose merchants had fled Kaffa and the great, powerful city-state of Venice. These cities were centers of commerce, crowded, wealthy, and utterly vulnerable. Venice, sitting on its gentle lagoons, had a sophisticated, dense population and constant contact with the East. The plague devastated the city, wiping out a huge percentage of its inhabitants. They tried to establish early forms of quarantine, segregating the sick and burning the clothes of the dead, but the disease was too quick, too pervasive. The gentle spread through Italy was facilitated by the dense network of roads, canals, and overland trade routes that crisscrossed the peninsula. Florence, the jewel of the Renaissance, was ravaged. The famous writer Giovanni Boccaccio recorded the experience in his Decameron, painting a gentle, yet heartbreaking, picture of a city consumed by fear and death. Boccaccio describes the breakdown of social order, the abandonment of the sick by their family members, the corruption of religious officials, and the desperate, often hedonistic, attempts by some to simply enjoy life while it lasted. His account of people sealing themselves off in villas outside the city, hoping to wait out the storm with gentle food and pleasant conversation, is a testament to the desperate, varied reactions to the unprecedented crisis. From Italy, the plague moved north and west, following the path of human migration, trade, and the inevitable flow of refugees, the disease crossed the Alps and entered France. It arrived in the busy port of Marseille and moved up the Rhone River valley. This was a critical route, as it led directly to Avignon, the seat of the papacy. In Avignon, the Pope Clement VI was forced to confront the disaster directly. The stench of death was so overwhelming that the Pope's physician, Guy de Chauliac, recommended the Pope sit between two large fires. This was not a gentle medical recommendation. The fires were meant to purify the air, based on the prevalent, though incorrect, belief that the plague was carried by miasmas, or poisoned, corrupt air. The Pope himself was secluded, but the disease ravaged the surrounding community, including many cardinals and high-ranking members of the church bureaucracy. The sheer scale of death forced the church, the most powerful institution of the age, to acknowledge that even faith and authority offered no protection. The gentle shadow of the plague then moved into the vast Iberian Peninsula. It arrived on the coasts of Spain and Portugal by the spring of 1348. The kingdoms of Aragon, Castile, and Portugal were struck down. King Alfonso XI of Castile was the only reigning European monarch to die of the plague, a gentle but powerful sign that this sickness respected no crown or lineage. The plague continued its slow, gentle creep across the continent, always favoring the densely populated areas connected by water or major roads. It moved along the French Atlantic coast, and by the summer of 1348, it was ready for its final great leap across the Channel to England. It is widely believed that the plague arrived in England at the port of Melcombe Regis, now part of Weymouth, in Dorset in the summer months of 1348. As with all previous landings, the ships carried infected rats that scampered ashore, and the fleas began their silent, devastating work. The disease initially took hold in the southwest of England, following the ancient Roman roads toward the wealthy, crowded centres of population. It moved inexorably toward London, the nation's capital and largest city. When the plague finally reached London in the autumn of 1348, the chaos that erupted was unparalleled. London was a walled city, notoriously crowded, with narrow, winding streets and sanitation that was virtually non-existent. The city was a perfect incubator for the disease. The death toll was unimaginable. Contemporary chroniclers speak of the gentle, relentless sound of the death carts traversing the streets, of mass graves being dug outside the city walls, and of the total breakdown of civic life. Priests refused to administer last rites, doctors fled, and even gravediggers, seeking to profit from the horror, were often struck down themselves. The sickness did not stop at the major centres. It moved into the countryside, carried by villagers fleeing the towns and by the very farmers who brought food to the markets. No village was too remote, no manor too isolated, to escape the gentle, dark embrace of the plague. In some rural areas, entire settlements were simply wiped out, leaving behind only the gentle, silent ruins that historians today call deserted medieval villages. The sickness swept north through England and into Scotland and Ireland. Interestingly, the Scottish tried to use the plague as a gentle weapon, gathering forces near the border to invade an enfeebled England. But the plague, immune to political loyalties, turned on the Scots themselves, ravaging their army and forcing a painful, desperate retreat. By 1349, the plague had moved across the English Channel and into the Low Countries, modern Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. Again, the dense population centres and the vibrant trade networks in cities like Ghent and Bruges provided perfect conditions for the spread. The gentle, final sweep of the plague in this first great wave took it across Germany and into Scandinavia. In Norway, tradition holds that a plague ship drifted ashore at Bergen, the entire crew dead, the cargo of wool contaminated by the infected rats. From the coastal cities, the disease moved inland. By the end of 1350, the first, great, devastating wave of the Black Death had finally receded. It had struck virtually every corner of Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. The speed of its initial spread, moving from the Black Sea to the edges of Norway in just 3 years, was a testament to the connected, crowded world that the high medieval era had created. The death toll, which we will examine more closely, was catastrophic. Modern historians estimate that Europe lost between 30% and 60% of its total population in that 3-year period. This was not a gentle historical event. It was a demographic cataclysm, the greatest single mortality event in recorded human history. But the Black Death was more than just a biological event. It was a social, economic, and psychological shockwave that fundamentally cracked the gentle structure of medieval society, preparing the way for the transformation that we call the Renaissance. We must now, in our calm, slow way, look at the gentle, total breakdown of the existing order. The most immediate and profound impact was on labor. Before the plague, labor was cheap and plentiful. Peasants were tied to the land by the gentle, heavy chains of serfdom. When the plague removed millions of these laborers, the entire system flipped. The few surviving workers suddenly found themselves in an unimaginable position of economic power. Landowners, desperate to get their fields worked and their crops harvested, suddenly had to compete for workers. Wages skyrocketed. Serfs, who had been bound to the land for generations, could now simply walk away from a harsh lord and find a better contract, better pay, and gentler conditions on a neighboring estate. The gentle, ancient bonds of serfdom were loosened, then often broken entirely. The ruling classes, instinctively resistant to losing their gentle power, reacted with panic. They tried to impose sumptuary laws and wage freezes. In England, the Statute of Labourers was passed in 1351, attempting to reset wages to pre-plague levels and forbidding workers from moving. This law was almost universally ignored, creating huge resentment and gentle, simmering class conflict. The law of supply and demand, a force more powerful than any king, had taken over. The economic revolution was mirrored by a spiritual crisis. The Church, the institution that promised gentle salvation and explanation, utterly failed to stop the plague. Pious, faithful communities were wiped out just as quickly as the immoral ones. Priests died at the altar, unable to offer the last rites. The people, in their gentle despair, began to question the very power of the institution they had always trusted. The Church lost many of its most educated and dedicated clergymen. The need to quickly replace them led to the appointment of less educated, less prepared individuals. This decline in the quality of the clergy further eroded public confidence, feeding the gentle, rising tide of religious skepticism and dissent that would eventually lead to the Reformation. This spiritual panic often manifested in terrifying ways. The flagellant movement grew in popularity, particularly in Germany. Groups of people would process from town to town, gently singing hymns and publicly whipping themselves in penance for the world's sins, believing that this intense, physical suffering might appease an angry God. This gentle madness quickly spiraled into anti-Jewish violence, and was eventually condemned by the Pope. The Black Death gave brutal, gentle permission to existing anti-Semitism. Rumors spread that Jewish communities, often isolated from the general population, were immune to the plague, a lie that was quickly debunked by the reality of their own suffering. But the gentle, desperate populace, seeking a simple answer for an incomprehensible disaster, accused Jewish people of poisoning the wells. Massacres, often encouraged by local authorities who stood to gain from seizing the property of the victims, erupted across Switzerland, Germany, and France. These gentle acts of desperate, horrific violence are a dark chapter, showing the ultimate fragility of human reason in the face of terror. The gentle, absolute disruption of life extended even to the arts and culture. Before the plague, art was primarily focused on beautiful, gentle depictions of the divine, of saints, and of heroic lives. After the plague, a new, somber theme emerged, the danse macabre, or the dance of death. This artistic motif shows skeletons, death leading people from all social classes, king, peasant, merchant, child in a gentle, terrifying dance toward the grave. It was a visible, cultural affirmation of the plague's most profound lesson. Death is the great equalizer. Status, wealth, and piety offered no protection. This gentle, dark realism permeated painting, poetry, and literature, confirming the age's profound sense of fragility and the arbitrary nature of fate. The Black Death was also indirectly responsible for the rise of vernacular languages. With so many Latin-speaking priests and scholars dead, and the need for new administrators, documentation, and literature, there was a gentle, accelerating shift away from Latin and toward local languages English, French, and Italian. This seemingly gentle linguistic change was, in fact, a massive cultural shift, empowering local identities and laying the groundwork for future national literatures. The decline of Latin, the universal language of the church and scholarship, signaled a quiet but profound fracturing of the unified medieval world. The gentle, absolute disruption of life extended even to the arts and culture. Before the plague, art was primarily focused on beautiful, gentle depictions of the divine, of saints, and of heroic lives. After the plague, a new, somber theme emerged, the danse macabre, or the dance of death. This artistic motif shows skeletons, death leading people from all social classes, king, peasant, merchant, child in a gentle, terrifying dance toward the grave. It was a visible, cultural affirmation of the plague's most profound lesson. Death is the great equalizer. Status, wealth, and piety offered no protection. This gentle, dark realism permeated painting, poetry, and literature, confirming the age's profound sense of fragility and the arbitrary nature of fate. The Black Death was also indirectly responsible for the rise of vernacular languages. With so many Latin-speaking priests and scholars dead, and the need for new administrators, documentation, and literature, there was a gentle, accelerating shift away from Latin and toward local languages English, French, and Italian. This seemingly gentle linguistic change was, in fact, a massive cultural shift, empowering local identities and laying the groundwork for future national literatures. The decline of Latin, the universal language of the church and scholarship, signaled a quiet but profound fracturing of the unified medieval world. In summary, the first great wave of the Black Death did not just kill millions of people. It created a labor shortage, inverted the class hierarchy, shattered spiritual faith, fueled terrifying violence, and fundamentally changed the artistic and linguistic landscape of Europe. When the plague receded in 1350, the world that emerged was not the same one that existed in 1346. It was a world of vast, empty spaces, of sudden, gentle wealth for the survivors, and of deep, profound, existential anxiety. The gentle order was gone, replaced by chaos and opportunity in equal measure. This first phase of death, however, was just the beginning. The plague did not disappear. It became endemic, returning to Europe in subsequent, terrifying waves every few years for the next 3 centuries. The gentle sound of the death cart would become a recurring sound in the European memory. We continue a calm reflection on the deep consequences of the Black Death, moving past the initial shock and into the gentle, long-term changes that reshaped the world. The plague, as we noted, did not vanish in 1350. It simply became a recurring, terrifying feature of life, striking again and again with its gentle, dark cadence. The subsequent waves were often less lethal than the first, but they were perhaps more psychologically damaging, as the survivors knew exactly what was coming. This recurring sickness is sometimes referred to as the infantile plague, as it often targeted those born after the initial wave, sparing those who had survived their first, terrifying exposure. The years 1361 to 1363 saw a massive second wave, which was particularly hard on the nobility and the younger generation. It was a reminder, every few years, that the fragility of life was the new, quiet normal. This constant, gentle pressure cooker of disease had a profound effect on the psychology of the survivors. Imagine living in a world where the majority of your family and friends vanished within 3 years. This created a sense of fatalism, a deep, quiet acceptance that life was short and that divine will was arbitrary. Why save money or plan for the distant future when a new wave of sickness might arrive next spring? This led to an acceleration of living in the present. We see a gentle, but pronounced, increase in conspicuous consumption among the lower and middle classes. The surviving laborers and artisans, now flush with cash from their massive wage increases, began buying luxury goods that had previously been reserved for the nobility. They wore finer cloth, sometimes even silk. They ate meat more regularly, and they drank better ale and wine. This gentle but visible blurring of class lines enraged the old aristocracy, leading to the frantic, panicked enforcement of sumptuary laws intended to police who could wear what, and therefore, who could be who. This profound economic shift where wealth was suddenly concentrated in the hands of the surviving workforce fueled a phenomenon as the price revolution. The price of labor soared, but the price of land and grain, which was suddenly abundant and easy to acquire due to the population drop, plummeted. Landowners who had relied on their land rental income found their wealth draining away, while the peasant who rented land found his gentle expenses falling and his income rising. This was a direct, peaceful revolution by economic forces. The gentle, heavy imbalance of this new economic reality led directly to the most significant social unrest of the century, the Peasants' Revolt of 1381 in England. The rebellion was not spontaneous. It was the direct, frustrated outcome of the Crown's repeated attempts to ignore the new economic reality. The government, desperate for cash to fund its wars, imposed a heavy poll tax on every adult, regardless of their wealth, a tax that felt particularly unfair to the newly empowered working class. Listen to the calm, heavy footsteps of Wat Tyler and John Bull, the gentle leaders of the rebellion. They led thousands of peasants and disgruntled artisans from the countryside toward London, demanding an end to serfdom, the abolition of the harsh statute of labourers, and a gentle reduction in the church's corrupt wealth. They briefly seized London, burned the Savoy Palace, and executed high-ranking officials. The revolt was ultimately put down with brutal force, but it sent an undeniable message to the ruling classes. The gentle, obedient medieval peasant was gone forever. The labour shortage had armed the common man with a new, quiet, potent form of power. This massive shift in labour availability permanently altered the agricultural system. Landowners realised that intensive, labour-heavy farming of small plots of grain was no longer economically viable. They began to consolidate their fields, gently pushing out tenant farmers and shifting their focus to less labour-intensive forms of production, specifically sheep farming. Sheep require far fewer workers than wheat fields, and the resulting wool was a highly profitable commodity for the international textile market. The gentle consequence was the beginning of the enclosure movement, a long, slow process where common lands were fenced off for private, profit-driven use. This led to a subtle depopulation of some areas and a gentle, but profound, reshaping of the English landscape into the rolling pastures we know today. The survivors also experienced a noticeable, gentle improvement in their standard of living. In the immediate aftermath of the plague, they could suddenly move out of the cramped, smoky huts we discussed and into better, stronger, more permanent homes. Entire villages of better built, unoccupied houses were suddenly available. The survivors enjoyed more space, better heating, and, critically, a better diet. With fewer people to feed, the average caloric intake increased. They ate more meat, more fish, and had more access to essential fats and proteins, leading to a gentle, gradual improvement in the overall height and health of the surviving population. Let's gently turn our attention back to the realm of medicine. The plague was a massive, undeniable failure of the dominant humoral theory of medicine. This theory, inherited from the Greeks, posited that illness was caused by an imbalance of the four humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Treatments, such as bloodletting, purgatives, and strange potions, were gentle attempts to restore this balance. The utter, visible failure of these gentle treatments against the Black Death forced a quiet, profound crisis of confidence among physicians. The body count was simply too high to ignore. While the theory was not immediately abandoned, it persisted for centuries. The crisis opened the door for new ideas and a gentle shift toward empirical observation. Physicians like Guy de Chauliac, who survived the plague and kept detailed records, began to emphasize hygiene and observation over pure classical theory, marking a gentle, crucial turning point in Western medical history. This period saw the quiet, desperate birth of early public health measures. The city of Venice, sitting on its lagoons and acutely aware of its maritime vulnerability, was a pioneer. They instituted the practice of quarantining incoming ships for a period of time, initially 30 days trentina, which was later extended to 40 days quarantina, a practice that gives us the word we use today. This was not gentle, perfect science, but it was an organized, state-sponsored attempt to use separation and observation to control the spread of disease, a crucial, gentle evolution of civic responsibility. Other gentle, state-sponsored measures included the collection of the dead in mass graves outside the city walls, the burning of the clothing and possessions of the infected, and the creation of plague hospitals isolated from the general population. These actions were driven by a desperate, practical fear, not a deep understanding of bacteriology, but they represented the first, quiet stirrings of a modern approach to managing epidemic disease. The crisis also changed the gentle, ancient structure of the university system. Universities, particularly those focused on medicine and theology, were devastated by the loss of faculty and students. The plague, in its gentle, relentless way, created a massive demand for new institutions and new ways of learning. Kings and nobles, seeking to shore up their own administrative and medical needs, founded new universities, particularly in Central and Northern Europe. This gentle proliferation of new centers of learning, decentralized from the old, established powers of Paris and Bologna, contributed to the intellectual dynamism that would characterize the Renaissance. The psychological impact extended to the way people viewed time and the future. Before the plague, time was viewed as a gentle, continuous flow, defined by history and tradition. After the plague, time became fragmented, punctuated by the recurring terror of the sickness. There was a desperate need to leave a mark, a legacy, before the next wave arrived. This urgency may have contributed to the sudden, gentle burst of patronage of the arts by newly wealthy merchants and survivors who sought to commission monuments, paintings, and buildings that would testify to their existence and piety, even if their lives were cut short. The Renaissance, with its focus on the individual and the immediate glory of human achievement, can be seen as a direct, gentle cultural response to the fragility affirmed by the Black Death. In the countryside, the fear of the plague led to a subtle but important change in housing and architecture. The traditional medieval village, where homes were packed close together, began to change. New, scattered settlements and the gentler arrangement of farmsteads became more common. This was a practical, gentle attempt to create a physical distance between homes, recognizing that close proximity accelerated the spread of disease. This seemingly simple change in housing layout was a gentle, visible manifestation of the acquired wisdom of separation and hygiene. The gentle, absolute reality of constant death also led to a resurgence of personal, mystical piety. The official church, with its grand ceremonies and distant doctrines, felt inadequate to the survivors. Many people turned instead to intense, personal, gentle forms of devotion. They read devotional literature, focused on the life of Christ, and cultivated an immediate, quiet relationship with God, bypassing the formal, failing institutions. This gentle, internal spiritual deepening was a powerful, quiet force that would eventually feed into the Protestant Reformation centuries later. The gentle, steady influx of wealth into the hands of the working class was met with an organized, state-sponsored attempt to suppress it. These attempts did not stop the economic changes, but they created a deep, gentle vein of class resentment that would fuel political conflict for decades. The laborer now knew his worth, and the ruling class knew the limits of its power. This knowledge was perhaps the most enduring and gentle legacy of the plague, a quiet realization of power by the previously powerless. The memory of the plague was codified into local custom and folklore. Villages retained specific traditions, prayers, and gentle rituals that were performed every few years when the plague returned, often involving bonfires, specific herbs, and solemn processions. These customs served as gentle, communal anchors in the recurring storm, providing a sense of control and continuity in the face of chaos. The gentle, shared experience of terror became a unifying, defining feature of the European identity. The sheer scale of death required a gentle, subtle restructuring of inheritance law, with families being wiped out wholesale. The issue of who inherited land and wealth became complex. New rules were needed to define lines of succession when multiple generations died simultaneously. The swift, gentle work of notaries and lawyers in this period expanded their influence and refined the legal system, making it more flexible and capable of managing the gentle, violent disruptions of the recurring plague. The law, always the slowest to change, was being quickly reformed by the biological reality of Yersinia pestis. We continue our deep descent into the gentle aftermath of the great mortality, focusing now on the institutional fissures and the quiet, profound changes in medieval life that were cemented by the recurring waves of the plague. The chaos of the initial outbreak gave way to a strained equilibrium, where every aspect of society was forced to adapt to the new reality of chronic scarcity. One major area of gentle, seismic change was medieval warfare, particularly the ongoing 100 Years' War between England and France. Before the plague, armies relied heavily on feudal levies, knights and men-at-arms called upon by their lords to serve for a short period. The plague, by decimating the rural population, made this system almost unworkable. There simply weren't enough peasants to leave the fields for battle, especially when their labor was suddenly so valuable. This forced a gentle, yet significant, military revolution. Kings increasingly relied on professional armies composed of mercenaries and paid volunteers. These soldiers were expensive, requiring consistent pay, but they were also more effective and served for longer periods. The cost of war, therefore, became astronomical, forcing kings to constantly seek new ways to raise revenue, a necessity that directly contributed to the social unrest and the unfair taxes that sparked the peasants' revolt. The nature of the fighting itself subtly changed. The plague had been an effective equalizer of men, and the gentle rise of the paid infantryman, the archer, the pikeman, continued to diminish the traditional dominance of the aristocratic, heavily armored knight. Why risk a noble heir when paid commoners could often achieve the same result at a fraction of the personal cost? The battlefield, like the field of labor, was being gently democratized by economics. Let us explore the quiet collapse of the guild system. Guilds were the ancient, gentle regulators of urban trade and craft, controlling prices, quality, training, and the number of apprentices allowed. Their power rested on the abundance of labor and the slow pace of knowledge transfer. When the plague struck, the guilds were instantly crippled. Masters and journeymen died in droves. The survivors found that the long, strict apprenticeship requirements were suddenly negotiable. A master craftsman, desperate for hands to work his forge or weave his cloth, could not afford to demand 7 years of service from a young man who could instead demand high wages, for instance, full-time employment. The gentle barriers to entry in skilled trades crumbled. This led to a momentary, but profound, relaxation of quality standards. Surviving artisans often had to rush production, and the intricate, time-consuming details of pre-plague craftsmanship were often sacrificed for speed and volume. The customer, too, desperate for basic goods, was forced into a gentle acceptance of lesser quality. This breakdown was not a complete collapse, but a gentle, permanent fissure that allowed for new forms of production to emerge. It paved the way for the putting-out system, or cottage industry. Merchants, frustrated by the guild's control and the high cost of urban labor, began to gently take raw materials like wool out to the countryside. They would pay rural families to spin and weave the cloth in their homes during the agricultural off-season. This gentle decentralization of manufacturing was a quiet, powerful step toward the Industrial Revolution centuries later, driven entirely by the simple economic pressure of post-plague labor costs. The quiet, gentle need for new administrators and record keepers also spurred an unexpected boom in lay literacy. With so many university-educated priests and clerical administrators dead, the apparatus of the state and of commerce needed replacements. Merchants and landowners began to hire and train lay individuals, people outside the church, to manage their accounts, draft legal documents, and track inventories. The soft scratch of the quill pen on parchment, previously reserved for monks and bishops, now belonged increasingly to the merchant's clerk. This gentle diffusion of literacy, focused on practical, commercial needs rather than purely theological study, created a new, educated class. This class was pragmatic, financially focused, and less reliant on the church's interpretation of the world, a quiet, gentle force for secularization. While the full invention of the printing press by Gutenberg was still a century away, the conditions for its success were being gently prepared by the plague. The scarcity of scribal labor, the rising cost of handwritten books, and the increasing demand for educational materials by the new lay administrative class created a powerful market incentive for a technology that could produce texts quickly and cheaply. The quiet, gentle economic forces unleashed by the plague made the printing press not just a possibility, but an economic necessity. We must gently look at the dark, persistent world of folk magic and superstition that exploded during and after the plague. When the gentle, organized power of the church failed, people turned to older, more immediate forms of supernatural protection. The plague was not just seen as God's wrath, but as a direct demonic assault. This led to a frenzy of amulets and charms. People wore rings set with toadstones, carried bags of dried herbs, or had prayers written on scraps of parchment and worn around the neck, all believed to possess gentle, magical power to ward off the deadly miasma. Listen to the soft, dry rattle of a purse filled with bees or stones, supposedly magical stones, found in the stomach of goats believed to be a universal antidote. The belief in witches and malicious magic also intensified. Since the plague was incomprehensible, it must have been the result of human agency. Elderly women, hermits, or anyone who deviated from the norm became gentle, convenient scapegoats, accused of casting spells that sickened animals or brought the death carts to town. This gentle paranoia fueled local, low-level witch hunts, preceding the massive persecutions of the early modern period. One of the most gentle, yet crucial, social changes was the changing role of women. The massive, sudden male mortality rate meant that many women, particularly widows, inherited land, businesses, and artisanal shops. Suddenly, they were thrust into positions of economic independence and gentle authority. Records show women taking over brewing, tailoring, farming, and managing estates, often joining guilds as masters in their own right. Although this independence was often temporary, many were pressured to remarry quickly. The overall economic contribution and social visibility of women increased significantly. They became more involved in the workforce and less constrained by the traditional gentle roles of the household. This was a direct, gentle, but powerful challenge to the patriarchal structures of the medieval world, forced by the simple, terrible logic of demographic scarcity. The gentle, absolute need for survival also led to innovations in food preservation. With the rising cost of salt and the constant threat of spoiled meat, new techniques were developed. The use of smoking and drying food particularly fish and game, became more sophisticated. Gentle, specific knowledge about which woods imparted the best flavor and preservation qualities became vital, passed down as crucial, quiet family wealth. The gentle, philosophical implications of the plague were profound. Scholars and theologians wrestled with the great question, why? Why would an omnipotent, benevolent God allow such indiscriminate suffering? The dominant theological response was to interpret the plague as divine punishment for a human sin, the standard, gentle answer. But this answer felt increasingly hollow to the survivors, who had watched pious children and dedicated priests die alongside thieves and sinners. This gentle cognitive dissonance opened the door for secular explanation and, eventually, scientific inquiry. By the later 14th century, the focus of intellectual inquiry began to gently shift away from purely theological reasoning toward the practical, observable world. The need to understand the plague, rather than simply accepting it as fate, was the gentle, intellectual spark that led to the Renaissance humanist project. The psychology of the family unit changed dramatically. With the constant threat of death, the relationship between parents and children, and between spouses, may have become simultaneously more intense and more pragmatic. Love and attachment were urgent, but so was the practical need to ensure quick remarriage for the sake of the children and the farm. The gentle, slow pace of life was interrupted by the urgent need to secure the future now, through marriage, children, and legal documents. The gentle, terrifying legacy of the plague was the pervasive sense of instability. Before 1347, the world felt permanent. Afterwards, every generation knew that the fundamental structures of society, the church, the law, the economy could collapse again at any moment. This gentle, quiet anxiety became a permanent part of the European soul, leading to a culture that was both deeply devout and intensely hedonistic, constantly swinging between piety and despair. Let us turn our gaze to the city of Siena in Italy. Before the plague arrived in 1348, Siena was a city of immense ambition and wealth, a rival to Florence in art, banking, and architectural grandeur. The citizens had planned a massive expansion of their cathedral, the Duomo. They intended to turn the existing, already magnificent church into merely the transept of a colossal new structure that would be the largest in Christendom. The foundations were laid, the walls began to rise, and the marble was quarried. It was a project of supreme confidence, a stone testament to a future that they assumed would be prosperous and populous. Then the pestilence arrived, in Siena. It struck with ferocious intensity, killing perhaps half or more of the population within months. The master masons died, the laborers died, the bankers who funded the construction died. The city was left hollowed out, its ambitions severed in an instant. The construction stopped abruptly. Today, if you visit Siena, you can still see the ghostly remains of this unfinished dream. The Focciatoni, the massive wall that was intended to be the new Facade, stands alone, a giant, silent skeleton of masonry rising into the sky, unconnected to a roof. It is a frozen moment in time, a permanent architectural memorial to the interruption of the Black Death. It speaks of a society that hit a wall of mortality so solid that it could not climb over it. The survivors, too few and too poor to continue, simply walled up the existing structure and left the expansion as a ruin. It is a quiet, physical proof of how the plague not only killed people, but killed the very idea of the future. From the unfinished stones of Siena, we move to the intimate, terrifying biology of the vector itself. To understand the plague, we must look closely, calmly, at the tiny drama playing out on the microscopic level. The agent of this destruction was Yersinia pestis, a bacterium that evolved to be a perfect, accidental killer of humans. Its primary host was the black rat, Rattus rattus. This creature was not the shy, sewer-dwelling brown rat of modern cities, but a climber, a dweller in rafters and thatched roofs. It lived in the intimate warmth of the medieval home, nesting in the stored grain, running along the beams above the sleeping family. It was a constant, shadowed companion to medieval life. The vector was the oriental rat flea, Xenopsilla chiapis. The mechanism of transmission is a masterpiece of biological horror. When a flea drinks the blood of an infected rat, the bacteria enter the flea's gut. Unlike other bacteria that might be digested, Yersinia pestis has evolved a unique survival strategy. It multiplies rapidly in the flea's foregut, creating a solid, gel-like blockage. This blockage prevents the flea from swallowing any fresh blood. The flea begins to starve. Driven by a frantic, insatiable hunger, it jumps from host to host, rat to rat, and eventually, rat to human, biting repeatedly in a desperate attempt to feed. But it cannot swallow. Instead, as it tries to suck blood, it regurgitates the bacteria-laden blockage back into the open wound of the host. The flea, in its starvation, becomes a biological syringe, injecting the plague directly into the bloodstream of the victim. It is a tragic, quiet cycle. The death of the human is merely collateral damage in a life cycle of a bacterium trying to survive and a flea trying to eat. The great mortality that wiped out half of Europe was caused by the hunger of a tiny insect no larger than a grain of sand. This biological reality collided with the medical ignorance of the 14th century. We must look deeply at the medical response, specifically the desperate search for a cure. The most famous, complex, and expensive medicine of the time was theriac. Theriac was not a simple herbal tea. It was a legendary, ancient compound that had existed since Roman times, originally developed as an antidote to snakebite. By the Middle Ages, it had evolved into a universal panacea, a cure-all for the wealthy. It was a thick, black, syrup-like confection containing dozens, sometimes nearly 100, ingredients. The most critical and controversial ingredient was the flesh of vipers. The logic was based on the principle of like cures like, since the plague was seen as a poison, and vipers were poisonous. Consuming the processed flesh of the viper was believed to grant immunity. Other ingredients included opium, cinnamon, myrrh, saffron, and powdered mummy. The production of theriac was a public, regulated event in major cities like Venice. The ingredients were displayed to the public to prove their authenticity before being mixed in great vats by the apothecaries. It was then left to ferment 4 years before being sold at exorbitant prices. Wealthy citizens would take a small amount of theriac daily as a preventative measure, a gentle, desperate ritual of protection. The fact that it contained opium provided some pain relief and a sense of well-being, masking the symptoms even if it did nothing to cure the disease. It was a placebo of the highest order, a liquid hope sold in ceramic jars. For those who could not afford theriac, there were other, simpler remedies. The Four Thieves vinegar is a legend that emerged from the plague years, though likely later in the endemic period. The story tells of a group of thieves who looted the bodies of plague victims but never fell ill. When caught, they traded their secret recipe for a leniency. It was a vinegar infused with strong herbs sage, rosemary, wormwood, and garlic. The strong smell was believed to ward off the miasma, the bad air. While it was not a cure, the strong oils of the herbs may have had some mild repellent effect on fleas, an accidental, partial success born of folklore. The medical community also relied heavily on uroscopy, the examination of urine. A physician would examine the color, clarity, and even the taste of a patient's urine to diagnose the imbalance of humors. In the case of the plague, this was futile, but the ritual of the doctor holding up the flask of urine to the light remained the defining image of medieval medicine. It represented the attempt to find rationality and order in the fluids of the body when the world outside was dissolving into chaos. We must also consider the art of dying, or ars moriendi. As the plague swept through communities, killing priests and preventing the administration of the traditional last rites, a deep spiritual panic set in. How could one be saved if there was no one to hear your confession? In response, the church and writers produced guidebooks, known as the ars moriendi. These texts, often illustrated with woodcuts for the illiterate, provided a step-by-step guide to a good death. They instructed the dying person on how to resist the final temptations of the devil: despair, impatience, pride, and avarice that would assault them in their final moments. Imagine the scene in a lonely, plague-stricken room. A dying man or woman, abandoned by fearful relatives, holding a small woodcut image, trying to focus their fading mind on the prayers and the spiritual battle for their soul, acting as their own priest in the final dark hour. These books were a gentle, desperate attempt to democratize salvation, to put the keys to heaven into the hands of the laity when the institution of the church had physically collapsed. The physical landscape of the cities was transformed by the burial crisis. In London, the existing churchyards were filled within weeks of the plague's arrival in 1348. The sheer volume of bodies required a new, industrial approach to disposal. The Crown acquired land outside the city walls, such as East Smithfield, specifically for mass burials. These were not the chaotic, disrespectful dumping grounds of popular imagination. Archaeological excavations of the East Smithfield plague pits reveal a surprising, somber order. The bodies were often stacked carefully, 5 deep, in long trenches. They were laid out respectfully, often facing east, toward the rising sun and the resurrection. Even in the midst of an apocalypse, the survivors took the time and expended the dangerous effort to ensure their neighbors and kin were buried with a semblance of Christian dignity. It was a quiet, heroic assertion of humanity in the face of inhuman numbers. The soil of these pits, rich with the organic remains of thousands, eventually became the foundation for modern London, a literal layer of history beneath the feet of the living. The plague also spurred a fascination with macabre fashion and jewelry. In the decades following the initial wave, the memento mori, remember you must die, became a dominant theme in personal adornment. Jewelry began to feature motifs of skulls, bones, and coffins. This was not merely morbid. It was a fashion statement of the survivor. It signaled that the wearer understood the fragility of life and was living with a pious awareness of the end. Rings with tiny hidden compartments containing locks of hair or small skulls became popular. Clothing became more extravagant, as we noted, but it was often paired with these stark reminders of mortality. It was a cultural psychological defense mechanism, wearing the symbol of fear as a talisman of power. The universities faced a crisis of continuity. The generation of masters who knew the great texts by heart had died. The libraries were often left disorganized. The new generation of students was younger, less prepared, and thrust into positions of authority much sooner. This led to a perceived decline in the rigor of education, but it also broke the rigid stranglehold of the old scholastic methods. Students and new masters, less tethered to the old ways, began to ask new questions. The intellectual vacuum created by the death of the old guard allowed for a drift toward nominalism, a philosophical school that focused on the particular and the observable rather than universal, abstract truths. This shift in thinking, subtle and dry as it sounds, was a necessary precursor to the scientific revolution. It shifted the focus from the abstract mind of God to the specific reality of the rock, the star, and the body. Let us look at the impact on the clergy's lifestyle. Before the plague, the parish priest was often poor, living on a small tithe. After the plague, with so many vacancies, priests could demand higher wages to take over a parish. This led to the phenomenon of the pluralist, a priest who held multiple positions in different villages, collecting the income from all of them, while paying a poorly educated vicar a pittance to actually do the work. This corruption and absenteeism bred deep resentment among the peasantry, who felt abandoned spiritually while being taxed financially. The image of the greedy, fat priest became a staple of late medieval literature. Think of Chaucer's corrupt clerical characters in the Canterbury Tales. This literary satire was born from the very real economic distortions caused by the pestilence. The Black Death in the Middle East provides a crucial counterpoint to the European experience. The plague struck Cairo, Damascus, and Baghdad with the same ferocity. In Cairo, the intellectual capital of the Islamic world, the death toll was staggering. However, the response was culturally distinct. While Europeans often looked for scapegoats, Jews, lepers, witches, the Islamic response was generally one of collective acceptance and mercy. The plague was often interpreted as a martyrdom for the faithful and a punishment only for the infidel. There were fewer massacres of minorities. Instead, the focus was on communal prayer. Great processions were held in Damascus where Jews, Christians, and Muslims prayed separately, but simultaneously for relief. The medical tradition in the Middle East, heir to the great works of Ibn Sina Avicenna, was robust, but equally helpless against Yersinia pestis. The disruption to the irrigation systems of Egypt and Mesopotamia, caused by the death of the laborers who maintained the canals, led to long-term agricultural decline that took centuries to recover from. The plague gently, slowly eroded the economic base of the Mamluk Sultanate, contributing to the eventual shift of power toward the rising Ottoman Empire. Back in Europe, the architecture of the home began to change in response to the desire for better air. The fireplace, previously a central hearth, moved to the wall, equipped with a chimney. This crucial innovation cleared the air of smoke, making the home a healthier environment. It also allowed for the segmentation of the house into smaller, private rooms, moving away from the great communal halls. The desire to escape the bad air of the crowd led to a new emphasis on privacy and domestic comfort that would define the early modern home. The legal status of women saw a brief, paradoxical golden age. In London and other cities, the custom of widows' rights allowed a woman to carry on her late husband's trade and hold property in her own name. For a few decades after 1350, we see a spike in female participation in business contracts and guilds. However, as the population eventually stabilized and the economic pressure eased in the 15th century, these rights were slowly, gently rolled back, and women were pushed back into the domestic sphere. It was a temporary window of opportunity opened by disaster and closed by recovery. The plague also influenced the development of the clock. The need for precise timekeeping became more acute as labor became more valuable. Merchants and town councils installed large, mechanical clocks in public squares. These were not just for convenience. They were tools of economic control, regulating the highly paid labor force, defining exactly when the workday began and ended. The gentle, fluid time of the monks' prayer bells was replaced by the rigid, commercial time of the town clock, ticking away the expensive hours of the surviving workers. We must also consider the ecological impact. With the sudden drop in human population, nature returned, forests regrew over abandoned farmland. This process, known as reforestation, actually pulled carbon out of the atmosphere. Some climatologists suggest that the massive reforestation, following the Black Death and the later pandemics in the Americas, contributed to a global cooling known as the Little Ice Age. The death of humans gave the Earth a brief, deep breath, allowing the world to reclaim the edges of civilization. Wolves returned to areas where they had been hunted to extinction. Deer populations exploded. The landscape became wilder, darker, and more dangerous for the traveler. The psychology of humor changed. The humor of the post-plague era became bawdy, dark, and scatological. We see this in the fabliaux and in Chaucer. It was a laughter in the face of death, a celebration of the physical body and its appetites, eating, drinking, sex because the body was so transient. It was a rejection of the high, ascetic ideals of the early Middle Ages in favor of a messy, vibrant, human reality. The legacy of language remains with us. Phrases like "bless you after a sneeze" originate from this time, attributed to Pope Gregory I, though likely popularized during the plague as a quick prayer to protect the sneezer from immediate death. The nursery rhyme "ring around the rosy" is often associated with the plague, the rosy being the rash. The posies the herbs carried for protection, ashes, the burning of bodies, or the sneezing, though folklorists debate the timing. The persistence of the myth shows how deeply the trauma is embedded in our cultural DNA. As we drift deeper into this history, we see that the Black Death was not just a pause in the story of Europe. It was the great accelerator. It accelerated the end of serfdom, the rise of the middle class, the questioning of the church, the development of national languages, and the shift toward empirical science. It was the brutal, impartial crucible in which the modern world was forged. The silence left by the dead was eventually filled by the loud, chaotic, vibrant voices of a new age, an age born from the realization that life is fragile, precious, and entirely in our own hands. We will now turn our attention to the specific regional variations of the plague, looking at how the mountains of Switzerland, the coasts of Norway, and the plains of Poland each faced the darkness in their own unique way. In Scandinavia, the plague arrived via a ghost ship in Bergen, as mentioned, but its impact was dictated by the geography. The isolated farmsteads of the fjords meant that the disease moved slowly, but once it arrived, it was devastating because there was no escape. In Iceland, the plague did not arrive in the first wave due to the disruption of shipping, but when it arrived later in the 15th century, it ravaged the island. The loss of population in Greenland's Norse colonies, combined with the cooling climate, likely contributed to the complete extinction of the Viking settlements there. A silent, icy tragedy on the edge of the world. In Poland, under King Casimir the Great, the impact was strangely lighter. Some historians argue that Casimir's wise decision to close the borders and quarantine the kingdom saved it. Others suggest that Poland's relative isolation from the main trade routes and its lower population density provided natural protection. Poland became a haven, a comparative island of safety in a drowning continent, allowing it to consolidate power and emerge as a major player in Eastern Europe in the centuries to follow. In Switzerland, the Alps provided no barrier. The plague moved through the mountain passes, the arteries of trade connecting Italy to the north. The small, tight-knit mountain communities were devastated. It was here, in the region of Schielen and Basel, that some of the worst persecutions of Jewish communities occurred, driven by the accusation that they had poisoned the sources of the Rhine. The crystal-clear waters of the mountains were tainted not by poison, but by the blood of the innocent, shed in a panic-stricken attempt to stop a biological force they could not comprehend. The Black Death remains the ultimate historical lesson in humility. It reminds us that civilization is a thin veneer over biology. It teaches us that the invisible world of microbes holds the power to rewrite maps, topple economies, and change the very way we think about God and ourselves. As we rest here, in the quiet aftermath of the great mortality, we can reflect on the resilience of those who remained. They did not just survive, they rebuilt. They took a broken world and, piece by piece, brick by brick, idea by idea, constructed the foundation of the Renaissance. Out of the silence of the grave came the music, the art, and the science of the modern world. We continue the journey through the quiet corridors of history, moving deeper into the profound transformation of the European soul. We have looked at the broad strokes of the devastation, but now we must narrow our gaze to the specific, intimate testimonies that have survived the centuries. Let us drift to the city of Florence in the year 1348. This was a city of art, banking, and wool, a place of immense pride. It is here that we find the most vivid, literary witness to the catastrophe. Giovanni Boccaccio. His masterpiece, the Decameron, is not just a collection of stories. It is a psychological document of a civilization under siege. Boccaccio opens his work not with a gentle fiction, but with a stark, journalistic account of the plague's arrival. He describes the breakdown of the most basic human bonds. He tells us of fathers abandoning sons, of wives fleeing from husbands, and of the terrified isolation of the healthy. He writes of the silence that fell over the bustling piazzas, a silence broken only by the sound of the death announcements. The premise of the Decameron itself is revealing. 7 young women and 3 young men decide to flee the plague-ridden city. They retreat to a deserted villa in the countryside, a place of fiesola, high above the suffering. There, surrounded by gentle gardens and singing birds, they agreed to tell stories to pass the time. This act of storytelling was a form of psychological survival. The stories they told were not dark or morbid. They were funny, bawdy, romantic, and clever. They were stories about life, about human folly, about love. In the face of overwhelming death, Boccaccio argues that the only sane response is to celebrate the human spirit and the continuity of culture. The Decameron is a testament to the idea that while the body is vulnerable, the imagination is a sanctuary that no disease can breach. But down in the city, the reality was stark. Boccaccio details the end of traditional funeral rites. Before the plague, a funeral was a public, communal event with mourners, candles, and singing. As the mortality rate climbed, these rituals were abandoned. Bodies were placed outside doorways in the early morning, collected like refuse, and piled into the trenches we spoke of earlier. The loss of the funeral rite was a deep trauma. It meant the dead were disappearing without the social acknowledgement of their existence, a gentle erasure of identity that horrified the medieval mind. Let us move from the literature of Florence to the visual art of Northern Europe. It is here that the danse macabre, the dance of death, found its most powerful expression. This was not just a theme. It was a visual philosophy painted on the walls of churchyards, most famously at the Cemetery of the Innocents in Paris in 1424. Imagine walking through a medieval cemetery. The walls are painted with a long, continuous line of figures. A skeleton, grinning and lively, holds the hand of a pope. Next to them, another skeleton leads an emperor. Then a cardinal, a king, a merchant, a laborer, and a child. The message was visual and immediate for a population that could not read. Death is the only true democracy. The skeletons in these paintings are not terrifying monsters. They are often depicted as dancing, lively, even mocking. They are the mirror image of the living, stripping away the pretensions of rank and wealth. This art form was a way for the survivors to process the arbitrary nature of the plague. If the bishop could die just as easily as the ploughman, then the rigid social hierarchy of the Middle Ages was perhaps not as divine or immutable as they had been taught. The dance of death was a subversive, quiet suggestion that all humans were equal in the end. We must also consider the transitombs, or cadaver tombs, which became popular among the high nobility and high clergy in the years following the plague. In the high medieval period, a tomb usually featured an effigy of the deceased looking peaceful, asleep, and young, waiting for a heaven. After the Black Death, a new style emerged. The tomb would have two levels. On the top, the person was depicted in their finery, wearing their robes of office. But below, visible through carved stone bars, was a second effigy, a decomposing corpse, often infested with stone worms and frogs, stripped of all dignity. This was the double-decker tomb. It was a brutal, honest statement carved in stone. It said to the viewer, "I was once like you. You'll be like me." It was a rejection of vanity. The plague had shown people what death actually looked like, the swift corruption of the body, and they chose to memorialize the truth rather than hide it. It was a form of spiritual humility, a permanent stone sermon on the vanity of earthly power. Let us shift our focus to the economic transformation of the English village. The village of Wareham Percy in Yorkshire gives us a perfect archaeological window into this change. Before the plague, the village was populous, the houses packed tight. After the plague, the population collapsed. For the survivors, the immediate aftermath was a period of confusion, but soon, a new reality set in. The golden age of the English peasant had begun. The lord of the manor, desperate to keep his tenants, began to offer better terms. Rents were lowered, feudal labor services, the days of unpaid work were commuted to cash payments. The diet of the harvest worker changed dramatically. Manorial records from before the plague show that harvest workers were fed bread, cheese, and ale. Records from the 1380s show a massive shift. The workers now demanded, and received, fresh meat, roast beef, bacon, and good ale. They refused to eat salt herring, which was considered food for the poor. This was a revolution of the stomach. The gentle, calm chewing of roast beef by a ploughman was a radical political act. It symbolized a shift in power. The sumptuary laws we mentioned earlier tried to forbid laborers from eating fine foods or wearing expensive fabrics, but these laws were impossible to enforce. The economy had fundamentally shifted. The survivor of the Black Death lived in a larger house, wore better wool, and ate a diet rich in protein. They were fewer, but they were stronger. We must also look at the impact on the forest and the wild. With the reduction in population, the pressure on Europe's forests eased. The wildwood returned. In Germany, entire areas that had been cleared for farming were reclaimed by the Black Forest. This ecological rebound had a mystical quality for the people. The forest became deeper, darker, and more impenetrable. This resurgence of the wild brought with it a resurgence of the wolf. Wolf populations in France and Germany exploded in the late 14th and 15th centuries. There are chronicled accounts of wolf packs entering the outskirts of Paris during harsh winters in the 1420s. The boundary between the civilized world of the town and the wild world of the beast had been blurred by the pestilence. The human dominion over nature, which had seemed so assured in the 13th century, was shown to be fragile and temporary. Let us turn to the medical legacy in more detail, specifically the figure of the plague doctor. The iconic image we have today, the beak mask, the long wax coat, the wide-brimmed hat, is actually a product of the later plague waves in the 17th century, specifically designed by Charles de Lorme in 1619. However, the roots of this protective approach began in the aftermath of the Black Death. The logic of the costume, even in its earlier, simpler forms, was based on the miasma theory. The beak was filled with aromatic herbs, dried flowers, spices, camphor, and sponges soaked in vinegar. The idea was that the doctor needed to filter the bad air before it reached his nose. The long coat was waxed to prevent bodily fluids from sticking to it. The cane was used to examine patients without touching them. While the mask is terrifying to us, it was a rational attempt at personal protective equipment. It represents the medical community realizing that distance and barriers were the only effective defense. It was a mechanical response to a biological threat. The separation of the doctor from the patient was a sad, necessary evolution in the practice of medicine, replacing the bedside compassion of the earlier era with the detached, protected observation of the professional. We must also explore the rise of the surgeon. In the early Middle Ages, the physician who studied books was far superior in status to the surgeon who worked with his hands and knives. The physician theorized, the surgeon cut. But during the plague, the physician's theories failed. The surgeons, however, were the ones lancing buboes, treating the physical manifestations of the disease. Because they were dealing directly with the sick body, surgeons gained a new, grim respect. Their practical knowledge of anatomy grew. The separation between the academic medicine of the university and the practical medicine of the knife began to close. This gentle merging of theory and practice was essential for the future development of medical science. Let us look at the politics of the Church in the wake of the plague. The Avignon papacy faced a crisis of revenue. With so many taxpayers dead, the Church is incomplete. In response, the papacy streamlined its tax collection and began to sell indulgences more aggressively. An indulgence was a document that granted remission of the punishment for sin. In a world terrified of sudden death and purgatory, these documents were a comforting commodity. You could buy insurance for your soul. This commercialization of salvation, driven by the economic shock of the plague, planted the deep seeds of resentment that Martin Luther would harvest almost 2 centuries later. The Black Death gently, slowly, pushed the Church toward its great schism. In England, the plague empowered a new religious movement, the Lollards, led by John Wycliffe. Wycliffe argued that since the organized church had failed, and since so many corrupt priests had survived, while good ones died, The ultimate authority should be the Bible itself, not the Pope. He began translating the Bible into English, the language of the people. This was a radical, dangerous idea. It suggested that a plowman could understand God just as well as a bishop. The Lollard movement was a direct spiritual response to the leveling effect of the plague. If death treated everyone equally, why shouldn't the Bible be available to everyone equally? The authorities suppressed the Lollards, but the idea could not be killed. It hid in the quiet cottages of the newly empowered peasantry, waiting for the Reformation to reignite it. Let us travel to the Iberian Peninsula and the Kingdom of Castile. The death of King Alfonso XI from the plague triggered a succession crisis that led to the Castilian Civil War. This conflict drew in England and France, expanding the misery of the 100 Years' War into Spain. The plague destabilized not just families, but entire dynasties. It proved that biology was the ultimate arbiter of politics. A single infected flea could end a line of kings that had lasted for centuries. We must also consider the psychology of the clock. We mentioned the rise of mechanical clocks, but let us look deeper. Before the plague, time belonged to God. It was measured by the sun and the church bells, matins, vespers. It was fluid. After the plague, as labor became a commodity to be bought and sold by the hour, merchants' time took over. The town clock in the square became the new authority. It divided the day into equal, mathematical segments. This shift from God's time to clock time was a fundamental change in human consciousness. It was a move toward efficiency, toward the measurement of productivity. The survivor of the plague learned to count his hours because he knew, more than anyone, that his hours were numbered. Let us reflect on the architecture of ventilation. In the years following the Black Death, there was a new obsession with airflow. New hospitals, like the Arspdale Maggiore in Milan, were designed with high ceilings and cross-ventilation. The gentle breeze was seen as a cleanser. The dark, enclosed spaces of the Romanesque style gave way to the lighter, airier spaces of the late Gothic. The desire for a health shaped the very stones of the buildings. The Black Death and the silk industry is another fascinating thread. Before the plague, silk was an imported luxury. With the disruption of trade routes to the east, Europe began to develop its own silk production, particularly in Italy. The city of Lucca became famous for its silk. The labor shortage meant that high-value, low-volume luxury goods were more profitable to produce than bulk grain. The economy of Europe shifted slightly from subsistence agriculture toward luxury manufacturing, laying the groundwork for the sophisticated commercial economy of the Renaissance. We must also look at the persistence of the plague in animals. The disease did not just live in rats. It established reservoirs in alpine marmots and other wild rodent populations in Europe. This meant that the plague could hide in the mountains or the forests for decades, only to spill over into the human population again when conditions were right. It was a sleeping dragon in the landscape. This ecological reality meant that rural areas were never truly safe. The alpine plague outbreaks were particularly terrifying because they occurred in isolated valleys where escape was impossible. The folklore of the Alps is filled with stories of ghost valleys where everyone died during the winter, leaving the cattle to starve in the barns. These stories, whispered by the fire, kept the fear alive for generations. Let us examine the role of the notary. In Italy and southern France, the notary was the official witness to all transactions. The volume of notarial records from 1348 is staggering. We see wills written in shaky handwriting, property transfers made in haste, and dowries returned. The notary became the chronicler of the collapse. These dry legal documents are poignant testimonies. We often see a notary start a book in a neat hand, only for the handwriting to change midway through, as the notary dies and his apprentice takes over, only for the book to stop entirely a few pages later. The silence at the end of the ledger is the loudest sound in history. The impact on the University of Oxford was specific and long-lasting. The loss of so many scholars led to the founding of new colleges, like New College in 1379. The statutes of these new colleges specifically mention the need to replenish the clergy decimated by the plague. The architecture of Oxford, with its enclosed quadrangles, was designed to keep the scholars in and the world, and its diseases out. The ivory tower was, in part, a quarantine measure. We must also consider the emotional history of the survivor. How did they love after such loss? History shows a surge in marriages immediately after the plague. Widowers married widows. They combined their surviving children into new, blended families. This was a practical necessity, but also a testament to the human need for connection. The speed of remarriage was often criticized by moralists, but it was a biological imperative. Life had to continue. The gentle, stubborn insistence on family, on holding a new child to replace the one lost, is the emotional core of the recovery. There was also a rise in the cult of St. Roch. Roch was a saint who was said to have survived the plague. He is depicted lifting his tunic to show a bubo on his thigh, while a dog brings him bread. He became the patron saint of plague victims. His image appeared in churches across Europe. He represented the hope of survival. Unlike other saints who were martyrs, Roch was a survivor. He offered a new kind of holiness, the holiness of entrance. The Black Death and the law, the legal system was overwhelmed. With so many landowners dead, the courts were clogged with inheritance disputes for decades. This gentle chaos forced the legal system to streamline, to become more professional. The concept of dead hand control main where the church held land in perpetuity became a major political issue as kings tried to stop the flow of land into the tax-exempt hands of the church. The plague intensified the struggle between church and state over resources. Let us turn to the language of the plague. Words entered the vocabulary that remain. The concept of isolation comes from insula, meaning island, to make someone an island. The idea of the cordon sanitaire, a barrier to stop health threats, began to take conceptual shape. The vocabulary of disease management was being written in real time. We must also look at the impact on medieval music. The complexity of polyphonic music, which required highly trained choirs, suffered when those singers died. In the immediate aftermath, music became simpler, more somber. But as the recovery began, a new complexity emerged. Leading to the Ars Nova, the new art, music became more expressive, more rhythmic. Perhaps the chaotic rhythm of the plague years influenced the desire for new, complex rhythms in music. In Portugal, the plague arrived while the king was arranging a marriage for his daughter to the King of England. The princess, Joan, travelled through plague-stricken Bordeaux against advice and died. Her death changed the diplomatic landscape of Europe. It is a reminder that the plague changed history, not just by killing millions of peasants, but by snipping the specific threads of dynastic alliances. A single death could prevent a union that might have altered the course of a war. The Black Death in Ireland was different. The plague hit the Norman towns like Dublin hard, because they were dense and traded by sea. The native Irish, living in dispersed rural settlements, were less affected. This demographic shift briefly tipped the balance of power back toward the native Irish clans, rolling back English control for a time. The plague was a temporary ally to the colonized, weakening the occupiers' grip. As we continue to drift through this history, remember the silence. The plague created vast silences, the silence of the unworked field, the silence of the empty church, the silence of the loom. But in that silence, the modern world began to whisper. The old structures had cracked. The light was getting in. The Renaissance was not a happy accident. It was the flower that grew from the grave of the Middle Ages, the individualism, the realism, the skepticism, and the ambition of the Renaissance were all forged in the trauma of the Black Death. The human spirit, finding itself abandoned by the old certainties, decided to trust in itself. We will now look further into the 15th century, the century of recovery, where the scars of the plague became the features of a new face for Europe. We look to the Hanseatic League, the great trading federation of the North. The plague disrupted their trade, but they adapted. They enforced strict hygiene rules on their ships. They diversified their trade. They became the masters of the Baltic, filling the vacuum left by the devastated local merchants. The plague rewarded organization and adaptability. We look to the Ottoman Empire. As Europe weakened, the Ottomans expanded. The plague had weakened the Byzantine Empire, depopulating Constantinople, making it a ripe target. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 can be traced back, in part, to the demographic weakening of the city by the repeated plague waves of the previous century. The microbes paved the way for the Janissaries. The story is endless, because the influence was total. Every breath we take in the modern world is a breath drawn in a world shaped by Yersinia pestis. We turn our eyes to the village of Ayham in Derbyshire, England. The year is 1665. This story is one of the most profound examples of the human spirit during the plague years. It began not with a rat running through the streets, but with a simple delivery of cloth. A tailor in the village, George Vickers, received a bundle of damp cloth sent from London, where the plague was already raging. Vickers hung the cloth in front of the fire to dry. The gentle warmth stirred the fleas that had been hibernating within the folds of the fabric. He was bitten. Within days, he was dead. The sickness began to spread through the small, isolated community. What happened next is a testament to quiet, stoic heroism. The village rector, William Mompesson, along with the Puritan minister Thomas Stanley, gathered the villagers. They proposed a radical, terrifying plan. To prevent the disease from spreading to the nearby trading centres of Sheffield and Bakewell, the village of Ayham would seal itself off. No one would leave, no one would enter. They would establish a cordon sanitaire around their own homes. The villagers agreed. They marked a boundary line with stones on the outskirts of the village. People from the neighbouring areas would leave food and supplies at these stones, and in return, the villagers of Ayham would leave coins soaked in vinegar in holes drilled into the stones to disinfect them. 4 months, the village suffered in total isolation. Families buried their dead in their own gardens and fields, as the churchyard became too full and the risk of gathering for funerals too great. The silence of Ayham became absolute. By the time the plague burned itself out a year later, 260 of the village's 350 inhabitants were dead. But the plague had not spread to the surrounding towns. The silence of Ayham saved the north of England. It is a quiet, heartbreaking victory of the collective will over the biological imperative of survival. We must also look at the Great Plague of London in 1665, the last major outbreak in England. By this time, the administration of the plague had become a bureaucratic machine. The city produced the bills of mortality, weekly sheets printed and sold for a penny, listing the number of deaths in each parish. These bills became the grim reading material of the city. They listed deaths by cause, griping in the guts, surfeit, frighted, and the dreaded plague. The rising numbers were tracked with a morbid, mathematical fascination. It was the quantification of tragedy. The city employed searchers of the dead, usually older, poor women who were paid to inspect corpses and determine the cause of death. They were the frontline diagnostic tools of the state. If they found the telltale tokens, the buboes the house was shut up. The policy of shutting up was a cruel, desperate measure. If one person in a house had the plague, the entire family was locked inside for 40 days. A red cross was painted on the door with the words, "Lord have mercy upon us." Watchmen were stationed outside to prevent escape. The healthy were locked in with the dying. This policy, intended to contain the spread, often ensured the death of the entire household. The psychological terror of listening to your family die, one by one, in a locked house, while the city went on outside, is a horror unique to this era of administrative quarantine. The nights in London were filled with the sound of the death carts. The call, "Bring out your dead," was a practical instruction. The bodies were taken to the Great Plague pits, such as the one at Aldgate. Daniel Defoe, in his Journal of the Plague Year, describes the Great Pit as a terrifying abyss, a reminder of the sheer scale of the mortality that overwhelmed all rituals of respect. Then came the fire, the Great Fire of London in 1666, the year following the plague, destroyed much of the medieval city. While the fire was a tragedy, it acted as a massive, cauterizing wound. It burned down the rat-infested thatched roofs and the cramped, wooden housing. The rebuilding of London in brick and stone, with wider streets, inadvertently helped to design the plague out of the city. It was a violent, fiery end to the medieval era of the capital. Let us drift south to the Mediterranean, and the plague of Marseille in 1720. This was the last great outbreak of the bubonic plague in Western Europe. It arrived on a merchant ship, the Grand Saint Antoine, carrying silk and cotton from the Levant. The story of Marseille is a story of commercial greed. The ship was carrying a valuable cargo intended for the great medieval fair of Beaucaire. The owners of the cargo, influential merchants in Marseille, pressured the health authorities to shorten the quarantine so the goods could reach the market in time. The quarantine was lifted early, the silk was unloaded. Within days, the plague was moving through the city, the wealthy fled, the poor were trapped. The city authorities built a massive wall, the Mur de la Peste wall of the plague, in the countryside to contain the spread. You can still see ruins of this dry stone wall in the hills of Provence today. It was a physical manifestation of the fear that one city could poison an entire nation. The plague of Marseille killed 100,000 people, a reminder that even in the 18th century, commerce and biology were locked in a deadly dance. We must also consider the intellectual shift that occurred between the 14th and 17th centuries. In the 14th century, the response was prayer and penance. By the 17th century, the response was increasingly chemical. The physician Paracelsus had introduced the idea that the body was a chemical system. Doctors began to use mercury, arsenic, and other minerals in a desperate attempt to purge the disease. While often toxic, this represented a shift away from the passive acceptance of divine will toward an active, interventionist approach to the body. They were trying to fight the disease, however clumsily, rather than just enduring it. The plague also left a deep mark on the wool trade, particularly in England. The Cotswolds, a region of rolling hills and stone villages, owes its wealth to the post-plague economy. The depopulation led to the conversion of arable land into sheep pasture. The wool churches of East Anglia and the Cotswolds' massive, ornate churches built in small villages were funded by the immense profits of the wool merchants who thrived in the labor-scarce economy. Every time we admire a grand medieval church of a tiny English village, we are looking at the architectural legacy of the plague economy. Let us look at the Venetian lazarettos. Venice, always at the forefront of public health, established the first permanent plague hospitals on islands in the lagoon, Lazaretto Vecchio and Lazaretto Nuovo. These islands were places of suspension. Ships arriving from infected ports were unloaded here. Goods were aired and fumigated with smoke from aromatic herbs like juniper and rosemary. Crews were housed in long barracks, waiting to see if they would sicken. The walls of the warehouses on Lazaretto Nuovo are read in ancient graffiti left by these sailors and merchants' names, dates, drawings of ships, symbols of faith. They are the quiet scratchings of men waiting in purgatory, hoping to be allowed into the paradise of the city. Archaeological excavations on Lazaretto Vecchio have revealed mass graves that tell a story of desperate management. Bodies were buried in layers, separated by sand. As the death toll rose, the order broke down, but the attempt to maintain the system remained. Venice proved that a state could survive the plague through rigorous, ruthless organization. The impact on genetics is a fascinating modern discovery. Survivors of the Black Death may have possessed a specific genetic mutation CCR5 delta 32. This mutation prevents the plague bacteria from entering white blood cells. In a cruel twist of biological fate, this same mutation, passed down through generations of Europeans, provides protection today against HIV. The descendants of those who survived the 14th century carry a genetic shield forged in the fires of the pestilence. The Black Death is literally written into the DNA of modern Europe. Let us reflect on the transformation of the English language. Before the plague, the language of the court and the aristocracy in England was French. The language of the church was Latin. English was the low tongue of the peasant. But the plague killed the French teachers and the Latin priests. It created a vacuum that English filled. By 1362, the Statute of Pleading allowed English to be used in courts of law. By the late 14th century, Geoffrey Chaucer was writing the Canterbury Tales in Middle English. The plague acted as a great linguistic leveller, allowing the native tongue to rise and become the language of power and art. The ecological recovery continued. The reduction in mining and smelting activity during the plague years led to a drop in lead pollution in the atmosphere. Ice core samples from glaciers show a distinct drop in atmospheric lead during the late 14th century. The air of Europe was cleaner than it had been since the Roman Empire. The silence of industry was a bomb to the environment. We must also look at the psychology of the survivor in the context of hedonism versus asceticism. The post-plague world was polarized. Some retreated into strict religious observances, joining orders like the Carthusians, who lived in silence and isolation. Monasteries of strict observance saw a surge in applicants. Others chose the path of excess. The fashion of the late 14th century became incredibly provocative. Men wore tight hose and short doublets. Women wore low necklines and elaborate headdresses. It was a visual rejection of gloom. If death could come tomorrow, today should be beautiful. The international Gothic style of art, with its elegant figures, rich colors, and focus on courtly luxury, was the aesthetic mask worn by a traumatized society. Let us consider the plague saints. We mentioned St. Roch, but there was also St. Sebastian. Sebastian was a Roman martyr shot with arrows. In the medieval mind, the arrows of the archers were equated with the arrows of the plague fired by an angry god. Paintings of St. Sebastian proliferated. He's usually depicted as calm, beautiful, and unblemished despite the arrows piercing him. He represented the ideal of the faithful Christian, enduring the pain of the world with grace and faith, untouched in spirit even if the body is destroyed. The impact on clocks and time deepened. The memento mori clocks became popular. These were mechanical clocks that featured moving figures, often skeletons, that would strike the hour. The astronomical clock in Prague, installed in 1410, features a skeleton ringing a bell, a constant, mechanical reminder of death amidst the intricate movements of the planets. Time was no longer just a measurement of the day. It was a countdown. We drift now to the third pandemic. The story of the plague has a third act. It began in the 1850s in Yunnan, China, and spread globally in the 1890s via steamships to Hong Kong, India, and San Francisco. It was during this outbreak in Hong Kong in 1894 that the mystery was finally solved. To scientists, Alexander Yersin and Kitasato Shibasaburo raced to identify the pathogen. Yersin, working in a straw hut with simple equipment, identified the bacillus. He noticed that the dead rats in the streets were linked to the human cases. This discovery changed everything. It was the triumph of the scientific method over centuries of superstition. The enemy finally had a name, Yersinia pestis. The gentle, slow work of science had finally caught up with the swift brutality of nature. But even in the modern era, the plague lingers. It exists in rodent populations in the American West, in Madagascar, and in Central Asia. It is a reminder that we have not defeated nature, we have only learned to hold it at bay. The bacteria is still out there, sleeping in the soil, waiting for the flea, waiting for the rat, waiting for the moment of contact. Let us return to the silence of the library. The survival of classical texts was threatened by the plague. Monasteries, the guardians of books, were hit hard. Books rotted in abandoned libraries. This danger spurred the early humanists, like Petrarch, to frantically hunt for and copy manuscripts. Petrarch himself lost his beloved Laura to the plague. His sonnets to her are monuments to grief. He wrote letters to the future, wondering if we, the unborn generations, would even believe the scale of the suffering they endured. "O happy posterity," he wrote, "who will not experience such abysmal woe, and will look upon our testimony as a fable." His grief fueled his intellectual mission, to save the wisdom of the past before it was lost forever. The Renaissance was, in part, a rescue mission launched by survivors who realized how fragile civilization truly was. We must also consider the impact on diet and height. Archaeological studies of skeletons from London plague pits show a fascinating trend. People who died in the later outbreaks of the plague were often taller and healthier than those who died in the first wave. The survivors of the Black Death, with their better wages and meat-rich diets, grew stronger bodies. The plague acted as a brutal evolutionary pressure, selecting for resilience and inadvertently creating a physically more robust population in the subsequent generations. The landscape of Europe is dotted with plague crosses and plague columns. In Austria and Central Europe, the Pestscure plague column is a common sight in town squares. These are Baroque, swirling monuments of clouds and saints, erected by grateful survivors to thank God for the end of an outbreak. They are frozen prayers in stone, standing in the center of modern traffic, silent witnesses to the terror that once emptied the streets. Let us think about the transformation of the funeral industry. Before the plague, funeral guilds helped members pay for candles and prayers. The plague overwhelmed these small insurance societies. The responsibility for the dead shifted from the guild and the family to the parish and the municipality. The bureaucracy of death became a function of the state. The coffin, previously a luxury, became more standardized as wood became cheaper relative to the cost of the cloth shroud. The emotional history of the plague is also a history of resilience. The human capacity to normalize the abnormal is profound. Diaries from the 17th century, like that of Samuel Pepys, show a man living through the plague. He records the mounting death toll, his fear, and his sorrow, but he also records his dinners, his affairs, his business deals, and his music. Life, with its stubborn, gentle persistence, continued. People fell in love, cheated, argued over money, and bought new clothes, all while the death carts rolled past their windows. The plague could kill the body, but it could not extinguish the mundane, powerful drive of daily human life. The Black Death was the long, dark night of the European soul. But as we know, the night is followed by the dawn. The dawn that followed this darkness was bright, sharp, and focused. It was a world that had shed the gentle illusions of the high medieval stability and had embraced a harder, clearer, more dynamic reality. As we rest in the knowledge of this history, we can feel the quiet connection to those millions of souls. They are not just statistics, they are our ancestors. Their survival is the reason we are here to think, to dream, and to sleep. They walked through the valley of the shadow of death so that we could walk in the light. We have traveled from the steppes of Asia to the ports of Sicily, from the unfinished walls of Siena to the quiet isolation of Ayam. We have looked through the microscope of Yersin and the telescope of history. The story of the Black Death is the story of us, our fragility, our cruelty, our endurance, and our ultimate, quiet triumph over the darkness. These are the surviving legal documents of the medieval village. They are long scrolls of parchment, written in abbreviated Latin, by scribes who were often terrified and overworked. In the years before 1348, these rolls recorded the mundane business of the village, fines for bad brewing, arguments over stray pigs, and the transfer of small strips of land. They are the heartbeat of a stable, slow-moving society. But when we unroll the scrolls from late 1348 and 1349, the handwriting changes. It often becomes rushed, jagged. The entries stop being about petty fines and become a relentless litany of death. Entry after entry records the death of a tenant. Obit, he died. Obit, obit. The scribe lists the holdings of the deceased: an acre here, a cottage there, and their notes, with a terrifying, bureaucratic dryness. There is no one to inherit. In thousands of villages across England and France, the rolls record the extinction of entire families. We see the desperation of the Lord Steward trying to find anyone to take over the land. The feudal system relied on the gentle pressure of land scarcity to force people to work. When the land became abundant and the people scarce, the steward had to beg. We see entries where the Lord waives the entry fee, waives the rent, and even offers free tools just to keep a tenant on the land. It is the written record of the world turning upside down. Let us look at the specific tragedy of the livestock. The plague killed humans, but it left the animals alive. However, without humans to tend them, a secondary disaster unfolded. This was the Great Moran, a general term for animal disease, but also a result of neglect. Sheep, untended and unshorn, developed scabies and foot rot. Cows, unmilked, suffered and died. Chroniclers describe fields filled with the carcasses of sheep and cattle, their bodies rotting alongside the unharvested grain. The stench of the countryside was not the fresh air of nature, but the heavy, sweet smell of decay. The wolves and wild dogs, emboldened by the lack of humans, descended from the woods to scavenge. The carefully managed medieval landscape, which had been tamed over centuries, began to go feral within a single season. We must also consider the psychological state of the clergy who survived. In the Diocese of York, in northern England, the Archbishop granted permission for a lay people to hear the confessions of the dying, because the priests were dead. He even allowed women to hear confessions, a radical break from canon law born of absolute necessity. Imagine the burden on the surviving priest. He was likely young, hastily ordained to fill a vacancy. He walked into a parish where the previous priest had died, inhabiting the rectory that might still hold the contagion. He had to perform mass after mass, funeral after funeral, often burying his own parishioners in mass graves because he lacked the strength to dig individual ones. The psychological trauma of being the spiritual shepherd to a flock that was being slaughtered was immense. Many priests fled. Those who stayed were often broken men, carrying the weight of a localized apocalypse. Let us turn our gaze to the flagellant movement in greater detail. This phenomenon began in Eastern Europe and moved westward into Germany and the Low Countries. These were not chaotic mobs, but organized processions. They marched in groups of hundreds, sometimes thousands, moving from town to town. They wore white robes with red crosses. They marched in silence or sang low, mournful hymns. When they arrived in a town square, they would form a circle. They would strip to the waist and scourge themselves with leather whips tipped with iron spikes. They did this for 33 days, 1 day for each year of Christ's life. They believed their blood was a sacrificial offering to appease God's wrath. For the terrified townspeople watching, this was a powerful, hypnotic spectacle. It offered a concrete action in the face of helpless terror. The flagellants claimed to have a letter from heaven, dropped by an angel on the altar of St. Peter's in Jerusalem, warning that God intended to destroy the world. To a population watching their families die, this message made perfect sense. The movement challenged the authority of the Church, which had failed to stop the plague. The Pope eventually condemned them, not just for their heresy, but because their arrival in a town often sparked violence against Jewish communities and disrupted the fragile social order. This leads us to the dark chapter of the Strasbourg massacre. In February 1349, the fear in the city of Strasbourg reached a breaking point. The plague had not yet fully taken hold, but the panic had. The trade guilds, usually organizations of order, rose up. They deposed the city council, which had tried to protect the Jewish population, driven by the conspiracy theory that Jews were poisoning the wells to cause the plague. The new council ordered the arrest of the city's Jews. On Valentine's Day, 1349, they were taken to the Jewish cemetery. A wooden platform was built inside the cemetery house. Hundreds were burned alive. Those who accepted baptism were spared. Children were torn from their parents to be raised as Christians. This atrocity was motivated by fear, yes, but also by debt. Many of the nobles and merchants who orchestrated the massacre owed money to Jewish lenders. By destroying the creditors and their records, they wiped out their debts. It was a cynical, brutal intersection of economic opportunism and biological panic. The ashes of Strasbourg stand as a grim reminder of how quickly the veneer of civilization cracks under the pressure of existential threat. Let us drift south again to the papal court at Avignon. Pope Clement VI was a man of immense wealth and power, living in the Palais des Papes, a fortress palace that projected invulnerability, but the plague breached the walls. Clement VI was an intelligent man. He protected the Jews of Avignon, issuing to papal bulls declaring their innocence and pointing out that Jews were dying of the plague just like Christians. But he was powerless to save his own court. He bought a separate field for the burial of the dead, the Rhone River having been consecrated so bodies could be thrown into it when the land ran out. The Pope commissioned a new Mass, to be written the Mass against the pestilence. It is a somber, beautiful piece of liturgy, a cry for mercy from the depths of the abyss. He also granted a plenary indulgence to all who died of the plague, a theological safety net that allowed the terrified population to believe that even without last rites, they would not go to hell. It was a final act of spiritual mercy from a leader under siege. We must also look at the impact on medieval technology, specifically the mill. The watermill and windmill were the engines of the medieval economy. They ground the grain for bread. They were owned by the lord, and tenants were legally required to use them. When the population crashed, the demand for flour plummeted, mills fell silent. The wooden gears, ungreased and unused, dried out and cracked. The millstones stood still. This silence was a heavy economic blow to the lords, losing their multure fees. But for the peasant, it was a strange relief. They could revert to using hand querns at home illegal before the plague, but now ignored by bailiffs too busy dealing with death to enforce the ban. The centralization of processing temporarily collapsed, returning a small measure of autonomy to the household. They produced the Paris Consilium. After much deliberation, they concluded that the plague was caused by a conjunction of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars in the sign of Aquarius that had occurred on March 20, 1345, at 1 p.m. This celestial event, they argued, had corrupted the atmosphere, creating a poisonous miasma. While this explanation sounds absurd to us, it was the result of the best science of the time, astrology. It offered a logical, cosmic reason for the disaster. It removed the blame from the individual sinner and placed it on the movement of the stars. It was a comforting, if useless, intellectual framework. It shows the desperate human need to categorize and explain tragedy, even when the tools to do so are inadequate. The plague also had a profound effect on medieval crime. In the immediate aftermath of the first wave, lawlessness spiked. The sheriffs and bailiffs were dead or in hiding. The fear of punishment evaporated when the fear of death was so much greater. Chroniclers speak of bands of wasters and robbers roaming the countryside, breaking into empty manor houses, stealing plate and clothing. There was a sense of nihilism. If the world is ending, why respect the law? It took decades for the royal courts to re-establish full control over the countryside. The breakdown of law was not just about crime. It was about the dissolution of the social contract. We must also look at the impact on the physical bodies of the survivors. The shortage of labor meant that the survivors had to work harder. Skeletal analysis from the period shows an increase in stress markers on the bones of the lower back and shoulders in the late 14th century. Even though they ate better, the physical demands of keeping the farm running with half the staff were brutal. The bodies of the survivors carry the etched history of their exhaustion. Let us examine the persistence of the plague in London. The city became a plague trap. The narrow streets, the lack of sunlight reaching the ground, the crowded tenements, it was a perfect environment for the rat. The plague returned to London in 1361, 1369, 1375, and so on. It became a seasonal terror, usually striking in the late summer and autumn. This created a seasonality of death. Londoners learned to watch the calendar. If they could survive until November, when the cold weather killed the fleas, they were safe for another year. This annual cycle of anxiety shaped the social season. The wealthy would leave the city in the summer, the exodus, returning only when the frost arrived. The poor, unable to leave, remained to face the sickness. This class divide in survival became a permanent feature of urban life. We also see the rise of the votive candle. In gratitude for surviving, or in prayer for protection, people would pay for massive candles to burn before the images of saints. In some churches, there were so many candles burning that the soot damaged the frescoes. The interior of the post-plague church was a place of flickering light and smoke, a visual representation of the burning prayers of the faithful. The impact on the Hanseatic League in the Baltic was specific. The plague disrupted the herring trade. The herring, a staple food for Lent, were salted and shipped in barrels. When the fishermen and the salters died, the fish rotted on the docks. The price of fish skyrocketed across Europe. This seemingly small logistical failure caused hunger thousands of miles away. It demonstrated the fragility of the medieval supply chain. Let us turn to the Middle East again, specifically the scholar Ibn Khaldun. He lost his parents and many teachers to the plague in Tunis. He wrote that the plague was a transformation of the world. He observed that with the decrease in population, civilization itself shrank. The cities and buildings were laid waste, the roads and way signs were obliterated, settlements and mansions became empty, dynasties and tribes grew weak, the entire inhabited world changed. Ibn Khaldun's analysis was sociological. He saw that the plague destroyed the asabiyyah, the social cohesion that held societies together. His work is a somber, brilliant meditation on how biology dictates the rise and fall of civilizations. The Black Death in art went beyond the danse macabre. We see a shift in the depiction of Christ. Before the plague, Christ was often depicted as a triumphant king or a stern judge. After the plague, the man of sorrows became the dominant image. This depicted Christ suffering, displaying his wounds, often bleeding into a chalice. The suffering population wanted a God who understood suffering. They needed a deity who had felt the pain of the body. The art became more visceral, more bloody, more focused on the physical agony of the passion. It was an art of shared trauma. We must also consider the gentle rise of the English yeoman. The yeoman was a class of free farmer, sitting between the gentry and the peasant. They benefited most from the availability of land. They expanded their holdings, enclosed fields, and built substantial timber-framed farmhouses, the Weldon Hall houses, that still dot the English countryside. These houses, with their central halls and private solar rooms, are the architectural legacy of the new wealth found in the wake of the disaster. The impact on the woolen industry of Florence. The Ciompi Revolt of 1378 was a rebellion of the unrepresented workers, the Ciompi. They were essential to the city's wealth, but had no political power. The labor shortages gave them the confidence to demand the right to form their own guild and participate in government. They briefly seized control of the city. Although the revolt failed, it was a flashpoint that showed the new political consciousness of the urban worker. Let us look at the quarantine islands of Dubrovnik. The city-state of Ragusa, Dubrovnik, was the first to pass legislation in 1377 mandating quarantine. They designated islands nearby Merkin, Bobara, and Supitar where travelers had to stay for 30 days. This was a legislative breakthrough. It moved public health from a frantic reaction to a legal, bureaucratic procedure. The stone lazarettos built outside the city walls are still standing, monuments to the rational management of fear. The psychology of silence. Chroniclers often note the silence of the plague years. The bells stopped ringing because there were too many dead to toll for each one. The markets were quiet, the schools were empty. This silence was heavy and oppressive. It was the absence of the noise of life. The return of noise, the sound of a cart, a bell, a shout must have felt like a resurrection to the survivors. We must also think about the orphans. The plague created a generation of children who had lost parents. The City of London and other municipalities had to develop the Court of Orphans to manage the inheritance of these children and ensure they were not swindled by guardians. It was the beginning of the state taking a role in child welfare, driven by the need to protect the transfer of property. The legacy of the Black Death in language includes the word shambles. It originally referred to the stalls where meat was sold, but the chaotic, bloody nature of the plague years and the breakdown of order gave it the modern meaning of a chaotic mess. The trauma rewrote the dictionary. As we drift further, we see that the plague was a great sieve. It filtered the population, the institutions, and the ideas of Europe. What remained was different, harder, more skeptical, more mobile, and more focused on the present. The University of Cambridge grew significantly in this period, founding colleges like Corpus Christi, 1352. The college was established by the town guilds, specifically to train priests to pray for the souls of the dead guild members. It was a college built on grief, a stone memorial to the lost generation of Cambridge tradesmen. The Black Death and the climate, the cooling of the Little Ice Age, continued alongside the plague. The winters of the 1430s were incredibly severe. The combination of cold and disease created a distinct era of hardship. The art of the period, think of the winter landscapes of Peter Bruegel the Elder, later on reflects this colder, harder world. The gentle warmth of the high Middle Ages was gone, replaced by snow and skeletons. We leave this segment in the quiet, cold cloisters of a university trying to rebuild, in the empty silence of a sheep pasture that was once a village, and in the stone face of a gargoyle looking down on a city that has learned to live with death. The pestilence arrived in Constantinople in 1347, carried by the same Genoese ships that would later infect Italy. The Emperor, John VI Canticazenos, was a scholar and a historian. He recorded the devastation with the clinical eye of a man watching his world dissolve. He noted that the disease did not follow the rules of ordinary sickness. It struck the young and the strong with particular viciousness. He watched as his own son, Andronikos, withered and died within days. The loss of population in Constantinople was catastrophic. The city was famous for its massive, triple walls, the Theodosian walls, which had protected it for 1,000 years. But walls cannot keep out a flea. As the citizens died, the vast space inside the walls became empty. Entire districts turned into ghost towns. Vineyards and wheat fields were planted in the ruins of what had been bustling neighborhoods. The city became a collection of separated villages, enclosed by a massive fortification. When the Ottoman Turks eventually laid siege in 1453, they found a city that was already half dead, lacking the manpower to man the miles of battlements. The Black Death had quietly opened the gates for the end of the Roman Empire. Let us move west to the city of Milan. While most of Italy was devastated, Milan stands out as a singular anomaly in the history of the plague. The ruling family, the Visconti, were known for their ruthlessness, and in 1348, this ruthlessness saved the city. When the first cases of plague appeared in Milan, the Archbishop Giovanni Visconti and his relatives did not rely on prayer or herbal remedies. They acted with brutal, administrative precision. They ordered that the first 3 houses found to be infected were to be walled up. They did not simply lock the doors. They sent masons to brick up the entrances and windows, entombing the sick and the healthy together inside, leaving them to die in the dark. This terrifying measure sent a shockwave of fear through the population. It was a declaration that the state valued the survival of the collective over the lives of the individual, but it worked. The plague failed to take hold in Milan in 1348 with the same ferocity as it did in Florence or Venice. The mortality rate was significantly lower. Milan emerged from the crisis with its army and its economy relatively intact, allowing the Visconti to dominate northern Italy in the decades that followed. It is a chilling lesson in the effectiveness of absolute tyranny in the face of biological threat. We must also consider the impact on the Mongols themselves. We often view the plague as a European tragedy, but it destroyed the Golden Horde, The plague traveled east as well as west. It struck the Mongol capital of Sarai on the Volga River. The great Khans died. The complex administrative structure of the Mongol Empire, which relied on the rapid movement of horses and messengers, fell apart when the messengers died and the horses were left untended. The political fragmentation of the Golden Horde allowed the vassal state of Muscovy-Moscow to begin its rise. The weakening of the Mongol grip on Russia was a direct result of the bacteriological weakening of the Mongol army. The rise of the Russian state is, in part, a legacy of the pestilence that cleared the path for its independence. Let us turn our attention to the quiet tragedy of the Greenland Norse. In the 14th century, there were two Norse settlements on the edge of the ice in Greenland. They relied on a vital lifeline of ships from Norway to bring them iron, timber, and news. When the plague struck Norway in 1349, it killed the sailors and the merchants. The port of Bergen, the hub of the Greenland trade, was a graveyard. The ships stopped coming. The Greenlanders were cut off. We have no written record of their final days, only the silence of the archaeology. Excavations show that the population slowly declined. They turned from eating livestock to eating seal, struggling to survive the cooling climate without the support of the mainland. It is possible the plague reached them, or perhaps they simply withered away in the isolation caused by the plague's destruction of the shipping lines. The last written record is a wedding in 1408. After that, only the wind and the ice remained. The Black Death severed the thin thread connecting North America to Europe, leaving the continent isolated again for another century. Let us look at the specific impact on the Jewish communities of the Rhineland. We touched upon the massacres, but the cultural impact was permanent. The great centers of Ashkenazi scholarship in Cologne, Mainz, and Worms were obliterated. The survivors fled east, accepted by King Casimir of Poland. This migration shifted the center of Jewish life in Europe from the west to the east. The Yiddish language, a blend of German and Hebrew, traveled with them, taking root in Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine. The cultural map of European Jewry was redrawn by the violence sparked by the plague. The vibrant Jewish culture of Eastern Europe, which lasted until the 20th century, was established by the refugees of the 14th. We must also examine the phenomenon of the Second Pestilence of 1361. This wave had a different character. It was known as the Pestis Puerorum, the plague of children. The generation born after 1348 had no immunity. The plague returned and scythed through the youth of Europe. This had a devastating demographic echo. Just as the population was beginning to recover, the future generation was wiped out. It also killed many of the adult men who had survived the first wave, particularly the wealthy who had stayed in the cities. This wave created a massive number of inheritances. Property changed hands at a dizzying rate. It was a period of immense legal confusion and rapid social mobility. The new men rose to power because the old families literally ran out of heirs. Let us consider the literary figure of William Langland. While Boccaccio wrote for the elite in Florence, Langland wrote for the common man in England. His great poem, Piers Plowman, written in the late 14th century, captures the mood of the post-plague peasantry. Langland writes of the hunger, the hard labor, and the corruption of the rich. But he also writes with a new sense of dignity. Piers the Plowman is the hero. He's the one who feeds the world. In the labor-scarce economy of the plague years, the ploughman realized his worth. Langland's poetry is the voice of the survivor, who knows that without his hand on the plough, the king does not eat. It is the quiet, sturdy assertion of the value of labor. We must also look at the specific architectural feature known as the squint or hagioscope. In many medieval churches, you can find a small, angled tunnel cut through the masonry of the wall, allowing a view of the altar from the outside or from the transept. While some predate the plague, their use increased during the pandemic years. They allowed lepers and, crucially, those suspected of infection, to view the elevation of the host during Mass without entering the crowded church and breathing on the congregation. It was a way to maintain spiritual communion while maintaining physical quarantine. The stone walls of the church bear the scars of this separation. Let us explore the rise of the chantry chapel. Wealthy survivors, terrified of sudden death and the unfinished business of the soul, poured their money into building private chapels within churches. They hired priests whose sole job was to sing masses for the donor's soul forever. These chantry priests were a separate class of clergy, often living comfortably on the endowments of the dead. The architecture of late medieval cathedrals, like Winchester or Canterbury, is cluttered with these stone cages of prayer. They represent the privatization of religion. The wealthy did not trust the community to pray for them. They paid for a dedicated spiritual employee to ensure their safe passage through purgatory. We must also consider the impact on the forest laws and poaching. With the reduction in the number of gamekeepers who died like everyone else, the forests became open pantries for the poor. The deer populations exploded due to the lack of hunting, and the peasants, hungry and emboldened, ventured into the royal forests. The court records from the 1350s and 60s show a spike in poaching offences, but often the fines were not paid, or the poachers were not pursued. The state lacked the manpower to police the wilderness. For a few decades, the woods of Europe were freer than they had been since the conquest. The common man ate venison, a taste of freedom that was hard to forget. Let us turn to the intellectual world of alchemy. The failure of traditional medicine led to a surge of interest in alchemy, not just as a way to make gold, but as a way to create the elixir of life. John of Rupeshchisa, a Franciscan friar imprisoned in the 1350s, wrote extensively on the fifth essence quintessence, usually distilled alcohol, as a remedy for the plague. He believed that by distilling wine, he could extract the spirit of life that would preserve the body against corruption. This marked the beginning of iatrochemistry applied to medicine. The distillery became a tool of the hospital. The clear, burning liquid of aqua vitae was seen as a divine substance, a counterforce to the rotting power of the plague. We must also look at the deserted villages like Warren Percy in more detail to understand the mechanism of abandonment. It wasn't always that everyone died. Sometimes the population dropped below a viable level, perhaps from 200 to 40. At that point, the social structure collapsed. There weren't enough men to pull the heavy plough. There weren't enough families to maintain the church. The survivors, realizing the village was doomed, made the rational choice to pack up and move to a larger, nearby town where labor was in demand. The village wasn't just killed. It was abandoned in a flight to quality. The walls crumbled, the sheep moved in, and the grass grew over the hearths. Let us consider the psychological concept of acedia. In the monasteries, a strange malaise spread. Monks, traumatized by the loss of their brothers and overworked by the demands of the liturgy, fell into a state of spiritual listlessness and despair known as acedia. It was a deep, heavy melancholy. They went through the motions of prayer but felt nothing. It was a form of collective depression. The abbots complained of monks who slept during choir, who refused to work, who stared at the walls. It was the silence of the soul that followed the silence of the world. We must also look at the Great Western Schism of 1378. The seeds of this division were watered by the plague. The papacy in Avignon had become a bureaucratic machine to replace lost revenue. When Pope Gregory XI returned to Rome and died, the cardinals, terrified of the Roman mob and under immense stress, elected an Italian pope, Urban VI. But Urban was unstable, perhaps even driven mad by the pressures of the time. The cardinals fled and elected a rival French pope, Clement VII, who returned to Avignon. For 40 years, Europe had two popes. This split would not have happened without the hollowing out of the College of Cardinals by the plague, which removed the experienced statesman and left a younger, more fractious group. The breakdown of the Church's unity mirrored the breakdown of the bodies of its believers. The plague proved that the centre could not hold. Let us turn to the clothing of the dead. In normal times, clothing was so valuable or was reused. But during the plague, The clothes of the dead were terrified objects. They were seen as carriers of the pestilence. There are accounts of people stripping the clothes off corpses and dying shortly after, confirming the germ theory that the fleas were still active in the fabric. This led to a massive destruction of wealth. Huge amounts of textiles were burned or buried with the victims to stop the spread. The economy of second-hand clothes, vital to the poor, collapsed due to the fear of contagion. We must also examine the impact on the University of Bologna. This was the center of legal studies. The plague killed the great glossators, the interpreters of Roman law. The new generation of lawyers who emerged were more pragmatic, less obsessed with ancient theory. They had to deal with immediate, messy problems of inheritance and contract law in a depopulated world. This shift created a legal system that was more flexible and responsive to the needs of the merchant class. The law merchant, the international code of trade, became more prominent as the feudal law failed to address the new economic realities. Let us look at the bridges of London. The maintenance of London Bridge was funded by the rents from the houses built upon it. When the tenants died, the revenue stopped. The bridge fell into disrepair. The physical infrastructure of the city mirrored the biological decay. It took years of reorganization to establish new funding streams to keep the bridge from falling into the Thames. We must also consider the Black Death in Norway's folklore. There is a legend of the Pester, an old woman in a red skirt who traveled the land. If she used a rake, some would survive. If she used a broom, she swept the whole family away. This personification of the plague is quiet and domestic. It isn't a warrior or a demon. It's a cleaning woman. It reflects the intimate nature of the death. It happened in the home, in the bedchamber. The Pester was a terrifying guest who tidied up the population. Let us turn to the glassmakers of Murano. The Venetian island of Murano was the center of glass technology. The plague killed many masters, and some secrets of the craft were lost. But the demand for glass for church windows, for beakers, and eventually for spectacles drove a rapid recovery. The shortage of skilled labor meant that glassmakers were forbidden from leaving the Republic on pain of death. The state treated them as strategic assets. The preservation of technical knowledge became a matter of national security. We must also look at the impact on the feudal layout of the house. Before the plague, the manor house often had a large central hall where the lord, his family, and his servants all ate and slept together. It was communal. After the plague, the fear of contagion and the desire for separation led to the partitioning of the great hall. The lord retreated to private chambers, the solar. The servants were kept at a distance. The organic unity of the feudal household was physically divided by walls built out of fear. The class divide became architectural. Let us consider the Statute of Pleading 1362 in England again. We mentioned it as a triumph of English, but look at the cause. The lawyers were dying. There weren't enough men left who spoke the specialized law French to conduct court business. They had to switch to English because it was the only language the survivors spoke. The plague killed the pretension of the imported language and forced the law to speak the tongue of the land. We must also look at the impact on handwriting. Paleographers, people who study old handwriting, can often date a document to the plague years simply by the quality of the script. The bastard secretary hand became more common, a faster, messier, more cursive style of writing. The slow, beautiful, deliberate Gothic book hand of the 13th century died out because there wasn't enough time. The scribes needed to write faster to keep up with the wills and the death records. The letters themselves became hurried, leaning forward as if fleeing across the page. Let us turn to the cult of the Holy Name of Jesus. In the 15th century, championed by preachers like Bernardino of Siena, who ministered to plague victims, a new devotion arose focused on the name Jesus. It was a simple, visual focus for prayer. It was marketed as a protection against the plague. Tablets with the monogram were hung over the doors of houses like a shield. It was a simplification of theology, boiling religion down to a single, powerful logo that could be grasped by the terrified masses. We must also consider the impact on time in music. The 14th century saw the development of metrical notation, the ability to write down complex rhythm. Before this, rhythm was flexible. The new notation allowed for the precise division of time in music. This musical precision mirrored the mechanical precision of the clock. As the world became more chaotic, the art forms became more structured, more mathematically rigorous. The composers like Machot created isohythmic motets, music of incredible, puzzle-like complexity. It was an attempt to create a perfect, ordered sonic world as a refuge from the disordered physical world. Let us look at the supply of parchment. Parchment is made from sheepskin. The Great Moran killed the sheep. The price of writing material skyrocketed. This shortage of parchment may have contributed to the loss of records from the mid-14th century. We have a dark hole in the archives, not just because the scribes died, but because there was nothing to write on. We must also consider the psychological shift in gardening. The medieval garden was practical herbs and vegetables. After the plague, we see the rise of the pleasure garden in the estates of the wealthy. Enclosed gardens, with fountains and flowers, became sanctuaries. They were attempts to recreate Eden in a fallen world. The Hortus Conclusus, the enclosed garden, was a metaphor for the virgin, but also a physical reality of keeping the safe, scented world inside and the rotting world outside. Let us turn to the concept of the good death versus the sudden death. For centuries, the litany of the saints included the prayer, "From sudden death, good Lord, deliver us." Sudden death was terrible because it allowed no time for confession. The plague was the ultimate sudden death. It killed in days or hours. The entire religious framework of preparation was short-circuited. This led to a crisis of confidence in the standard rituals. If God allowed so many to die suddenly, without the sacraments, then the sacraments must not be the only way. This quiet thought lay dormant, a seed of the Reformation, waiting for the winter to end. We end this segment in the quiet, dusty archive of a notary, looking at a page where the handwriting trails off into silence, and in the empty, wind-blown stone frame of a window in a deserted village, looking out over a landscape that is slowly, gently, becoming a forest again. The pestilence reached the city of Skarv in northwestern Russia in the year 1352. It came not from the south, but from the west, carried by traders from the Baltic. The Chronicle of Skarv records the devastation with a somber, stoic tone. It tells us that the living did not have time to bury the dead. There were not enough coffins, so bodies were placed 5 or 6 together in large wooden chests, or simply thrown into pits in the forests. The citizens of Skarv, terrified and isolated, sent messengers to the Archbishop of Novgorod, Vasily, begging him to come and pray for them. Vasily, a brave and pious man, answered the call. He traveled to the infected city, walked among the dying, and offered the comfort of the liturgy. But the plague did not respect his rank. On his return journey, Archbishop Vasily died of the sickness. His body was carried back to Novgorod, and the funeral procession became a vector for the disease. The plague entered Novgorod, the great trading republic of the north, carried on the bier of its own savior. The impact on Moscow was politically decisive. The Grand Prince of Moscow, Simeon the Proud, died of the plague in 1353, along with his 2 sons. This sudden decapitation of the ruling family created a vacuum. However, the plague also ravaged the rival princes of Tver and Suzdal. In the grim arithmetic of the epidemic, Moscow suffered slightly less chaos than its rivals. The consolidation of Russian power around Moscow was partly due to its ability to weather the biological storm better than its neighbors. The plague cleared the chessboard of power, leaving Moscow standing in the center. Let us turn our gaze to the Hanseatic League, the powerful confederation of merchant guilds along the Baltic and North Sea coasts. Cities like Lübeck, Hamburg, and Danzig were the masters of northern trade. They dealt in timber, wax, amber, furs, and saltfish. The plague travelled on their cogs, the sturdy, high-sided ships of the League. There are haunting accounts of ghost ships drifting in the North Sea. These were vessels where the entire crew had succumbed to the disease while at sea. The ship would drift with the currents, a floating tomb, until it ran aground on a beach in Norway or Scotland. The locals, seeing a ship laden with valuable cargo, would board it to salvage the goods, unwittingly unleashing the rats and the fleas upon their own isolated communities. It was a lottery of death delivered by the tide. The economic impact on the Hanseatic League was complex. While the population drop reduced the demand for grain, it increased the demand for wax. Why wax? Because of the candles. As we mentioned, the terror of the afterlife drove a massive increase in the burning of votive candles in churches across Europe. The beeswax trade from the Baltic to Western Europe boomed. The bees of the northern forests were working harder than ever to provide the light for the funeral masses of London and Paris. It is a strange, quiet connection. The death of a peasant in England enriched the beekeeper in Poland. We must also look at the evolution of the chimney. Before the plague, most European homes, even wealthy ones, were heated by a central open hearth. The smoke rose to the rafters and filtered out through the roof. It was a smoky, communal way of living. After the plague, with the rise in wages and the desire for better living standards, we see the widespread adoption of the wall fireplace and the brick chimney. This was not just a heating improvement, it was a social revolution. A chimney allowed a house to have a second story, a solar or private bedroom, because the smoke was contained. It allowed for the separation of the family from the servants. It allowed for privacy. The desire to escape the bad air of the communal hall drove the invention of the private room. The modern concept of domestic privacy is a distant relative of the plague response. Let us consider the impact on the English language in the realm of surnames. Before the plague, surnames were fluid. A man might be called John the Smith or John of the Hill, but the chaos of the plague years required more precise identification for tax and inheritance purposes. We see a freezing of surnames. The trade names Baker, Miller, Fletcher, Cooper became hereditary, even if the son did not follow the father's trade. The name Atwell at the well or Nash at the ash tree became fixed. The bureaucracy of death required a label that stuck. The names we carry today are often the fossilized descriptions of our ancestors' roles in the pre-plague world, locked in place by the administrative needs of the post-plague recovery. We must also look at the University of Prague, founded in 1348 by Charles IV, just as the plague was hitting Europe. It became a refuge. Scholars fleeing the devastated universities of Paris and Oxford travelled east. Prague became a vibrant intellectual centre because it was, for a time, safer. This migration of minds helped to spread the seeds of the coming Reformation, particularly through the figure of Jan Hus. The plague acted as a centrifuge, scattering the intellect of Europe to new, fertile grounds. Let us examine the psychology of the Danse Macabre in music. While we have the paintings, we also have the musical equivalent. The Dies Irae Day of Wrath, a 13th century hymn, became the anthem of the plague years. Its haunting, descending melody was sung at every funeral mass. It is a heavy, rhythmic chant that mimics the slow tread of the funeral procession. This melody was so deeply burned into the European consciousness that it has been quoted by composers for centuries, from Berlioz to Rachmaninoff to film scores today. Whenever you hear that specific, ominous four-note sequence, you are hearing the musical echo of the Black Death. We must also consider the change in criminal justice. In England, the system of the Frank Pledge, where groups of 10 men were responsible for each other's behavior, collapsed. There weren't enough men left to form the groups. The system shifted toward the justice of the peace. These were local gentry appointed by the king to keep order. They were given broad powers to enforce the statutes of labourers, to set wages, and to punish vagrants. The local, communal policing of the village was replaced by the top-down authority of the magistrate. The arm of the state reached deeper into the countryside to replace the dead arm of the community. Let us look at the impact on the humble brick. In parts of Europe where stone was scarce, like the Low Countries and East Anglia, building was done with timber. But timber requires carpenters, and carpenters were dead. However, clay was abundant, and brick making is a process that can be scaled up. We see a boom in brick architecture in the late 14th and 15th centuries. The brick Gothic style of northern Germany and the Baltic is a plague style. It is severe, monumental, and red the color of the clay of the earth. The massive brick churches of Lübeck or Gdańsk are monuments to a society that found a new way to build when the old ways became too expensive. We must also examine the history of the sumptuary laws regarding food. In Italy, cities passed laws limiting the number of courses one could serve at a dinner and the number of mourners one could hire for a funeral. These laws were ostensibly about morality curbing gluttony and pride, but they were actually about economic containment. The survivors were spending their wealth so freely that the social distinctions were eroding. A merchant's wife could dress like a duchess, a peasant could eat like a merchant. The laws were a desperate attempt to put the genie back in the bottle, to use the power of the state to freeze social mobility. They failed, of course. The money was in the hands of the many, and they spent it. Let us turn to the concept of the Pardo. In the years after the plague, the fear of death was so great that people sought ways to cheat it. In Spain and Portugal, we see the rise of the Pardo, a gentle, grey woolen habit worn by lay people. It mimicked the habit of the Franciscans. People would wear it as a sign of humility and penance, hoping to trick the angel of death into passing them over by appearing already dead to the world. It was a form of spiritual camouflage. We must also look at the transformation of the English pub. Before the plague, brewing was a domestic industry. The alewife brewed a batch in her kitchen, put a broom above the door to signal it was ready, and neighbors came to drink. After the plague, with fewer households and more disposable income, the industry professionalized. We see the rise of the dedicated alehouse or tavern. These were permanent commercial establishments. They became the new living rooms of the village. With the breakdown of the old feudal bonds, the tavern became the place where the new, free laborers met to discuss wages, complain about the Lord, and organize. The English pub is the child of the post-plague prosperity. Let us consider the impact on the Knights Hospitaller. This military order, based on Rhodes, saw its mission transform. Originally warriors, they returned to their roots as healers. The great hospital of Rhodes was expanded. They developed strict quarantine procedures for ships arriving from the east. The warrior monks became the guardians of public health in the Mediterranean. They understood that the plague was a greater threat to Christendom than the Ottoman navy. We must also examine the literary character of death. Before the plague, death was an event. After the plague, death became a person. He's depicted as a skeleton carrying a scythe, an hourglass, or a spear. He has a personality. He's sarcastic, relentless, and impartial. In the morality plays of the 15th century, like Everyman, death is a main character. He walks onto the stage and speaks to the audience. This personification allowed people to negotiate with their fear. If death is a person, perhaps he can be tricked, or reasoned with, or at least understood. It tamed the abstract terror into a recognizable figure. Let us look at the impact on the cultivation of saffron. Saffron is the most labor-intensive crop in the world. It requires thousands of crocus flowers to make a single ounce of spice. With the labor shortage, you would expect saffron production to collapse. Instead, in places like Saffron Walden in England, it boomed. Why? Because the high wages meant people could afford it. It became a cash crop. Farmers switched from wheat low value to saffron high value to pay the high wages of the pickers. The plague shifted European agriculture toward high-value cash crops, moving away from pure subsistence. We must also consider the rise of the yeoman archer. The English victories in the 100 Years' War, like Agincourt in 1415, were won by archers. These men were the beneficiaries of the plague. They were the well-fed, independent peasants who grew up practicing with the longbow. A starving peasant cannot pull a 100-pound war bow. Only a man who has eaten meat since childhood has the bone density and muscle mass to do it. The military dominance of England in the early 15th century was built on the protein-rich diet of the post-plague survivor. The arrows that fell on the French knights were launched by the economic prosperity of the English countryside. Let us turn to the history of the button. It seems trivial, but the button transformed clothing in the 14th century. Before this, clothes were draped or tied. The button allowed for tight-fitting clothing. The fitted coat, the hose, the bodice. These fashions appeared right after the plague. Why? Because the textile industry had to innovate. To sell clothes to the new, wealthy consumers, they had to offer something new. The button allowed for a silhouette that showed off the body that had survived. Fashion became about celebrating the living form. We must also look at the impact on handwriting paper. The first paper mills in Europe appeared in Italy and France in the late 13th century, but parchment dominated. The plague changed the equation. With so many people dead, there was a surplus of rags-old clothing. Paper is made from linen rags. The raw material for paper became incredibly cheap. At the same time, the sheet parchment was scarce. This economic shift made paper cheaper than parchment for the first time. The plague flooded the market with rags, which fueled the paper mills, which eventually fed the printing presses. The clothes of the dead became the pages of the future. Let us consider the legend of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. While the story dates to the 13th century, it gained new resonance during the plague years. The figure of the piper who leads the rats away, and then the children, is a perfect metaphor for the pestilence. The rats come first, then the children die. The story was retold and modified, becoming a dark fairy tale that explained the inexplicable loss of the young. It is the folklore of demographic trauma. We must also examine the impact on the Venetian glass industry again. The secret of crystallo-clear glass was perfected in the mid-15th century. This required incredible skill. The focus on luxury, on light, on transparency, was a reaction against the dark, heavy aesthetic of the previous century. The survivors wanted to see the world clearly. Clear glass allowed for better windows, better mirrors, and better lenses. It literally brightened the interior of the European home. Let us look at the concept of the 7 deadly sins in art. Hieronymus Bosch, painting in the late 15th century, depicts a world gone mad. His garden of earthly delights is a fever dream of sin and consequence. This art is the final flowering of the medieval plague anxiety. It shows a humanity that is deeply corrupt, engaging in bizarre, frantic pleasures before the inevitable hammer falls. It is the visual equivalent of the flagellant's whipper desperate, hallucinatory attempt to purge the soul through shocking imagery. We must also consider the impact on the city of Bristol. Bristol was England's second city, a major port. The plague hit it hard. But the merchants of Bristol, facing a labour shortage at home, looked outward. They began to invest in ships for longer voyages. They looked to Iceland for fish, and then further west. It was the merchants of Bristol, hardened by the economic shifts of the 15th century, who funded John Cabot's voyage to North America in 1497. The desire to find new markets and new resources was driven by the contraction of the old markets in Europe. The plague pushed the horizon. Let us turn to the survival of the Hebrew language. The devastation of the Jewish communities was immense, but the survivors in the new centers of Eastern Europe doubled down on their scholarship. The yeshivas of Poland became the arks of the language. They developed a method of study pilpul that was intense and dialectical. In a world that tried to kill them, the preservation of the text became the ultimate act of resistance. The plague failed to extinguish the word. We must also look at the medical faculty of Montpellier. This university in southern France was a rival to Paris. During the plague, the professors there took a different approach. They were more open to Arabic medicine and surgery. Because they were closer to the trade routes of the Mediterranean, they saw the plague first. They produced practical plague tracts, short pamphlets advising people on diet, air, and bleeding. These were the first public health pamphlets. They moved medicine out of the lecture hall and into the street. They realized that in an epidemic, information is as important as medication. Let us consider the impact on the feudal concept of service. Before the plague, service was a duty. You served your lord because God ordained it. After the plague, service became a contract. You served your employer because he paid you. This shift from status to contract is the birth of the modern employment relationship. The loyalty was to the wage, not the man. The complaint of the lords in the 1370s was that servants were arrogant and would leave for a penny more a day. This arrogance was simply the sound of human dignity asserting itself in the marketplace. We must also look at the silence of the unfinished cathedrals. It wasn't just Siena. In Narbonne, France, the massive cathedral is just a choir. The nave was never built. In Bologna, the Basilica of San Petronio was meant to be larger than St. Peter's in Rome, but the plague cut the funding and the workforce. These truncated buildings are scattered across Europe. They are the architectural stumps of a forest cut down by the scythe. Let us turn to the psychology of carpe diem. The poet Horace coined the phrase, but the plague survivors lived it. The poetry of the 15th century was full of the theme of the fleeting rose. Gather ye rosebuds, while ye may. This wasn't just a pretty sentiment, it was practical advice. The awareness of death made the appreciation of beauty more acute, more desperate. The Renaissance obsession with beauty was not a rejection of the plague, but a reaction to it. If life is short, make it beautiful. We conclude this segment by looking at the salt cellar. In the post-plague household, the salt cellar became a massive, ornate object of silver or gold, placed in the center of the table. Salt preserved food, salt stopped the rot. The salt cellar was the symbolic fortress against decay. To sit above the salt meant you were honored, you were safe. To sit below the salt meant you were vulnerable. The table setting itself was a map of survival. We continue a journey through the quiet, transformed landscape of the post-plague world, moving from the domestic symbolism of the salt cellar to the biological reality that necessitated such preservation. To truly understand the terror that gripped the medieval mind, we must calmly dissect the three faces of the pestilence. We often speak of the Black Death as a single entity, but to the observer on the ground, it appeared in three distinct, terrifying forms, each with its own method of killing. The most common was the bubonic form. We have spoken of the swellings, the buboes. This form was dependent on the vector, the flea. It moved with the rats. It was a disease of the summer and autumn, spreading when the temperature was warm enough for the flea to be active. It had a mortality rate of perhaps 60%. It was a horrific lottery, but it was survivable. There were those who watched the buboes ripen, burst, and drain, and who then rose from their beds, scarred but immune. But as the winter drew in, and the rats retreated from the cold, the disease did not vanish. It changed. It evolved into the pneumonic plague. In this form, the bacteria infected the lungs. It bypassed the flea entirely. It became an airborne killer. When a victim coughed, they sprayed microscopic droplets loaded with Yersinia pestis into the air. Anyone who breathed that air was doomed. The mortality rate of pneumonic plague was nearly 100%. It killed quickly, often within 48 hours. It was this form that allowed the disease to survive the winter, moving from family member to family member inside the sealed, smoky cottages. It explains why entire households were wiped out overnight. It created a gentle, invisible web of death that hung in the air of the sick room, requiring no rat to spread it, only a breath. The third and rarest form was the septicemic plague. This occurred when the bacteria entered the bloodstream directly and multiplied in such vast numbers that the blood itself became a poison. The victim would die before buboes even had time to form. The most striking symptom was the bleeding under the skin, causing large, dark purple or black patches to appear all over the body. This is the Black Death in its most literal sense. To the medieval observer, a person would go to sleep healthy and simply never wake up, their body turning black, if burned by an invisible fire. This speed and unpredictability shattered the psychological comfort of preparation. One could not prepare for a death that arrived faster than the priest could walk across the village. Let us move from the biology to the architecture of faith. The survivors of this biological onslaught felt a profound need to express their gratitude and their fear in stone, but the labor force was gone. The master masons were dead. This scarcity of skilled labor drove a radical change in English architecture, giving birth to the Perpendicular Gothic style. Before the plague, the decorated style was popular, characterized by flowing, organic curves, complex tracery, and elaborate carving. It was labor-intensive. After the plague, the style straightened out. Look at the choir of Gloucester Cathedral. It was remodeled in the 1350s, immediately after the first wave. The new style is defined by strong vertical lines, vast grids of glass, and repeated, simple panel motifs. It is beautiful, but it is efficient. It covers huge areas of wall with a standardized pattern that could be carved by less skilled masons in a fraction of the time. The Perpendicular style is the architecture of the survivor soaring, light-filled, but rigid and economical. It is the aesthetic of doing more with less. We must also consider the Jubilee of 1350. Pope Clement VI had declared 1350 a holy year, a jubilee, decades before the plague struck. The tradition was that pilgrims who travelled to Rome would receive a plenary indulgence, a clean slate for their souls. When 1350 arrived, the plague was still raging in parts of Europe, and the roads were dangerous. Yet, hundreds of thousands of pilgrims set out for Rome. It was a migration of the desperate. They walked through the devastated landscapes of France and Italy, stepping over graves, sleeping in empty villages. They were driven by the terrifying certainty of death and the desperate hope for salvation. Chroniclers describe the roads to Rome as being lined with the bodies of pilgrims who died before reaching the holy city. But those who arrived found a Rome that was a ghost town, its population decimated, its economy in ruins. The Jubilee was a grim spectacle, a collision between the greatest spiritual event of the century and the greatest biological disaster. It demonstrated that the hunger for salvation was stronger even than the instinct for self-preservation. Let us drift north to the lowlands of Flanders and the rise of the Beguines. In the chaos of the post-plague world, many women found themselves widowed or unmarried, as the pool of eligible men had shrunk. The traditional path was the convent, but convents required a dowry, which many could no longer afford. The Beguinages offered an alternative. These were communities of women who lived together, took no permanent vows, and supported themselves through work, usually weaving or nursing. They were islands of female autonomy. During the plague years, the Beguines were often the only ones willing to nurse the sick and prepare the dead, as they had no families to protect. Their bravery and independence, however, drew suspicion. In the paranoid atmosphere of the late 14th century, their lack of male supervision made them targets. They were accused of heresy, of mysticism, of being outside the order of God. The gentle, walled courts of the Beguinages, which you can still see in cities like Bruges, were sanctuaries of mercy that existed under the constant shadow of persecution. They represent the female response to the crisis, practical, communal care organized outside the hierarchy of the Church. We must also look at the economic warfare of the Hanseatic League. The plague disrupted the balance of power in the Baltic. The Danish king, Valdemar Atterdag, saw an opportunity in the chaos. In 1361, the same year the plague returned, he attacked the rich Hanseatic city of Visby on the island of Gotland. The Battle of Visby is unique in archaeology. The defenders of the town, farmers, merchants, the elderly, and teenagers went out to meet the Danish professional army. They were slaughtered outside the city walls. Because of the summer heat and the fear of the plague, the bodies were not stripped of their armor. They were thrown into mass graves immediately. When archaeologists excavated these graves in the 20th century, they found a frozen moment of medieval violence. They found skeletons still wearing coats of plates, chainmail hoods, and gauntlets. They found evidence of the desperation of the plague years. Some of the defenders were crippled or suffering from diseases that would have normally kept them off the battlefield. But in 1361, everyone had to fight. The graves of Visby tell us that even in the midst of a pandemic, humanity did not stop killing each other. The war continued even as the pestilence raged. Let us turn to the evolution of the English legal system regarding the poor. Before the plague, poverty was seen as a holy state, an opportunity for charity. After the plague, with the labor shortage, the wandering poor were seen as a threat. They were sturdy beggars, men who could work, but chose to wander in search of higher wages. The Statute of Cambridge 1388 introduced a system of regulation that required laborers to carry letters of authority if they traveled. It was an internal passport system. It distinguished between the impotent poor, the old and sick, and the able-bodied poor. This distinction would shape welfare policies for the next 600 years. The plague turned poverty from a spiritual condition into a criminal offense. It birthed the idea of the undeserving poor. We must also consider the impact on the Italian Renaissance garden. The Decameron is set in a garden. For the survivors, the garden became the anti-city. The city was stone, heat, smell, and death. The garden was green, cool, fragrant, and alive. The design of the Renaissance garden, with its flowing water, geometric order, and medicinal plants, was a therapeutic response to the trauma of the plague. The use of rosemary, lavender, and bay laurel was not just aesthetic. These were the herbs thought to ward off the bad air. To walk in a Renaissance garden was to walk inside a medicine cabinet. It was a space of controlled nature, designed to heal the mind and protect the body from the corruption of the world. Let us look at the University of Montpellier again. The medical faculty there, facing the failure of the old texts, began to petition for the right to perform human dissection. In 1376, the Duke of Anjou granted them the right to the body of one executed criminal per year. This was a massive shift. Before the plague, the body was the sacred temple of the Holy Spirit, not to be violated. But the plague had turned the body into a mystery that needed to be solved. The sheer volume of dead bodies had perhaps desensitized the culture to the taboo of the corpse. The scalpel of the anatomist began to probe the secrets of the organs, looking for the seat of the disease. The Black Death opened the human body to the scientific gaze. We must also examine the rise of the confraternities. These were lay brotherhoods, groups of men and sometimes women who gathered for prayer and mutual support. During the plague, the parish structure often failed. The confraternities stepped in. They organized funerals for their members. They paid for masses. They supported the widows. In cities like Florence and Venice, the Scuole Grandi became powerful institutions, wealthy enough to commission great art. They were the insurance companies of the soul. They proved that when the state and the church falter, people will organize themselves into smaller, tighter units of survival. Let us consider the impact on the cultivation of hops. Before the plague, English ale was unhopped. It was sweet, thick, and spoiled quickly. It had to be brewed and drunk within days. In the post-plague years, the Dutch introduced beer ale brewed with hops. Hops are a preservative. Hopped beer could be stored for weeks or months. It could be transported. This transformed brewing from a kitchen chore into an industry. The labor shortage made the efficiency of commercial brewing attractive. The ale stake above the door was replaced by the sign of the commercial brewery. The taste of England changed from sweet to bitter, and the drink became a commodity of trade. We must also look at the psychology of the lucky. To survive the plague when your entire family died created a complex burden of survivor's guilt. Why me? This question haunted the survivors. Some channeled this guilt into extreme piety, building the chantry chapels we discussed. Others channeled it into a frantic drive to live, to accumulate, to marry, to reproduce. The energy of the late 14th century, the explosive growth in fashion, trade, and art was the energy of people who felt they were living on borrowed time. It was a culture running a race against a shadow. Let us turn to the concept of the death tax in the church. We mentioned the Harriet taken by the Lord. The church had its own version, the mortuary. It was usually the second best animal or a piece of clothing. In the plague years, the collection of mortuaries became a flashpoint. When a man died, the Lord took the best cow, the priest took the second best, and the widow and children were left with nothing. This predatory accumulation of wealth by the clergy during a time of mass death fueled the anti-clerical rage that would explode in the Lollard movement and the Reformation. The church was seen as profiting from the apocalypse. We must also examine the impact on the Portuguese Age of Discovery. The plague hit Portugal hard, but its coastline faced the Atlantic, away from the infected Mediterranean ports. The crisis in agriculture forced the Portuguese nobility to look to the sea for wealth. Prince Henry the Navigator was born in 1394, in the shadow of the pestilence. The drive to explore the coast of Africa was driven by a need for gold, for grain, and forced slaves to replenish the labor force. The emptiness of the land at home pushed the ships outward. The Black Death was the wind in the sails of the caravels. Let us look at the silence of the bells. In many French villages, the church bells were taken down and melted to make cannons for the 100 Years' War, but in others, they simply stopped ringing because the bell ringers were dead. The restoration of the bells in the 15th century was a major cultural moment. The Angelus bell, rung 3 times a day to call the faithful to prayer, became a universal custom in the aftermath of the plague. It was a way to resynchronize the community, to wrap the village in a blanket of protective sound. It was a daily assertion that the community was still alive, still praying, still standing. We must also consider the impact on the manufacturing of linen paper. We touched on this, but let's go deeper. The surplus of rags from the dead was so vast that the price of paper collapsed. This cheap paper meant that writing was no longer restricted to important legal deeds on parchment. People began to write letters, cookbooks, account books, and diaries. The Paston Letters, a massive collection of correspondence from a gentry family in Norfolk in the 15th century, would not have been possible without cheap paper. The plague inadvertently created the archive of private life. It allowed the ordinary voice to be recorded. Let us turn to the transformation of the city of Bristol's water system. In the late Middle Ages, the civic authorities of Bristol realized that the plague tracked with filth. They constructed an elaborate system of conduits to bring fresh water from the hills into the city centre. The quay pipe and other conduits were public works of health. The keys to the water houses were held by the mayor. Water became a civic asset, managed for the public good. It was a move away from the haphazard medieval well toward the engineered municipal utility. We must also look at the psychology of the closed door. Before the plague, the medieval house was porous. Neighbors walked in and out. Privacy was suspicious. After the plague, the door became a barrier. The concept of trespass hardened. The house became a fortress against the world. The furniture changed. We see the introduction of the lockable chest and the cupboard, originally a board for cups, now an enclosed cabinet. People began to lock up their possessions and their lives. The open, communal trust of the village was replaced by a guarded, private individualism. Let us consider the impact on the Silk Road. The plague effectively shut down the overland trade route for decades. The Mongol Empire fragmented. Travel became too dangerous. This closure of the East forced Europe to look for a sea route to India. The blockage of the Silk Road by the plague and political chaos was the direct impetus for the voyages of Vasco da Gama and Columbus. They were trying to bypass the sickness and the silence of the steppes. We must also examine the legacy of the plague stone. In many English villages, you can still find a hollowed-out stone filled with vinegar at the parish boundary. It is a monument to the fear of commerce. It marks the line where the safe world ended and the infected world began. It is a physical memory of the time when every stranger was a biological threat. Let us turn to the story of the Red Cross. The symbol of the Red Cross painted on the door of an infected house was a mark of doom. But it evolved. It became the symbol of aid, of medical neutrality. The cross that once meant stay away, death is here, eventually became the symbol of the International Red Cross, meaning come here, help is here. It is a transformation of a symbol of horror into a symbol of hope. We look now at the long-term impact on genetics and the immune system. Recent studies suggest that the plague exerted such pressure that it altered the human immune system, making Europeans more prone to autoimmune diseases today. The hyperactive immune system that saved a person from the plague in 1350 might be the same system that attacks the body in Crohn's disease or arthritis today. We carry the biological caution of our ancestors' survival in our own bodies. We end this segment by picturing a scribe in a cold monastery in 1350, finishing a chronicle. He writes, "I leave parchment for the work to continue, in case any man of the human race should survive." He leaves a blank space at the end of the page. That blank space is where we live. We are the continuation that he hoped for, but did not dare to expect. We are the words written in the blank space left by the Black Death. Let us turn our attention to the specific, devastating impact on the parish system of England. The parish was the fundamental unit of administration. It was not just a church. It was a tax district, a court, and a community. The plague shattered this unit. In the Diocese of Norwich, one of the most populous and wealthy regions, we have precise records. In the year 1349, the bishop appointed 800 new priests to vacant parishes. In a normal year, he would appoint perhaps 80. This tenfold increase represents a total collapse of the clerical infrastructure. Many parishes were simply abandoned. The church buildings fell into ruin, their stones often taken to repair the walls of the surviving settlements. Today, in the fields of Norfolk, you can find the stump crosses, the remains of churchyard crosses, marking the spot where a village once stood. They are the tombstones of entire communities. We must also consider the impact on the apprenticeship of girls. Before the plague, girls were often apprenticed in domestic service or textile trades, but their opportunities were limited. The labour shortage changed this. Records from London show a surge in girls being apprenticed to male trades, brewing, metalworking, and even parchment making. For a brief window, the sheer need for hands outweighed the gender norms. A master goldsmith, having lost his sons, would train his daughter rather than let the business die. This didn't lead to full equality, but it created a generation of women who were skilled, literate in their trade, and economically powerful. When they married, they brought not just a dowry, but a profession. Let us look at the psychology of the summons. In the medieval mind, death was a summons from God. The plague made this summons terrifyingly arbitrary. The dance of death imagery we discussed earlier was often accompanied by text, a dialogue between death and the victim. The king says, "I have no time." Death replies, "You must make time." This dialogue reflects a deep anxiety about preparedness. The suddenness of the plague meant that the lifelong work of preparing the soul confession, penance, pilgrimage could be cut short in an afternoon. This led to a theological shift towards faith over works. If you couldn't do the works because you were dead, then perhaps faith alone had to be enough. This quiet, desperate hope was a theological precursor to the Reformation's central tenet. We must also examine the change in the wool itself. The sheep that survived the Great Moran were often different breeds. The labour-intensive, fine-wooled sheep were replaced by hardier, coarser-wooled breeds that required less care. This changed the quality of English cloth. The industry shifted from exporting raw wool to be woven in Flanders to weaving the cloth in England. The clothier emerged an early capitalist who bought the wool, paid the spinners and weavers, and sold the finished cloth. The village of Lavenham in Suffolk is a perfect example. Its massive church and timber-framed Guildhall were built on the wealth of this new, Domestic cloth industry. The plague forced England to move up the value chain, transforming from a raw material exporter to a manufacturer. Let us consider the legacy of the plague village of Warren Percy in terms of archaeology. The excavations there revealed that the peasants didn't just die, they fought to stay. They rebuilt their houses, often using the timber from their dead neighbors' homes. They redug the boundary ditches. But the archaeology also shows a decline in hygiene. The separation between the living space and the animal space in the longhouses disappeared. In the desperation of the post-plague years, people lived closer to their animals for warmth and security, perhaps increasing the risk of future zoonotic diseases. It was a regression in living standards born of necessity. We must also look at the impact on the University of Vienna. Founded in 1365, it was the first university in the German-speaking world. Its founding was a direct response to the plague. The Duke of Austria wanted to create a center of learning to replace the lost scholars of Paris and Bologna. The university's charter specifically mentions the need to illuminate the world after the darkness of the pestilence. The proliferation of universities in Central Europe, Heidelberg 1386, Cologne 1388, Erfurt 1392, was a frantic attempt to rebuild the intellectual infrastructure of Christendom. The plague democratized education by forcing it to decentralize. Let us turn to the evolution of the deathbed scene in art. Before the plague, the deathbed was a scene of calm transition. After the plague, it became a battlefield. Woodcuts from the Ars Moriendi show the dying man's bed surrounded by demons and angels fighting for his soul. The demons offer crowns, pride, or bags of gold, avarice, or point to his family despair. The angels offer crucifixes and prayers. The dying man is the passive prize in a cosmic war. This art reflects the intense anxiety that the moment of death was the decisive moment of eternity, a high-stakes gamble that the plague had made terrifyingly frequent. We must also consider the impact on the Italian city-state of Orvieto. The cathedral there has a famous facade, a masterpiece of Gothic art, but look closely. The mosaics and sculptures on the lower levels are exquisite, finished before 1348. The upper levels are simpler, rougher. The master sculptors died. The work was finished by apprentices or lesser masters. The building itself is a graph of the plague's impact on artistic skill. It records the moment the hands of the genius fell still, and the hands of the survivor picked up the chisel. Let us look at the Statute of Diet, 1363. This English law tried to regulate exactly what each class could eat. Servants were to eat meat or fish once a day. The rest was to be milk, cheese, and bread. The fact that the government felt the need to legislate the menu of a servant proves that servants were eating too well. The law was a failure, but it is a historical receipt proving the rising standard of living. The plague survivor was eating the food of his betters, and the law was powerless to stop him. We must also examine the concept of purgatorial societies. These were clubs formed specifically to pray for the souls of members. In the face of the plague, the parish was too big and impersonal. People formed smaller, tighter spiritual units. These societies kept bead rolls, lists of the dead members. At their annual feast, the names would be read out. Pray for the soul of Thomas, pray for the soul of Agnes. It was a way to ensure that you would not be forgotten, that your name would be spoken in the warm, lit hall of the living even after you were in the cold ground. It was a social contract against oblivion. Let us turn to the impact on the Hanseatic trade in stockfish. Stockfish is air-dried cod, produced in Norway. It was a vital protein source for Europe. The plague devastated the Norwegian fishing communities. The production of stockfish collapsed. This led to a protein crisis in Catholic Europe, which required fish on Fridays, and during Lent, the price of fish rose, driving fishermen to venture further into the North Atlantic, perhaps pushing the Portuguese and the English to explore the Grand Banks of Newfoundland long before Columbus. The hunger for fish, driven by the plague's disruption of the Baltic trade, pushed the boundaries of the known world. We must also look at the psychology of the Fortuna. The goddess Fortuna, with her wheel, was a popular medieval image. She spins the wheel, kings fall, beggars rise. After the plague, the image of the wheel of fortune became ubiquitous. It was the only explanation that made sense. Merit, piety, and strength did not save you. It was just luck. The plague installed a deep sense of randomness at the heart of the Western worldview. This cynicism prepared the ground for Machiavelli, who argued that a prince must master fortuna, not trust in providence. Let us consider the impact on the copyhold tenure. This was a form of landholding, where the tenant's rights were recorded in a copy of the court roll. As labour became scarce, lords tried to enforce old serfdom duties. Peasants resisted by demanding copies of the rolls to prove their rights. The literacy of the peasant, or at least their understanding of the power of the written document, increased. They learned to use the lord's own bureaucracy against him. The transition from customary rights, oral tradition, to copyhold written rights was a major step toward modern property law. Driven by the conflicts of the post-plague economy, we must also examine the rise of the Paston family. The Pastons were simple husbandmen peasants before the plague. In the chaos that followed, Clement Paston, through hard work and land accumulation, managed to educate his son, who became a lawyer. Within 2 generations, the Pastons were wealthy landowners, living in a castle, writing letters that we still read today. Their rise would have been impossible without the social fluidity created by the plague. They are the poster children of the post-plague meritocracy. Let us look at the technology of the blast furnace. The demand for iron for weapons and tools remained high, but the charcoal burners and smiths were dead. This labor shortage may have encouraged the adoption of the blast furnace, a technology that could produce iron continuously and in larger quantities with fewer men than the old bloomery method. The blast furnace appeared in Europe, actually from China, around this time. It was a labor-saving device. The heat of the furnace replaced the sweat of the smith. The plague accelerated the industrialization of metallurgy. We must also consider the impact on the mystery plays. These were cycles of plays performed by the guilds in towns like York and Chester. They told the history of the world from creation to doomsday. In the post-plague years, the plays became more elaborate, more expensive. The guilds competed to put on the most spectacular show. Why? Because it was a civic ritual of unity. It brought the shattered community together. It asserted the pride and the survival of the town. And the scenes of the Last Judgment, with the demons dragging souls to hell, were watched by audiences who knew exactly what hell looked like. Let us turn to the concept of quarantine and the creation of the health pass. In Italy, during plague outbreaks, travelers were required to carry a fedidis on the certificate of health issued by the city they left. Without it, you could not enter the next town. This is the ancestor of the passport and the vaccination card. It established the right of the state to control the movement of the individual for the sake of the collective health. The freedom of the road, the hallmark of the medieval pilgrim and minstrel, was curtailed by the bureaucracy of the plague. We must also look at the impact on the English perpendicular style again. Look at the windows. They are huge, the walls are thin. The flying buttresses take the weight. This was possible because the glass industry had recovered and innovated, as we discussed. But the desire for light was spiritual. The survivors wanted to flood the church with light, to banish the shadows where the demons of the plague hid. The chapel of King's College, Cambridge, begun in 1446, is almost entirely glass. It is a cage of light, a defiant architectural statement against the darkness of the previous century. Let us consider the dance of death in the printed book. When the printing press arrived, one of the most popular bestsellers was the Danse Macabre, illustrated with woodcuts by Hans Holbein the Younger. The book brought the memento mori into the private home. You didn't have to go to the churchyard to see it. You could hold it in your hand. The democratization of the image of death meant that the philosophy of equality, that the Pope and the peasant end up the same, spread into every literate household. We must also examine the impact on the beghards. These were the male counterparts to the beguines. They were lay religious communities. During the plague, They were often accused of heresy because they operated outside church control. Many were burned or disbanded. The church, terrified of losing its monopoly on salvation, clamped down on these independent movements. The plague years were a time of spiritual experimentation, but also of brutal spiritual repression the center tried desperately to hold. Let us look at the transformation of the Hospice of Beaune. Founded in 1443 by Nicholas Rollin, the Chancellor of Burgundy, it is a masterpiece of Burgundian architecture with its polychrome tile roof. It was built as a palace for the poor, Rollin said. I disregard all earthly things and wish to exchange them for heavenly goods. He was trying to buy his way into heaven by building a hospital that looked like a cathedral. The sheer luxury of the building, the paintings by Rogier van der Weyden, the red blankets, the pewter plates, shows a new standard of charity. It wasn't enough to just feed the poor. You had to treat them with a dignity that mirrored the dignity of Christ. We must also consider the impact on the wall churches of East Anglia. Churches like Lavenham or Long Melford are far too big for their villages. They are lanterns of the fens. They were built by the wealthy cloth merchants who survived the plague and thrived. They are monuments to the new money. They are often decorated with the merchants' marks, their logo carved into the stone alongside the saints. It was a gentle, commercial branding of the sacred space. The merchant class was asserting its equality with the old aristocracy. Even in the house of God, let us turn to the story of the Pest Maiden in Slavic folklore. She was imagined as a woman who could shape-shift into a bat or a cloud of smoke. To keep her out, villagers would plough a furrow around the entire village, often using twin oxen or a brother's named twin. This ritual of the magic circle is a desperate attempt to create a boundary. It reflects the understanding that the disease came from outside. The village defined itself against the world. The plague strengthened the local identity, the us versus them mentality that is the bedrock of nationalism. We must also look at the impact on the Summa Theologica. The great theological synthesis of Thomas Aquinas, written before the plague, argued that faith and reason were compatible, that the world was an orderly reflection of God's mind. After the plague, this confidence shattered. How could a rational God create such irrational chaos? Thinkers like William of Ockham, who likely died of the plague, argued that we cannot know God's mind through reason, only through faith. This split between faith and reason, the via moderna, broke the medieval synthesis. It freed science to explore the world without worrying about theology, and it freed theology to focus on the mystery of faith. The plague divorced reason from faith, allowing them to develop independently. Let us consider the impact on the feudal levy. We mentioned the rise of mercenaries, but the specific decline of the knightly class was accelerated. The plague killed the horses too. The cost of maintaining a war horse and armor became prohibitive for the lesser gentry. They stopped being warriors and became gentlemen farmers. They managed their estates, served as justices of the peace, and sat in parliament. The plague demilitarized the lower nobility, turning them into the administrative backbone of the modern state. We must also look at the impact on the medieval kitchen. The labor shortage meant fewer servants to turn the spit or chop the wood. This drove innovation in kitchen technology. We see the rise of the clockwork spit, a mechanism powered by a weight or a dog on a treadmill that turned the meat automatically. The pot hanger with a ratchet allowed the cook to easily adjust the height of the pot over the fire. These labor-saving devices were the medieval equivalent of the microwave. They allowed a smaller staff to produce the same amount of food. The kitchen became a place of simple machines. Let us turn to the legacy of quarantine in the law of nations. The right of a state to close its borders in a health emergency became a recognized principle of international law. It was one of the first times the state asserted control over the biological bodies of foreign citizens. The passport, the border check, the customs declaration all have their gentle, dark roots in the plague regulations of the 14th century. We end this segment in the quiet, stone-paved courtyard of the Hospice of Beaune, looking at the glazed tiles, that have weathered 6 centuries, a monument to the idea that in the face of death, beauty and charity are the only rational responses. We continue our immersion into the deep history of the great mortality. We move now into the quiet corners of the domestic sphere and the silent shifts in the landscape that mark the transition from the medieval to the early modern world. The plague was not merely a destroyer. It was a strange, dark gardener, pruning the population and allowing new and unexpected shoots to grow in the spaces left behind. Let us consider the profound silence that fell upon the scriptoriums of Europe. The monastic scribes were the guardians of knowledge, the copyists of the ancient texts. They worked in communal rooms, often huddled together for warmth. This proximity was a death sentence. When the plague entered a monastery, it often took every brother. The chain of knowledge, the hand-copying of books that had continued unbroken for centuries, was suddenly snapped. In the aftermath, we see a desperate scramble to recover. The quality of manuscripts from the late 14th century often shows a marked decline. The handwriting is hurried, the illuminations are less intricate. There is a sense of urgency, a feeling that the scribe is racing against time, trying to finish the page before the sickness returns. This decline in manuscript production created a hunger for a new way to preserve text, a mechanical way that did not rely on the fragile breath of a human scribe. The silence of the dead monks created the vacuum that would eventually pull the printing press into existence. We must also look at the transformation of the forest. In the centuries before the plague, the forest was the enemy. It was the dark, wild place that had to be cleared to make room for fields to feed the teeming population. The sound of the medieval era was the sound of the axe. But after the plague, the axe fell silent, the forest returned. This was not just a change in scenery. It was a change in the resource economy. The coppicing of trees, a sustainable method of harvesting wood without killing the tree, had been intensely managed. With fewer people to manage the woods, the trees grew wild and tall. The timber that was harvested in the 15th century was often better, older, and stronger than what had been available before. The great timber-framed houses of the late Middle Ages, the kirk frames that still stand today, were built with this post-plague timber. The bones of the houses were stronger because the pressure on the forest had eased. Let us turn our gaze to the psychological landscape of the survivor. We often speak of the trauma, but we must also speak of the guilt. The medieval worldview was one of collective responsibility. If a village was punished, it was because the village had sinned. The survivor was left with the agonizing question of why they had been spared. Was it a blessing, or was it a burden? This survivor's guilt manifested in a surge of charitable giving. The wills of the late 14th century are filled with bequests to the poor, to hospitals, and to the repair of bridges and roads. It was a way of paying back the debt of survival. The infrastructure of the late Middle Ages, the stone bridges, the almshouses, the guild chapels, was largely funded by the conscience of those who had lived when so many others had died. We must also examine the impact on the concept of privacy. In the crowded world before the plague, solitude was almost impossible. People slept 3 or 4 to a bed. They ate from a common trencher. They lived their lives in the constant gaze of their neighbors. The depopulation created space. For the first time, ordinary people could aspire to have a room of their own. The architecture of the peasant house changed. The open hall, where everyone lived together, began to be divided. Walls were built, upper floors were inserted. The chamber, a private room for sleeping and storage, became a standard feature. The plague gave the common man the luxury of being alone. This physical separation fostered a new sense of individualism, a psychological shift away from the collective and toward the private self. Let us consider the evolution of the sumptuary laws. We have touched on these, but their persistence tells a deeper story. The nobility were terrified by the sight of peasants wearing velvet and eating roast beef. They passed law after law trying to regulate the clothing and diet of the lower classes. These laws failed, and their failure is significant. It shows the collapse of the feudal authority. The state could no longer control the bodies or the desires of its subjects. The peasant who survived the plague felt entitled to wear the clothes of a dead nobleman. It was a visual rebellion. The streets of London and Paris became a carnival of mismatched status symbols, where the clothes no longer matched the rank. The visual order of society had been scrambled by the mortality. We must also look at the impact on the marriage market. Before the plague, marriage was often delayed because couples had to wait to inherit land or save a dowry. After the plague, land was available immediately. Dowries were funded by the inheritances of dead relatives. The result was a drop in the average age of marriage. People married younger. This led to a temporary baby boom in the decades immediately following the first wave, a desperate biological attempt to replenish the population. But it also changed the dynamic of the household. Young couples were setting up their own independent households earlier, breaking away from the multi-generational family structure. The nuclear family became more dominant as the extended family was pruned by the disease. Let us turn to the medical faculty of the University of Padua. Padua became the center of medical innovation in the post-plague years. The professors there began to question the ancient Greek texts of Galen. Galen had never seen the bubonic plague. His books had no answers. This realization that the ancients did not know everything was a seismic shift. It gave the doctors of Padua permission to look for themselves. They began to study anatomy with a new rigor. They began to classify diseases based on observation rather than theory. The failure of the old authority in the face of the plague was the necessary precondition for the birth of modern medical science. The empty chair of the professor, who died of the plague, was filled by a student who was willing to look at the body with fresh eyes. We must also consider the rise of the middleman, the disruption of trade routes, and the death of established merchants created opportunities for intermediaries. The factor or agent who could travel and negotiate deals became indispensable. The Fugger family of Augsburg is a prime example. They began as simple weavers. In the economic chaos of the post-plague world, they moved into trade, then banking. They became the richest family in Europe, financing kings and popes. Their rise was possible because the old, rigid structures of the merchant guilds had been weakened. The plague created the cracks in the ceiling through which the ambitious could rise. Let us look at the impact on the art of war. The labor shortage made soldiers expensive. This drove the development of weapons that could be used by smaller numbers of men to greater effect. The cannon began to appear on the battlefields of Europe in the mid-14th century. While gunpowder had been known, its military application accelerated in the plague years. A cannon does not require years of training like a longbow. It requires capital to cast the bronze and buy the powder. War shifted from a contest of manpower to a contest of capital. The king with the most gold could buy the most cannons and win. The plague gently pushed warfare into the industrial age. We must also examine the legacy of quarantine in the shaping of the city. The city of Ragusa, Dubrovnik built the first permanent lazaretto stone complexes outside the city walls for isolation. These were not just hospitals, they were prisons for the sick. The architecture of the lazaretto was designed for surveillance and separation. High walls, central courtyards, guarded gates. This architecture of control would later be applied to prisons, asylums, and factories. The management of the plague taught the state how to manage masses of people, how to categorize them, and how to confine them. The modern institutions of confinement have their roots in the plague hospitals. Let us consider the impact on the cult of the Virgin Mary. In the face of the stern judgment of God the Father, who had sent the plague, the people turned to the Mother. The Virgin Mary was seen as the intercessor, the one who could persuade her son to sheathe his sword. Paintings of the Madonna of Misericordia, the Virgin of Mercy, became incredibly popular. She is depicted standing tall, holding open her cloak. Under the shelter of her cloak, kneeling figures of popes, kings, and peasants huddle for protection. It is an image of a desperate humanity seeking a shield against the arrows of the pestilence. The feminine aspect of the divine became the source of comfort when the masculine aspect seemed only to offer wrath. We must also look at the ecological release of the fisheries. With the human population reduced, the pressure on river and sea fisheries dropped. Fish stocks recovered. The salmon returned to the rivers in vast numbers. The herring shoals in the North Sea grew massive. When the human population began to recover, they found a natural world that was teeming with food. This surplus of protein helped to fuel the demographic recovery. The plague had inadvertently practiced extreme conservation, allowing the ecosystems of Europe to regenerate after centuries of overexploitation. Let us turn to the story of the Pestilentia Secunda in 1361 and its specific impact on the aristocracy. The first wave killed indiscriminately. The second wave seemed to target the nobility. This may have been because the poor had acquired some immunity, or because the rats had moved into the better insulated manor houses during the winter. The death of so many nobles in the second wave threw the system of land ownership into chaos. It broke up great estates. It left heiresses with vast fortunes, who were then married off to lower-ranking men, dispersing the wealth. The biological churning of the elite prevented the ossification of the aristocracy. It kept the ruling class in a state of flux, allowing new blood and new families to enter the inner circle of power. We must also consider the impact on the clockwork of the heavens. The obsession with astrology grew. If the plague was caused by the stars, then understanding the stars was a matter of life and death. Universities established chairs of astrology. Kings hired royal astrologers. This focus on the heavens led to better astronomical instruments, more accurate tables of planetary motion, and a deeper understanding of the cosmos. The fear of the plague drove men to look up, to map the sky with precision. This data would eventually be used by Copernicus and Kepler to overturn the medieval view of the universe. The path to the heliocentric solar system was paved by the desperate search for the astrological cause of the Black Death. Let us look at the Dance of Death, a social satire. The paintings were not just memento mori, they were political cartoons. The skeleton dragging the abbot away is often depicted mocking his mitre and his crozier. The skeleton taking the merchant is snatching his purse. In a time when criticism of the authorities was dangerous, the Dance of Death allowed for a safe form of subversion. It was permissible to show a corrupt bishop being dragged to hell if the agent was death himself. The art of the plague years became a vehicle for anti-clerical and anti-aristocratic sentiment, a visual language of protest for the common man. We must also examine the impact on the English inn. The travel restrictions and the need for health passes made travel more difficult, but the consolidation of trade made it more lucrative. The wayside inn became a vital node in the network. It was a place where news was exchanged, where the health of the next town was discussed. The innkeeper became an intelligence agent, knowing who was sick and who was safe. The sign hanging outside the inn, the Red Lion, the king's head, became a beacon of civilization in a dangerous landscape. The inn was the secular church of the road, offering the communion of ale and the sanctuary of a fire. Let us turn to the legacy of the plague saints in the New World. When the Spanish and Portuguese sailed to the Americas, they carried their saints with them. St. Roque and St. Sebastian are venerated in Mexico, in Brazil, in Peru. They were invoked against the new plagues, smallpox, measles, influenza that the Europeans brought with them. The tragedy of the Black Death in Europe was replayed, on an even grander scale, in the Americas. The prayers that had been whispered in the cathedrals of Seville were whispered in the missions of California, a continuity of suffering and faith that spanned the ocean. We must also look at the evolution of the Foundling Hospital. The number of orphans and abandoned children exploded during the plague years. The informal systems of adoption by relatives collapsed. The city-states of Italy founded great institutions, like the Ospedale degli Innocenti in Florence, designed by Brunelleschi. These were state-run orphanages. They represent the transfer of charity from the private religious sphere to the public civic sphere. The citizens taxed themselves to care for the children of the dead. It was a recognition that the future of the city depended on saving its most vulnerable members. Let us consider the impact on the wall churches and the gargoyles. The great churches built with plague wealth are often decorated with strange, grotesque carvings. Gargoyles with contorted faces, demons, skeletons. These images are not just decorative. They are the nightmares of the plague solidified in stone. They are the externalization of the internal terror. The stonemasons, survivors themselves, carved their fear into the rainspouts. When it rained, the water poured out of the mouths of monsters, a visual metaphor for the sickness pouring out of the heavens. We must also look at the persistence of the plague pits in modern memory. In London, during the construction of the Crossrail Underground Line, engineers had to bore through the bedrock of the city. They encountered the Charterhouse plague pit. They found thousands of skeletons, arranged in orderly rows. The DNA analysis of their teeth confirmed the presence of Yersinia pestis, but it also revealed their diet, their origins, their health. It showed that many were malnourished before they died. The plague pit was a time capsule, preserving the biological reality of the 14th century until the 21st. The dead of 1348 are still there, just beneath the pavement, a silent foundation to the modern metropolis. Let us turn to the concept of resilience. The society that emerged from the Black Death was tougher. It had survived the worst that nature could throw at it. It had lost half its people, yet it continued to build cathedrals, to fight wars, to write poetry, and to explore the world. This resilience was not born of optimism, but of a grim determination. They knew the world could end tomorrow, so they built for today. They knew that authority could fail, so they trusted in themselves. They knew that life was a fragile gift, so they grasped it with both hands. We end this segment in the quiet, the smoke-filled air of a vast barn, where the grain is piled high, harvested by fewer hands, but feeding a better-fed people. We stand in the silence of a library where a new book is being chained to the shelf, preserving knowledge against the next darkness. We stand at the edge of the harbour, watching a ship sail out toward a horizon that is no longer feared, but sought. The world has changed. The silence is over. The modern age has begun to whisper. We continue a quiet, relentless journey through the transformed world of the post-plague era, moving our focus from the broad horizons of trade and war to the intimate, personal spaces where the true weight of history is felt. Let us enter the bedchamber of a wealthy merchant in the late 14th century. The bed itself has changed. Before the plague, beds were often simple pallets. Now, we see the rise of the four-poster bed with heavy curtains. This is not just for warmth, it is for protection. The curtains create a room within a room, a sealed space against the drafts and the miasmas of the night. It is a private sanctuary where the sleeper can retreat from the communal fears of the household. The bed becomes the most valuable piece of furniture in the house, listed first in wills, a fortress of sleep. We must also consider the impact on the craft of the goldsmith. The mortality rate among goldsmiths was high, yet the demand for their work exploded. Why? Because the survivors inherited the gold of the dead. Coins, chains, and rings were melted down and refashioned. The new style of jewelry became heavier, more ostentatious. The delicate, airy designs of the early Gothic gave way to massive, solid pieces. It was as if the wearers needed to feel the weight of their wealth, a tangible anchor in a fleeting world. The plague gold circulated through the economy, funding the art and the wars of the next century. Let us turn our gaze to the libraries of the Islamic world. In Baghdad and Damascus, the scholars faced the same devastation as their Christian counterparts. But their reaction was to compile massive encyclopedias. If the scholars were dying, the knowledge had to be preserved in books. We see a surge in the production of compendiums of medicine, history, and law. The great historian Ibn Khaldun wrote his Muqaddimah, a history of the world in the shadow of the plague. It was a desperate attempt to write down the logic of history before history itself came to an end. The plague drove a frantic effort to archive civilization. We must also look at the evolution of the Testament. The will became a literary genre. People didn't just list their spoons. They left instructions for their children, moral advice, and expressions of their deepest fears. The pious bequest became more complex. A dying man might leave money to fix a specific pothole in the road, or to buy shoes for 10 poor men every Good Friday. These specific, micro-charities were attempts to micromanage their legacy, to ensure that their specific name was remembered in a specific way. The fear of oblivion drove a mania for detail and the final legal act. Let us consider the impact on the fair. The great international fairs, like those of Champagne in France, declined. Traveling to a fair was too dangerous. Gathering in large crowds was too risky. The economy shifted from the temporary, cyclical fair to the permanent market town. Trade settled down. Shops became permanent fixtures with shutters and counters. The shopkeeper replaced the peddler as the central figure of retail. The plague grounded the economy, rooting it in specific places that could be controlled and monitored. We must also examine the psychology of melancholy. In the 15th century, melancholy became a fashionable ailment among the elite. It was a sense of sophisticated sadness, a weariness of the world. This cultural mood was a direct descendant of the plague trauma. To be happy was to be naive. To be sad was to be wise, to understand the fragility of things. The art of the period, the portraits of men with distant, sorrowful gazes reflects this internalized grief. The man of sorrows was not just Christ, it was the ideal of the thinking man. Let us look at the impact on the apprenticeship indenture. The contracts became more detailed. Masters, desperate to keep their apprentices from running away to higher wages, began to offer incentives, pocket money, better clothes, even a set of tools upon completion. The balance of power had shifted so much that the master had to woo the student. The rigid hierarchy of the workshop was softened by the market reality of the labor shortage. We must also consider the legacy of the plague cross in the landscape. In the countryside of England and France, you often find lonely stone crosses at crossroads. These were preaching crosses, but during the plague, they became exchange points. Villagers would leave money in vinegar-filled depressions in the base, and merchants would leave goods. The cross became a sterile interface for trade, a holy place that facilitated the profane necessity of buying food without touching the cellar. Let us turn to the history of quarantine in Dubrovnik again. The city didn't just build a hospital, it built a system. They had a sanitary office with immense powers. They could shut down the port, burn goods, and imprison violators. This was the birth of the biosecurity state. The government took on the ultimate power, the power to control the biological borders of the community. The health of the state became the supreme law, overriding individual liberty. This is a concept that has never left us. We must also look at the impact on the cost of war. We mentioned mercenaries, but consider the cost of horses. The Great Moran killed horses. The price of a war horse tripled. This made knighthood even more exclusive, widening the gap between the rich noble and the poor knight. It accelerated the decline of the poor knight class, pushing them into administration or the church. The plague stratified the aristocracy based on pure cash. Let us consider the sumptuary laws regarding funerals. In Florence, the government tried to limit the number of wax candles at a funeral. Why? Because the demand was so high that it was causing a wax shortage and driving up prices for the church. The conspicuous consumption of grief was damaging the economy. The state had to intervene to ration the symbols of sorrow. We must also examine the rise of hedgerows in England. The shift to sheep farming required fences. The open fields, farmed communally for centuries, were enclosed by hedges to keep the sheep in. This changed the look of the landscape. The patchwork quilt of the English countryside, the green fields, bordered by hawthorn hedges, is a plague landscape. It is the geography of labor-saving agriculture. The hedge replaced the herdsman. Let us look at the impact on medical astrology. Since the Paris Consilium blamed the planets, Doctors had to be astronomers. They carried zodiac men, diagrams showing which planet ruled which part of the body. You wouldn't bleed a patient if the moon was in the sign governing that limb. The plague entrenched astrology as a serious medical science for another 3 centuries. It bound the body of the patient to the movements of the stars in a rigid, mathematical fatality. We must also consider the psychology of the scapegoat. When the Jews were killed, or the lepers burned, it wasn't just hate. It was a desperate attempt to cleanse the community. The logic was, there is a pollution among us. If we remove it, the plague will stop. This mechanism of social purging is a dark, recurring theme. The plague taught communities that safety could be bought by the sacrifice of the other. Let us turn to the dance of death in literature. The poem The Danse Macabre by John Lydgate was painted onto the walls of St. Paul's Cathedral in London. It was a text you walked past. It was public art. It reinforced the idea that the grave was the true home of all men. To this dance you must come. It was a daily, public memento mori in the heart of the busy city in England. We must also look at the impact on surnames again. The name Pope, King, Bishop as surnames often originated from the roles people played in the mystery plays or the plague pageants. A man who played the king in the cycle of plays might keep the name. The theatrical response to the plague became a permanent identity. Let us consider the Black Death in the history of rent. Before the plague, rent was often paid in labor or produce. After the plague, it was increasingly paid in cash. The monetization of the economy accelerated. The Lord didn't want your labor, you were too expensive. He wanted your silver, so he could buy what he needed. The relationship between landlord and tenant became a financial transaction, stripping away the old feudal obligations of protection and service. We must also examine the legacy of the plague pit at Charterhouse. The founder of the Charterhouse Monastery, Sir Walter Manny, bought the land specifically to bury the plague dead. He then built a monastery on top of it. The monks prayed for the souls of the thousands beneath their feet. The foundation of the institution was literally the mass grave. It was a spiritual factory designed to process the souls of the sudden dead. Let us look at the impact on the concept of the future. The medieval mind was focused on the end times, the apocalypse. The plague felt like the beginning of the end. But the end didn't come, the world continued. This disappointment or relief forced a recalibration. If the world wasn't ending, then it had to be managed. The focus shifted from waiting for the kingdom of heaven to building the kingdom of earth. The energy that had gone into prophecy went into politics and science. We must also consider the cult of the 5 wounds. Devotion to the 5 wounds of Christ became intense. The wounds were often depicted as measuring the same size as the plague buboes. The faithful projected their own physical symptoms onto the body of God. It was a way of sanctifying their suffering. My pain is like his pain. Let us turn to the impact on the Hanansa trade in fur. The fur trade from Russia was disrupted. Furs, a symbol of royalty and luxury, became scarce. This drove the price up and led to the use of cheaper, local furs, rabbit, lamb, squirrel by the lower nobility. The hierarchy of fur, so important to medieval status, was scrambled by the interruption of the Russian supply lines. We must also look at the Book of Hours. These were private prayer books for lay people. Demand for them exploded after the plague. People wanted to pray at home, on their own schedule. The Book of Hours was the bestseller of the late Middle Ages. It allowed the merchant's wife to have a monastic rhythm of prayer in her own bedroom. It was the privatization of time and devotion. Let us consider the impact on the feudal oath. The oath of loyalty was sacred. But during the plague, oaths were broken daily. Servants left masters, vassals left lords. The sanctity of the spoken word was eroded by the necessity of survival. This cynicism about oaths contributed to the bastard feudalism of the 15th century, where loyalty was bought with contracts and annuities rather than sworn on the Bible. We must also examine the legacy of the plague. St. Roch's dog. St. Roch is always shown with a dog. The dog brought him bread when he was dying in the forest. This elevated the status of the dog in the Christian imagination. The dog was the faithful companion when humans had failed. It is a gentle nod to the comfort animals provided when the human world collapsed. Let us look at the Black Death and the Little Ice Age connection. As forests regrew, they absorbed carbon dioxide. This lowered the global temperature. The plague may have contributed to the freezing of the Thames and the harsh winters that followed. The biological event had a geological consequence. The breath of the dead cooled the earth. We must also consider the impact on the Guild of Barber Surgeons. They were united in 1540 in England, but the process began after the plague. The distinction between the two trades blurred, because the need for their services was so high. The man who cut hair and the man who amputated limbs became the same man. It was a consolidation of the body trades. Let us turn to the Dance of Death in the printed broadsheet. Cheap, single-sheet prints of skeletons dancing were sold at fairs. They were the comic books of the 15th century. They spread the imagery of the macabre to the illiterate. You didn't need to read to understand the picture of the skeleton stealing the baby. We must also look at the impact on the price of parchment. We mentioned it before, but consider the legal implications. If parchment is expensive, you write smaller. The handwriting of the late 14th century became microscopic in some legal records. The scribes were saving money by cramping the text. The visual look of the law changed because of the price of sheepskin. Let us consider the plague doctor's cane. It was used to point, to lift close, to examine. It was an extension of the hand that did not feel. It represents the clinical distance. The doctor is present, but absent. He touches, but does not feel. It is the beginning of the objective medical gaze. We must also examine the impact on the concept of purgatory. The fear of purgatory built the cathedrals. The money left for masses funded the great choirs. The economy of the afterlife was the engine of the economy of the living. The plague accelerated this. The indulgence was the currency of this economy. When Luther attacked indulgences, he was attacking the financial structure built on the trauma of the Black Death. Let us look at the Black Death and the peasant's diet again. The white meats, milk, cheese, eggs became less popular than red meat. The peasant wanted blood. The cultural association of red meat with strength and vitality was cemented in this era. To eat meat was to be alive, to be strong, to be a survivor. We end this segment in the quiet of a chantry chapel, where a priest is singing a mass for a man who died 300 years ago. The words are Latin, the air is cold, and the stone effigy on the tomb is wearing the armor of a time that has passed. The voice of the priest is the only sound, a thin thread of sound connecting the living to the dead, a payment on a debt that can never be fully settled. We turn our attention now from the final prayers of the living to the vast, silent continuity of pestilence itself. To understand the sheer terror of the Black Death, we must realize that it was not just a historical moment, but a historical recurrence. We must calmly look back 8 centuries to the first known pandemic of the plague of Justinian. In the year 541 AD, the same bacterium, Yersinia pestis, arrived in the Mediterranean. It struck the great city of Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. The chronicler Procopius recorded the horror with a chilling familiarity. He described the buboes, the delirium, the swiftness of death. He noted that the disease followed the coastline, moving along the imperial grain routes. Emperor Justinian himself contracted the disease and survived, lending a terrifying, personal stamp to the disaster. This earlier plague lasted 4 centuries, recurring in waves every 10 to 15 years. It crippled the Byzantine Empire, weakening its armies and destroying its tax base. It contributed to the failure of Justinian's dream to reconquer the West. By the time the Black Death arrived in 1347, the Justinianic plague had retreated, lying dormant in some ecological reservoir, perhaps in Central Asia. The people of the 14th century did not remember the details, but the historical memory of vulnerability was encoded in the ruins of the Roman world they inhabited. It was a terrifying reminder that the earth itself could rise up to consume them. Let us transition our focus to the immediate, violent consequence of the socio-economic upheaval, the Peasants' Revolt of 1381 in England. The voices of the survivors, emboldened by their scarcity value, were not quiet for long. The King and Parliament, through the Statute of Labourers, had tried to cap wages at pre-plague levels. This was an attempt to legislate feudalism back into existence, a desperate political fiction that defied the laws of supply and demand. The final spark was the poll tax, a flat tax levied equally on every person over the age of 15. It was seen as an outrage. The rich had to pay the same as the poor. The tax was a direct symbol of the government's failure to understand the new economic reality. The revolt began in Kent and Essex. The rebels marched on London. Their leaders, like the charismatic priest John Bull, preached a theology of social equality directly inspired by the plague. Bull's famous sermon asked, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" The plague had taught them that labor was the source of all value, and the death of the aristocracy had shown them that all men were equal in the grave. The movement culminated in the assassination of the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord High Treasurer. The walls of the Tower of London, designed to keep out foreign invaders, could not keep out the rage of the English working class. While the revolt was brutally suppressed, it marked the end of serfdom in England. No government ever tried to enforce the Statute of Labourers again. The economic revolution enforced by the plague was sealed by the blood of the peasants. We must also look at the rise of secular charity. Before the plague, poor relief was primarily handled by the church, through monasteries and parish guilds. The plague bankrupted many of these institutions. The burden shifted to the town councils. Cities began to establish municipal hospitals and almshouses funded by civic taxes. This was a profound secularization of welfare. The motivation was not purely theological. It was pragmatic. The city leaders realized that mass poverty and sickness were a threat to the city's commerce and health. Relief became a matter of public safety, not just private piety. The modern idea of a social safety net, however rudimentary, has its roots in the medieval town's terrified response to the plague. Let us consider the role of women in the medical marketplace. With university-trained male doctors either dead or terrified of visiting the sick, the work of healing fell back on women, the midwives, the wise women, and the herbalists. These women possessed an immense amount of empirical knowledge about herbal remedies and basic care. For a brief period, they were indispensable. However, as the male medical establishment recovered, they sought to regain their monopoly. The knowledge of women was actively suppressed, often labeled as witchcraft or superstition. The rise of the formal, all-male medical profession in the 15th century was built on the deliberate exclusion and demonization of the female healers who had been the true frontline workers of the plague years. The loss of this traditional, empirical knowledge was a great setback for general public health. We must also examine the impact on the military logistics of the 100 Years' War. The plague made it impossible to sustain large, long-term siege armies. An army encamped outside a city 4 months was an ideal target for an epidemic. The soldiers carried the plague, the rats followed the supply lines. This led to a shift away from long sieges toward quick, devastating raids. The Chevoki. The aim was not to conquer territory, but to destroy the enemy's economic base, their crops, their villages, so they couldn't afford to raise an army. The style of warfare became more focused on economic terrorism, a reflection of the knowledge that the greatest enemy was not the opposing army, but the pestilence waiting in the shadows. Let us turn our gaze to the devastating isolation of Iceland. The island was struck later, in 1402, by a catastrophic wave known locally as the Great Mortality. Because of the plague's disruption of Norwegian shipping, the island was already vulnerable. When the plague hit, it reduced the population by perhaps half. The most crippling loss was the death of the educated class and the wealthy farmers who owned the manuscript collections. Iceland, which had preserved the great sagas of the Norse world, lost huge portions of its literary heritage in the fires and decay that followed the deaths. The isolated, fragile culture suffered losses that could never be replaced, leading to a long period of cultural and economic depression. The memory of the plague is preserved in the Icelandic sagas as a time when the sea failed and the priests died. We must also consider the rise of memento mori object culture. The trauma of the plague gave rise to a morbid fascination with death. People began to wear death's head rings set with tiny skull and crossbones designs. They purchased small, carved wooden boxes with miniature skeletons inside. These were not morbid trinkets, they were philosophical tools. They were constant, quiet reminders that life was fleeting, urging the owner to live virtuously and to settle their affairs. The private collection of memento mori objects was a form of daily, meditative engagement with mortality, a psychological defense mechanism against the randomness of the disease. Let us look at the impact on the vernacular languages. Before the plague, Latin was the language of the church, the law, and the university. French was the language of the English court. When the educated elite died, the need for communication became paramount. The common man who survived needed to understand the new laws, the new wills, and the new medical pamphlets. This necessity forced the transition to the vernacular English, Italian, German. Courts began to record proceedings in English. Medical texts were translated so midwives and apothecaries could read them. The plague accelerated the death of Latin as a spoken language and gave birth to the modern European languages we speak today. Chaucer, writing in the aftermath of the plague, wrote in English, asserting the dignity of the common tongue. We must also examine the history of the bees or stone. This was a mass of undigested material found in the stomachs of certain animals, like goats, particularly in Persia. It was believed to be an antidote to poison and was wildly expensive. The bees or stone became a prized object in the plague cabinet. Wealthy victims ingested slivers of it, believing it would draw out the pestilence. This desperate remedy highlights the collapse of rational medicine. When science fails, people turn to magic, to geology, to anything that seems exotic and powerful. The bees or stone market was an international economy built entirely on the foundation of desperate superstition. We continue a narrative, extending our view from the immediate aftermath of the initial plague to the long, lingering shadow of the bacterium, which returned again and again to European shores, shaping urban life for centuries. The so-called second pandemic, which began in 1347, did not end quickly. It flared up every decade or two until the early 18th century, a constant, generational tax on existence. Let us focus on the development of the plague orders or the plague codes. Over time, cities learned that prevention was the only defense. These codes, posted on every parish door, dictated life in a time of contagion. The most terrifying rule was the shutting up of the sick. If a house had a confirmed case of plague, the house and every person in it sick, a well was sealed by order of the mayor. A watchman was posted outside, often paid by the parish, to ensure no one escaped. The door was marked with a red cross, or a placard saying, "Lord have mercy upon us." This policy was brutally effective at stopping the spread, but psychologically devastating. It was a death sentence for the healthy trapped inside with the sick. The trauma of being legally condemned to die, not by the disease, but by the city's law, led to riots and desperate attempts to bribe the watchman. The plague forced society to choose between the life of the individual and the survival of the collective, and society chose the collective without hesitation. We must now move forward in time to the final great visitation in England, the Great Plague of London in 1665. The city was a vast, crowded wooden tinderbox, and the plague returned with predictable ferocity. The meticulous records kept by the parish clerks, the bills of mortality, became the city's grim daily newspaper. They tracked not just the number of burials, but the supposed cause of death, teeming with medieval diagnoses like griping in the guts, phtisic, and, overwhelmingly, the plague. These bills allowed the rich to flee when the plague numbers crossed a certain threshold, leaving the poor to die. The numbers were staggering: over 100,000 deaths in a city of less than 500,000. The streets were silent, save for the rumbling of the dead carts and the cry of the bellman, "Bring out your dead." The true end of the plague in London came not from medical science, but from disaster. The Great Fire of London in 1666, which destroyed 2/3 of the city, was a terrible mercy. The intense heat sterilized the medieval alleys, the flimsy wooden structures, and most importantly, the massive rat warrens and the garbage piles where the disease festered. The Great Fire physically cleaned the city, ending the endemic cycle of the plague in England forever. The new city that rose from the ashes, built of brick and stone, with wider streets and proper sewers, was biologically a safer, modern place. Let us consider the iconic figure of the plague doctor. This figure, often shown in popular art, is a visual culmination of the terror of the second pandemic. The costume, developed in the 17th century, was a full suit of waxed leather or oilcloth, designed to repel contaminants. The most distinctive feature was the beak mask, a cone-shaped nosepiece filled with aromatic substances, camphor, mint, cloves, and myrrh. The doctor believed the plague was spread by miasma foul, corrupt air. The sweet, pungent herbs were meant to filter this air and protect the doctor. The glass eyepieces, the wide-brimmed hat, and the long cane used to touch the patients without physical contact completed the ritualistic armor. The plague doctor was more of a psychological figure than a healer, a terrifying, black-clad symbol of the state's desperate attempt to confront death with pure ritual. We must also look at the final, dramatic gasp of the plague in Western Europe, the Plague of Marseille in 1720. This event is a perfect encapsulation of the conflict between commerce and health. A ship, the Grand Saint Antoine, arrived from Syria carrying plague-infected goods. Despite mandatory quarantine orders, local merchants, desperate to move their valuable silk and cotton cargo, pressured officials to allow the goods to be unloaded. The quarantine failed. The plague exploded into the city, killing half of Marseille's population. This final, colossal failure forced European governments to recognize that their existing systems were inadequate. The event led directly to the establishment of permanent sanitary cordons and military plague lines across the continent, designed to stop the movement of people and goods from infected regions. The memory of Marseille's catastrophic greed finally killed the plague's ability to propagate widely in Europe. Let us examine the absurdity of the cures popular during the long years of the second pandemic. The medical treatises, having given up on a rational cause, turned to the exotic. One of the most common and expensive treatments was theriac, a complex electuary composed of dozens of ingredients, often including opium, viper flesh, and minerals. Even more bizarre was the use of mummy-powdered human mummy imported from Egypt. It was believed that the preserved flesh of a strong, healthy person held potent life force that could combat the plague. The consumption of human remains became a frantic, desperate practice among the rich. These expensive, useless remedies highlight the complete psychological breakdown of the medical profession, where the perceived rarity and cost of the cure mattered more than its actual efficacy. We must also consider the rise of the early newspaper and the broadside during these recurrences. The need for accurate, timely information was immense. Cities began to print bills of health and short pamphlets giving official counts and government orders. These were the earliest forms of public health journalism. The broadside, a single large sheet of paper, was often used to print prayers, astrological warnings, and diagrams of how to avoid the pestilence. This mass communication, driven by biological emergency, accelerated the demand for printed matter and solidified the role of the press as a source of vital, immediate news, distinguishing it from the slower, more academic function of books. Let us turn to the impact of the plague on the banking and insurance industries. The randomness of death made financial security impossible. This led to the creation of rudimentary life insurance and annuity schemes. Merchants needed a way to protect their investments against the death of a partner or a captain. The collection of actuarial data, the bills of mortality, gave early financial innovators the statistical tools they needed to calculate risk. Insurance, as a mathematical concept, was born from the need to manage the terrifying, quantifiable risk of the returning plague. Finance became a specialized tool for fighting biological uncertainty. We must also examine the long-term legacy of the plague line in Central and Eastern Europe. After the 17th century outbreaks, the Habsburg and Ottoman empires maintained a military cordon, the Militärgrenze, along their border in the Balkans for centuries. This was designed to keep the plague, which remained endemic in the Ottoman Empire, out of Central Europe. This line, guarded by soldiers, profoundly affected the demography and culture of the region, creating a militarized, isolated buffer zone. The political geography of the Balkans was shaped by the fear of an invisible disease, demonstrating the power of the plague to affect statecraft long after it had faded from memory in Paris or London. Let us consider the philosophical shift toward empiricism. The continuous failure of scholastic, theoretical medicine based on Galen and the humours during the recurrences accelerated the rise of experimental science. Philosophers like Francis Bacon argued that knowledge must be gained through observation and experiment, not just reading old books. The scientific societies that emerged in the 17th century, like the Royal Society of London, were driven by the need to find practical, verifiable solutions to real-world problems like disease. The plague demonstrated the fatal flaw in reliance on ancient authority, freeing the minds of scientists to trust only what they could measure and see. We must also look at the impact on the development of urban sanitation. The recurrent nature of the disease forced city planners to acknowledge the link between filth and sickness, even before the germ theory was proven. The great urban renewal projects of the 18th century, building enclosed sewers, paving streets, creating public water conduits, were largely investments in public health. The clean, rational, stone cities of the Enlightenment were the practical answer to the miasma and the filth of the medieval plague town. The modern city is, in a very real sense, a monument to the long war against Yersinia pestis. We must also examine the cultural end of the plague narrative in literature. Writers like Daniel Defoe, in his Journal of the Plague Year 1722, fictionalized the Great Plague of London. By writing about it, they were containing it, turning the chaotic trauma into an orderly narrative that could be read and understood. This act of writing the plague's history was the final stage of grieving. It allowed the society to file the memory away, to say, "This happened, we survived, and now it is a story." The plague was transferred from the category of current event to the category of history. We look now at the third pandemic of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, which erupted in China and spread worldwide, finally bringing the plague to the attention of modern science. It was here that scientists, including Alexander Yersin and Shibasaburo Kitasato, working in Hong Kong in 1894, finally isolated the causative agent, the bacterium that was named Yersinia pestis after Yersin. This final scientific victory, over 5 centuries after the Black Death first struck, was the true end of the terror. The disease was stripped of its mystery, its astrological doom, and its miasmatic dread. It was reduced to a measurable, treatable bacterium, susceptible to antibiotics. The great cosmic judgment of the Middle Ages was, in the end, just a tiny rod-shaped microbe. We end this segment in the quiet, antiseptic light of a modern laboratory, looking through a microscope at the dark, elegant shape of the bacteria that changed the world. The terror is gone, but the history remains, preserved in the cold memory of science. Let us delve into the philosophical battleground of the universities, specifically the conflict between nominalism and realism. Before the plague, the dominant philosophy, realism, championed by Thomas Aquinas, held that God's creation was orderly, rational, and fully knowable by human reason. The physical world reflected eternal, universal truths, or universals. The plague challenged this idea to its core. How could such chaos, randomness, and arbitrary suffering be part of a perfectly rational design? The school of nominalism gained immense traction. Nominalists argued that the human mind could not grasp God's ultimate will. God was all-powerful, meaning he was not bound by human logic. He was free to do the seemingly arbitrary, such as sending a plague that killed the righteous and spared the wicked. This philosophy stripped the world of its inherent rational order. It encouraged scholars to focus on the concrete, the specific, the name nomen of the thing, rather than the abstract universal. This intellectual shift was vital, as it cleared the ground for empirical science. If God's plan is unknowable, let us study the world we can know. We must also look at the transformation of medieval music and the rise of polyphony. Before the plague, the music of Europe was dominated by the simple, singular line of the Gregorian chant, monophonic music designed for religious contemplation. It was a sound that emphasized unity and the voice of God. The post-plague era, however, saw an explosion of complex polyphony music composed of multiple, independent melodic lines woven together. This music, often secular, reflected the fragmentation of society and the rise of the individual voice. The complexity, the mathematical intricacy of the counterpoint mirrored the ambition and the intellectual confidence of the humanists. Music was no longer solely a vehicle for a liturgical text. It became an abstract mathematical art form. The complexity of the Renaissance motet is the sound of survivors asserting human ingenuity into a world that had tried to silence all voices. Let us turn to the specific military legacy visible at the Battle of Agincourt in 1415. This iconic English victory in the 100 Years' War was fundamentally a demographic and economic triumph born of the Black Death. The English longbowmen were not peasants forced into service. They were free, well-paid yeoman farmers. Their high wages and good health were a direct result of the labour scarcity. The English crown had the cash to pay these professional, well-fed archers. The French army, in contrast, still relied heavily on the old feudal structure, fielding knights whose value was based on birthright, not skill, and whose armour was increasingly ineffective against massed arrows. Agincourt was the sound of the post-plague economic reality, where skilled labour was expensive and decisive, destroying the political fiction of feudal cavalry. We must also examine the development of the plague tract as a genre of literature. These were small, usually vernacular pamphlets written by doctors, often after the second or third wave, attempting to give practical advice. They were immensely popular. They often gave useless advice: avoid baths, smell sweet things, but they also contained the first printed maps showing the spread of the disease and instructions on basic sanitation. These tracts moved medicine out of the university lecture hall and into the common household. They were the first major body of scientific literature directed at the public, creating a new, popular demand for medical knowledge that transcended the old barriers of class and Latin literacy. Let us consider the impact on the art of illumination and the decline of monastic art centers. The monasteries, being highly affected by the plague, could no longer sustain their famous scriptoriums. The expensive, gold-leafed, intricate manuscript illumination declined sharply in quality and quantity. The center of artistic production did to the commercial centers of the Netherlands and Italy. Instead of monks, professional secular artists working for merchant patrons took over. This is when illumination transforms into miniature painting. The artists began to paint realistic scenes of daily life, not just biblical stories. They painted the patrons themselves, including the patrons' homes and gardens. The focus on the real world, the world that survived, replaced the focus on the idealized heavenly world of the cloister. We must also look at the changing diet and the decline of expensive spices. Before the plague, the wealthy consumed huge amounts of imported spices: pepper, cinnamon, clothes which were status symbols and often used to cover the taste of spoiled food. After the economic contraction and the loss of trade routes, the prices of these spices soared. The European palate began to change. Cooking shifted toward more local, abundant flavorings, herbs like parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, which were easily grown in the newly available garden plots. The decline of the medieval spice trade, driven by plague logistics and economics, subtly altered the taste of the continent and laid the groundwork for modern European cuisine. The ring of roses is said to represent the red, circular rash or bubo. The pocket full of posies refers to the small bundles of sweet-smelling herbs people carried to ward off the miasma. The atisu, is the sudden onset of sneezing, often a sign of the pneumonic form, and we all fall down is the inevitable mass death. Whether literally true or not, the persistence of this dark, playful echo in the nursery suggests that the trauma of mass death was so profound that it became part of the cultural fabric passed down to children, a gentle, rhythmic rehearsal of the apocalypse. We must also examine the history of the coroner's inquest and the concept of public records. The need to track the cause of sudden, violent death was paramount during the plague years. The official role of the coroner, who was responsible for recording deaths and their circumstances, grew substantially. The records generated by the coroner's office became one of the earliest forms of government-mandated, detailed demographic statistics. The plague forced the state to get into the business of counting the dead, establishing a bureaucratic precedent that would later evolve into modern public health and statistics agencies. The focus shifted from simple alms for the poor to large-scale, conspicuous civic buildings. A wealthy merchant might not want to build a small chapel, but he would happily fund a huge town hall, a new university college, or a system of municipal conduits. The money was purified by being spent on the betterment and beautification of the surviving community, creating the civic infrastructure that defined the Renaissance city. We must also look at the rise of the communal book in the monasteries. When the trained scribes died, the remaining monks often banded together to complete unfinished manuscripts. They would take turns writing, resulting in manuscripts with wildly different hands on the same page. These communal books are physical evidence of the collapse of individual mastery and the desperate reliance on collective effort. They tell a story of interrupted labor, of fear, and of the fundamental will to preserve the Word of God, even if the result was visually imperfect. Let us turn to the concept of free will in the late Middle Ages. The random, arbitrary nature of the plague led to a fierce debate. If God was arbitrarily punishing man, did man have any free will at all? This debate was solved in the realm of art. Artists began to depict figures with highly expressive faces, showing inner turmoil, choice, and emotion. The discovery of perspective in painting focused the viewer's eye on the individual human figure, asserting its importance in space. The Renaissance artist used light, shadow, and proportion to declare that despite the plague, the individual human being still mattered and still possessed the dignity of choice. We now broaden our perspective, reminding ourselves that the Black Death was not a uniquely European event. It was a global tragedy, and by looking at its impact in other great civilizations, we can truly measure the sheer scale of the demographic catastrophe that defined the 14th century. Let us travel south and east to the Mamluk Sultanate, the vast Islamic empire that controlled Egypt and Syria. The plague arrived here in 1347, striking the jewel of the empire, Cairo, then perhaps the largest and wealthiest city in the world. The impact was immediate and catastrophic. The historian Al-Makrizi records that death rates were so high that burials became impossible. The Nile River, which was the lifeblood of the empire's agriculture, was directly affected. The loss of labor meant that the elaborate systems of irrigation canals and ditches necessary for farming along the Nile were not maintained. The subsequent failure of the annual flood to properly fertilize and drain the land led to a long, slow decline in agricultural output. The Mamluk military aristocracy, whose wealth depended on this agricultural surplus, was destabilized. The plague is considered a primary factor in the long-term economic and political decline of the Mamluk Sultanate, leading to centuries of instability and warfare in the Levant. The river flowed, but the hands that worked the soil were gone. We must also look north to Russia. The plague arrived in the vast, sparsely populated lands of the Russian principalities in 1352. Carried by trade routes from the Golden Horde, the impact was different due to the harsh climate and lower population density. In cities like Novgorod and Pskov, the devastation was total, often killing the entire population of monks and clergy. However, the sheer size of the Russian territory meant that pockets of population survived, leading to a long, slow process of recolonization. The most significant shift was the movement of the ecclesiastical center to Moscow. The plague weakened the older centers of power and spiritual authority, paving the way for Moscow, a rising city on a less traveled trade route, to consolidate its power and eventually become the heart of the Russian state. The movement of people seeking refuge reinforced the rise of Muscovy. Let us turn back to Europe and the intense chaos of the legal system, inheritance litigation. The sudden death of entire families created a bewildering legal landscape. Who inherited a property when the husband, wife, and all their children died within a week? The courts were choked with contested wills and disputes over escheated property returned to the lord due to lack of heirs. This chaos created an immense demand for legal expertise. The lawyers, clerks, and notaries, those who could read and interpret the complex, often contradictory legal codes, became the most valuable people in society. The fee for a lawyer skyrocketed. This period cemented the rise of the legal class as a central, immensely wealthy element of the post-plague elite, transferring power from the aristocracy of birth to the aristocracy of the written word. We must also examine the profound cultural shift symbolized by the rise of the tavern. Before the plague, social life was anchored in the church, the guild hall, or the communal field. The plague shattered these institutions. The tavern, or the alehouse, emerged as the central gathering place for the working class. It was secular, warm, often rowdy, and offered the comfort of anonymity and shared despair. People gathered to drink the newly cheap ale, exchange news, and perform the songs and stories that shaped vernacular culture. The tavern was a place where social hierarchies were briefly suspended. It was the birthplace of modern popular culture, a space built on the immediate, tangible pleasures of life, a direct counterpoint to the church's focus on the deferred rewards of the afterlife. Let us consider in greater detail the specific economic mechanics of the enclosure movement in England. The labour shortage made cereal farming unprofitable for many landowners. They simply could not afford the high wages for ploughmen and harvesters. The economic solution was to convert massive tracts of arable land into sheep pasture. Sheep required far fewer hands. A few shepherds could manage hundreds of acres. This conversion necessitated the enclosure of the open, communal fields with hedges and fences. The land, once shared by the village, became private property. The enclosure movement created the phenomenon of the landless poor and the sturdy beggar, driving rural workers into the cities. This reorganization of the land, spurred by the plague, was the single most important factor in transforming England from a feudal society into a capitalist one. We must also look at the pervasive philosophical doctrine of carpe diem, or seize the day. This concept, which gained immense cultural power in the post-plague era, was a moral and behavioral revolution. The medieval worldview had emphasized deferred gratification. Suffering on earth brought you happiness in heaven. The plague reversed this equation. Since death was random, swift, and arbitrary, there was no guarantee of a tomorrow, and therefore no rational reason to defer enjoyment. The survivors engaged in a rush for material pleasures, for rich food, expensive clothes, and immediate sexual gratification. This hedonism was not merely sinful. It was a deeply rational response to the overwhelming certainty of uncertainty. The cultural focus shifted from the eternal soul to the fleeting perfection of the human body. Let us turn to the impact on the fishing industry in the North Atlantic. We touched on the collapse of Norwegian fishing, but the English and Dutch industries adapted. With meat prices soaring due to the labor crisis in agriculture, cod and herring became a vital, cheaper protein source. This led to greater investment in large, seaworthy fishing vessels capable of sailing to the rich, cold waters off Iceland and the Grand Banks. The search for fish pushed the boundaries of European navigation. The hunger for cheap protein, born from the plague's demographic destruction, helped to train the sailors and build the ships that would eventually discover and colonize North America. The exploration of the New World was, in part, an echo of the need to find food for the survivors of the Old. We must also examine the development of the public health map. While the causes of plague were unknown, cities began to map the occurrences of the disease to identify hotspots. They noticed that certain alleys, certain parishes, or houses near the river were hit hardest and most frequently. These primitive maps led to targeted sanitation efforts, the cleaning of specific drains, or the banning of specific garbage dumps. This was a critical step, the development of epidemiology, the realization that disease was a geographical phenomenon that could be mapped and mitigated was a key insight of the plague era, leading directly to the mapping techniques used by John Snow centuries later. Let us consider the evolution of the gravedigger as a specialized profession. In normal times, burial was a communal duty. During the plague, it became a continuous, specialized, and highly dangerous job. The gravediggers were social pariahs, handling the contaminated dead, often wearing strange, simple protective gear. Yet, they were also highly paid, commanding the salaries of skilled masters. Their existence, simultaneously essential and despised, highlighted the inversion of social values. They were the wealthy untouchables, a perfect symbol of the plague's grotesque rewriting of social status. We must also look at the legacy of the plague in the art of the Vesper build. This German term refers to the intensely emotional, often brutal depiction of the Virgin Mary holding the dead body of Christ the Peter. These images, showing Mary's agonizing grief, became popular throughout Europe. They offered a direct, visceral connection to the pain of the survivors. Mary, the grieving mother, became the archetype of the plague survivor. She had suffered the ultimate loss, and yet she endured. The art gave voice to the overwhelming, shared sorrow of a generation that had buried its children. Let us turn to the impact on the technology of the mill. With the loss of labor, the use of mechanical power increased. Windmills and watermills for grinding grain, pumping water, and even driving bellows for forges became ubiquitous. The investment in these mechanical labor-saving devices was massive. The peasant may have been expensive, but the wind and the water were free. This reliance on natural power sources accelerated the mechanical ingenuity of the late Middle Ages, further paving the way for the Industrial Revolution. We must also examine the use of the mortuary role in the academic world. When a scholar or priest of high standing died, his university or order would send out a list of his name and achievements to other institutions, requesting prayers for his soul. These mortuary rolls became incredibly long during the plague years, sometimes listing dozens of dead in a single submission. They are now invaluable demographic records, showing the specific clusters of intellectual devastation in university towns like Oxford and Paris. They are the academic world's own silent roll call of the absent masters. We must consider the concept of pre-mortem wills. The speed of the pneumonic plague meant that many people died without a will, throwing their property into chaos. To combat this, the practice of creating a pre-mortem will became common, a legally drafted document that was signed and witnessed, while the person was perfectly healthy, to be activated upon their sudden death. This was a profoundly pessimistic practice, assuming that a swift, sudden, and unprepared death was the most likely outcome. It institutionalized the fear of the plague into legal routine, a continuous acknowledgement of mortality as the dominant force in legal planning. We look now at the cultural rise of the begging friar, the mendicant orders. While the secular clergy was decimated, the Franciscans and Dominicans, who lived communally and were often the only ones willing to treat the sick, gained immense prestige. Their bravery elevated their status, and they received massive donations from the grateful survivors. Their influence in preaching and confession grew, often putting them into conflict with the richer, less heroic parish clergy. The plague shifted spiritual power to those who showed the greatest courage and humility. We end this segment on a cold, sunny morning in a city street. A merchant is walking quickly, holding his hand over his mouth and nose, a small bunch of fragrant herbs clutched tightly in his fist. He is dressed in fine wool, purchased with cash, and he carries a freshly signed will in his pocket. He's a man of the new age, pragmatic, wealthy, skeptical, and profoundly afraid. He knows the danger is always near, and his brisk walk is a defiance, an assertion of life in the face of the inevitable return. Let us look at the architecture of the new town hall. Before the plague, the largest and most prominent building in any European city was the cathedral or the Great Abbey. After the plague, the town hall began to assert its dominance, often rising higher, standing in the central marketplace, and built with immense solidity. These buildings were financed by the collective wealth of the merchant guilds and were intended as physical declarations of civic autonomy. They housed the secular government, the council chambers, the courtrooms, and the treasuries. The great bell towers of these halls did not ring for the mass. They rang for the opening of the market, the summoning of the council, and the alarm for fire or plague. The sheer scale and luxury of the town hall demonstrated that the power of money and local government had supplanted the absolute power of the church and the king in daily life. It was the architectural assertion of the sovereign citizen. We must also consider the fundamental shift in the master-apprentice relationship in the arts. Before the plague, the artist was largely seen as a craftsman, part of a rigid guild system. The master dictated the style, and the work was often communal and anonymous. The massive loss of masters shattered this system. The surviving artist, now rare and highly skilled, gained immense negotiating power. The client, whether a merchant or a prince, began to value the individual genius over the collective craft. This led to the rise of the named artist, the personality whose style was unique and whose signature mattered. The contract shifted. The master was no longer paid a simple wage. He was paid a fee for his personal creativity. The economic emancipation of the artist, paving the way for figures like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, was a direct consequence of the labor vacuum created by the plague. Let us turn to the impact on the military technology and supply chain of the crossbow. The crossbow was a powerful, relatively cheap weapon that required less training than the traditional longbow or the intricate skill of the knight. The labor shortage demanded its mass production. This necessity led to the standardization of parts and the development of specialized workshops, focused solely on producing the steel bows and the wooden stocks. Warfare became an exercise in industrial logistics. The side that could produce and transport thousands of standardized weapons fastest and cheapest often won. The plague accelerated the transition of warfare from a feudal contest of personalized valor to an economic contest of mass-produced, expendable technology. We must also examine the early origins of the medical police concept in the German free cities. These urban governments, fiercely independent, recognized that disease management required total control over the population. They established permanent public health boards with the power to police everything: mandatory inspections of taverns and meat markets, regulation of housing density, and control over burial sites. This concept of the medizinische Polizei was not just about curing the sick. It was about preventing sickness through state surveillance and regulation of daily life. The health of the population was formally defined as a matter of state security, setting a legal and bureaucratic precedent for modern public health regulation. Let us consider the profound change in monastic life, from communal to individual devotion. The communal life of the great monastic orders was shattered by the plague. The mass deaths forced the dissolution of many communities. For the survivors, the focus shifted from the highly regulated, communal chanting of the hours to private contemplation and individual prayer. The emphasis moved to personal salvation and the intense, inner spiritual life. The Carthusian orders, which emphasized solitude and silence, grew in popularity. The plague fostered a spiritual individualism, where the ultimate responsibility for the soul rested solely on the person, not the community or the institution. We must also look at the changing status of the disabled and the elderly. Before the plague, extended family structures and communal charity often absorbed the cost of care for those who could not work. After the plague, the economic pressure changed. Labor was precious. The cost of caring for the non-productive members of society became a highly visible burden. This led to a harsh social dichotomy: increased, highly visible charity for the deserving poor, those capable of returning to work, and a growing societal cruelty toward the permanently disabled, the chronically ill, and the elderly who could not contribute to the new high-wage economy. The plague made the economic utility of every person painfully clear, leading to both immense generosity and increased social exclusion. Let us turn to the monetary instability and the use of silver and gold. The sudden wealth transfer, combined with the disruption of silver mining in Central Europe, caused massive monetary instability. The value of coins fluctuated wildly. In response, there was a quiet return to the reliable, tangible value of pure gold. Wealthy merchants and bankers hoarded gold coins and demanded contracts be written in terms of gold or a stable commodity. This flight to physical value accelerated the use of gold as the ultimate store of wealth and contributed to the later establishment of gold standards. The plague taught the financial world that in chaos, only the most precious physical metal could be truly trusted. We must also examine the philosophical and emotional shield of Stoicism. The late medieval period saw a renewed interest in the works of Seneca and Cicero, philosophers who taught that the only thing a person can control is their inner response to external events. The plague, the ultimate uncontrollable external event, made Stoicism immensely appealing. It taught the survivor to accept the chaos, control their fear, and focus on virtue regardless of the outcome. This philosophy provided an intellectual framework for resilience, allowing the elite to remain functional and calm while the world outside their walls burned with fever. It was the intellectual armor of the Renaissance prince. Let us consider the impact on the specialized craftsmanship of the locksmith. With the rise of private wealth, the need for security soared. The merchant's private chamber, his chest of gold, and his account books needed protection from thieves and from the chaos outside. This led to a boom in the craft of the locksmith. Locks became larger, more intricate, and complex mechanisms, often beautifully decorated. The security of private property became an obsession, driving a small but significant technological advance in the mechanics of domestic security. The key became the ultimate symbol of the new, private world. We must also look at the development of the sanitary cordon in the Alps. The small, independent alpine communities were often the first to enforce strict border controls. The passes were easy to guard. This demand drove the mass production of cheap, standardized glass laboratory equipment. The glassmaker became an essential supplier to both the burgeoning pharmaceutical industry and the distilleries. The plague accelerated the ability of Europe to produce and store standardized liquid chemicals. We must consider the development of the civic procession. Cities like Florence and Siena organized massive, highly regulated public processions after the plague receded. The entire population, organized by guild and status, walked silently through the streets. These were not spontaneous acts of piety. They were performances of survival. They asserted the continuity and unity of the city in the face of chaos. By walking in order, they restored the broken social hierarchy. The procession was a physical act of defiance against the plague's disruption. We must also examine the long-term legacy of the plague in the development of the Quarantine Act in England. By the 17th century, Parliament was regularly passing quarantine acts, which gave the Crown immense power to seize ships, cordon off towns, and confiscate goods. These temporary, reactive acts established a powerful, permanent precedent for the state to override property rights and individual freedoms in the name of public health. The exceptional measures of the plague years gradually became a constitutional possibility for the English state. We look now at the final, quiet victory of the survivor, the ability to choose silence. In the crowded, noisy medieval world, silence was a luxury reserved for the monastery. The plague created silent towns, silent fields, and silent homes. The survivors learned to value that silence. It became a space for reflection, study, and the development of the inner life. The pursuit of quiet contemplation, which defines so much of the humanist and Protestant experience, was a profound cultural shift born from the terrifying noise of the death carts and the bells. We end this segment in the quiet study of a goldsmith. The room is immaculate, the tools are laid out precisely, and on the workbench, he is melting down an old, misshapen coin to craft a new, heavier ring. He's transforming the corrupted wealth of the past into the durable, clean status symbol of the future. The metal flows, and the world is slowly, deliberately being reshaped. The plague, with its emphasis on foul air and miasma, drove a massive architectural shift, the popularization of the chimney and the fireplace. The chimney created a controlled flue, drawing smoke and, crucially, old, stagnant air out of the living space and allowing for better ventilation. It enclosed the fire, making the heat private and localized. This architectural development separated families into private rooms and improved domestic hygiene, making the air in the new houses cleaner. The chimney was the first mechanical device designed to filter and manage the air in a home, a direct structural legacy of the fear of invisible contagion. We must also consider the profound crisis of the confessor during the height of the outbreaks. The deathbed confession was essential to medieval salvation. A person had to confess their sins, show sincere repentance, and receive absolution from a priest before dying to avoid the torments of purgatory. The plague made this impossible. Priests were dying at the same rate as the general population and often refused to approach the sick for fear of infection. The dying lay abandoned, terrified of facing God, without their final rites. Pope Clement VI, in a radical move, was forced to issue an emergency decree. If no priest could be found, the dying person could confess their sins to any layperson, even a woman. This decree temporarily shattered the spiritual monopoly of the priesthood and placed the power of salvation directly into the hands of the common man. It was a massive, if temporary, democratization of the sacred. Let us look at the art of the Northern Renaissance, specifically Dutch and Flemish painting. Unlike the Italian Renaissance, which idealized the human form, the Northern artists obsessed over realistic detail. They painted the wrinkles, the warts, the expensive velvet, and the mundane objects of daily life with almost microscopic precision. This intense realism was a humanist reaction to the plague trauma. It celebrated the tangible, the material, and the surviving world. The everyday objects, a glass of wine, a discarded shoe, a loaf of bread, were rendered with deep significance. They were the precious, real things that remained when the abstract promises of heaven seemed distant. This art was a slow, meditative act of noticing the world, confirming its existence and value against the backdrop of mass annihilation. We must also examine the health pass, or bill of health, which became a ubiquitous travel document. Before the plague, travel was relatively free. Afterward, a person moving from one city to another, or one country to the next, was often required to carry a signed document from their local authorities. This document certified that the traveler, and the town they were leaving, was free of plague. The health pass legalized state surveillance of movement. It created the concept of clean and unclean regions, and laid the bureaucratic groundwork for modern passports and border controls. The freedom of movement, a hallmark of the medieval era, was permanently curtailed by the necessity of epidemiological control. Let us turn to the gradual, slow adoption of the arquebus, the early matchlock handgun, in military circles. The problem of the expensive, highly trained soldier remained acute. The arquebus was a slow, inefficient weapon compared to the longbow, but it required minimal training. A strong peasant could be turned into a functional soldier in weeks. The state could afford to lose an arquebusier more easily than an archer. This economic reality drove the military investment toward mass-producible firearms, ensuring that the technology would slowly supplant the medieval reliance on specialized, highly paid human skill. The plague nudged the world toward the democracy of the gun, where the technology, not the man, determined the fighting power. We must also consider the persistent cultural symbol of the human skull in art and jewelry. While the memento mori theme was strong, the skull specifically evolved from a philosophical symbol to a raw statement of fact. The skull was often depicted with small, creeping details, a worm crawling through the eye socket, or a patch of hair remaining. These gruesome details were not merely gothic, they were anatomically honest. They forced the viewer to confront the physical reality of decay, neutralizing the spiritual threat with biological certainty. The skull became a protective amulet, a way of looking death in the face, so it could not sneak up from behind. Let us look at the shift in mourning color to black. Before the plague, white, purple, or undyed cloth was often used for mourning, symbolizing purity or penance. The plague introduced the relentless, somber presence of the color black into public life. Black was the most expensive dye to produce, requiring complex, difficult processes, and thus became a symbol of wealth and sobriety. Wearing black publicly displayed both piety and deep, formal grief. It became the official uniform of the surviving aristocracy and the newly wealthy merchant class, formalizing the shared trauma into an aesthetic code that has persisted for centuries. Black became the color of authority, wealth, and endless mourning. We must also examine the ecological catastrophe impacting the honeybee and the subsequent crisis of wax and honey. Beekeeping was a specialized, widespread trade. The mass death of beekeepers and the collapse of communal apiaries led to a severe decline in the bee population. This caused two problems. Honey, the primary sweetener, became scarce, accelerating the shift toward sugar imports from the Mediterranean. More importantly, beeswax, essential for making the candles used in churches and wealthy homes, became a luxury. The church faced a liturgical crisis, as they also required pure wax candles. The state was forced to intervene, regulating the price and supply of wax, demonstrating the subtle but profound effect the plague had even on the daily rituals of light and sweetness. Let us consider the impact on the craft of the sculptor in stone. The demand for funerary monuments soared, but the supply of skilled sculptors plummeted. This led to a brief period of highly effective artistic shortcuts. Sculptors began to use pattern books and stock figures, churning out tombs quickly. However, this necessity also drove a specialization. Sculptors became experts in specific parts, like faces or drapery. This division of labor improved speed and efficiency, transforming the artisanal process into an early proto-industrial system for producing monuments. The need to bury the dead quickly forced innovation in artistic production. We must also look at the philosophy of the golden mean, a core Aristotelian idea revived by the humanists. The plague demonstrated the danger of extremes. Extreme piety led to the madness of the flagellants. Extreme indulgence led to self-destruction. The surviving humanists advocated for the golden mean: moderation, balance, and rational control of the passions. This philosophical commitment to equilibrium was a direct intellectual countermeasure to the chaos and extremity of the plague years. The disciplined balance of Renaissance painting and architecture is the visual representation of this search for rational stability. We must examine the development of the sanitary bridge in certain Italian towns. Recognizing that movement was necessary, but dangerous, cities built bridges outside their main gates where goods could be exchanged, without the traders entering the city walls. These bridges were staffed by guards and sometimes had small disinfection pits. They were checkpoints designed to facilitate necessary commerce while maintaining a physical barrier. The sanitary bridge is a perfect symbol of the pragmatic, cautious, semi-open society that emerged from the plague. Let us turn to the economic impact on the specialized guild of the water carrier. In large, unhygienic cities, the water carrier supplied water from clean sources, often selling it to wealthy households. The death of these men led to a breakdown in the water supply, forcing more people to drink from contaminated wells. This necessity highlighted the need for public, centralized, clean water systems. The long-term investment in aqueducts and fountains, a feature of many Renaissance cities, was driven by the catastrophic failure of the private, individual water supply system during the outbreaks. We must also consider the rise of the patron in intellectual life. With the collapse of monastic libraries and university faculties, the preservation of knowledge shifted to wealthy individuals. Princes, merchants, and popes became patrons of scholars, paying them to translate classical texts, copy manuscripts, and teach their children. This private patronage created pockets of intense learning that fueled the Renaissance, demonstrating how individual wealth replaced institutional structure as the primary engine of intellectual progress. We must also look at the legacy of the plague in the concept of heroic sacrifice in religion. The priests and friars, who chose to stay and treat the sick, knowing it meant almost certain death, became the focus of intense veneration. Their immediate, sacrificial deaths were seen as more spiritually valuable than a lifetime of quiet service. This elevated the importance of the moment of choice and the act of self-sacrifice, influencing the spirituality of the Counter-Reformation centuries later. We end this segment on the still water of a clean, new fountain in a Florentine piazza. The water flows from a beautifully sculpted bronze figure. It is a gift to the city from a wealthy banker. The water is clean, the sculpture is beautiful, and the entire structure is a silent, elegant declaration that order has been restored, even though the fear of the invisible air lingers in every quiet corner of the square. Now turning our attention to the specific ways that small political entities and material cultures were irrevocably altered by the long presence of the pestilence, let us look at the fate of the small Italian city-states, like San Marino. This ancient republic, perched high on Mount Titano, survived the worst of the plague waves by employing extreme isolationist measures. Their mountainous geography served as a natural barrier, but their political independence allowed them to enforce ruthless internal and external quarantine regulations that larger, trade-dependent cities could not maintain. Their experience demonstrated that political decentralization and radical isolation could be a successful defense against biological threat. The survival of these microstates, fiercely proud and autonomous, stands as a testament to the power of small-scale, localized control in the face of global catastrophe. Their continued existence is a quiet political legacy of the plague era. We must also consider the persistent memory held in the pest crews or plague cross. These simple stone crosses, often found in fields, at crossroads, or at the edges of medieval villages, served several functions. Initially, they were markers for plague cemeteries, places, too large or remote to be consecrated fully by the church. Over time, they became sites of local, specific pilgrimage, where people would gather annually to remember the ancestors lost. They were often inscribed not just with religious symbols, but with the date of the plague's arrival or the number of dead. These crosses were the unofficial, decentralized monuments to the disaster, integrating the memory of the immense loss into the physical landscape of Europe. The grass that grows around them holds the memory of a sudden, deep silence. Let us turn to the impact on military technology and the heavy cannon. Sieges of cities were crucial to medieval warfare, but they required vast amounts of manpower, sappers to dig tunnels, engineers to build wooden towers, and soldiers to man the lines. This labor was now prohibitively expensive and scarce. The answer lay in massive capital investment, in heavy artillery. The cannon, while slow and unreliable, required fewer men to operate and could demolish fortifications that once resisted armies for months. The cost shifted from thousands of paid laborers to expensive bronze casting and iron forging. The plague accelerated the development of siege artillery, transforming warfare from a slow battle of endurance and manpower into a quick, destructive battle of expensive machines. We must also examine the fundamental shift in material culture driven by the economics of papermaking. Before the plague, all important documents were written on parchment-treated animal skin, a durable but incredibly expensive material requiring the labor of many specialists. The loss of labor meant the cost of parchment skyrocketed. Simultaneously, papermaking, which had been imported from the Islamic world, became a viable, cheaper alternative. Paper mills, driven by water power and requiring fewer specialized craftsmen, could produce huge quantities. This material shift was crucial for the printing press invented later, but the underlying economic necessity, the need for a cheap surface for writing wills, contracts, and plague tracts was driven entirely by the high cost of post-plague labor. Paper democratized information. Let us consider the specialized craft of the dyer. The demand for bright, deep colors, especially the expensive dyes that created deep black, scarlet red, and indigo blue, soared as the survivors engaged in conspicuous consumption. The Dyers' Guild, already exclusive, gained immense economic power. The ability to produce true, fast black cloth for mourning, or vibrant red for celebration, made the master dyer a very wealthy and politically powerful figure in cities like Florence and Ghent. Their knowledge of complex chemical processes was suddenly highly valued, and their wages reflected their scarcity, further elevating the status of specialized technical skill as simple manual labor. We must also look at the pervasive cultural symbol of the hourglass. The church clock measured God's time, the liturgical hours. The hourglass measured man's time, the relentless, visible, and brief passage of individual life. Hourglasses, once primarily used by scholars, became common objects on desks and in private chambers. They were small, portable memento mori, reminding the user that the sands were literally running out. The hourglass institutionalized the carpe diem mentality by giving a visible, finite form to the time remaining, urging immediate action and rational use of every minute. We must also examine the evolution of the concept of cleanliness from a purely spiritual virtue to a secular hygiene. Before the plague, cleanliness was often associated with poverty and spiritual humility. For example, the monks who rarely washed. The plague, however, revealed that dirt was directly associated with disease. City ordinances began to enforce cleanliness not for God, but for public health. Sweeping streets, removing offal, and demanding whitewashing of homes became matters of civic law. This established the idea that sanitation was a rational, secular defense against disease, leading to the creation of the modern, sanitary consciousness. Let us turn to the role of the foreign merchant and the rise of ethnic tension with the plague recurrences. The Jewish community was the most infamous scapegoat, but other ethnic groups were also targeted. In port cities, Venetian or Lombard merchants in Naples, or Genoese merchants in the Black Sea, were often blamed for carrying the disease. The suspicion of the foreigner became institutionalized in health laws that targeted specific nationalities. The plague hardened ethnic and regional boundaries, teaching communities that safety lay in insularity and the expulsion of the other. Look at the impact on the development of the fresco technique in painting. The immediate need to quickly paint massive, cheap warning murals and depictions of the dance of death meant that artists often chose the fresco technique. Fresco, painting directly onto wet plaster, was faster and cheaper than panel painting and was suitable for public walls. This necessity helped perfect the technique, leading to the massive, beautiful frescoes that define the early Renaissance. Necessity, driven by the plague, was the mother of this artistic invention. We must consider the history of bathing and the public bathhouse. Before the plague, public baths were common social institutions. The fear of water, which was believed to open the pores to the miasma, led to the closure and eventual decay of these public bathhouses. Personal hygiene shifted from communal soaking to dry cleaning using clean linen, perfumed powders, and regular changes of clothing. The plague inadvertently created the modern Western aversion to communal bathing and accelerated the use of fine fabrics as a substitute for washing. We must examine the legacy of the plague on the specialized craft of the tiler and slater. The Great Fire of London demonstrated the danger of wooden roofs. Cities across Europe passed laws mandating the use of fire-resistant materials for roofing. We must consider the impact on the specialized guild of the cooper. Coopers made barrels essential for wine, beer, and, most importantly, for storing the salted fish and meat necessary for long-term food preservation. The demand for durable, standardized storage barrels soared as people began hoarding food during outbreaks. The Coopers Guild, through its essential role in food security, gained significant political and economic leverage, demonstrating the unexpected ways the plague elevated essential, pragmatic trades. We look at the rise of the lay preacher and the further erosion of the church's monopoly on teaching. With the clergy dead, many charismatic, educated laymen began to lead worship and interpret scripture. Though often suppressed by the official church, this practice created a powerful precedent for personal religious leadership and direct reading of the Bible. It fed the intellectual hunger for reform that would lead to figures like Jan Hus and eventually the Protestant Reformation. We delve deeper, moving from the economic and architectural changes to the profound shifts in the social contract and the individual's mental map of the world, paying close attention to the ways in which daily life was re-engineered for biological defense. Let us look at the concept of the plague house in urban planning. As cities realized the plague was a recurring threat, they began to design and build dedicated isolation facilities outside the city walls. These structures were often simple, sturdy, and well-ventilated barracks. The establishment of the plague house was an admission that the disease was a permanent fixture of urban life. It formalized the idea of spatial segregation for disease control. The city accepted that a portion of its population would become ill, and the priority was to contain them away from the commercial heart. This purposeful, institutionalized isolation demonstrated a rational, non-spiritual approach to managing endemic risk, becoming a critical precursor to modern infectious disease hospitals. We must also consider the long-term impact on women's property rights and economic agency. The high mortality rate among men, particularly in the prime working ages, resulted in vast numbers of widows inheriting land, businesses, and cash. Under medieval law, a woman who inherited property often gained significant independence. These women did not always remarry immediately, preferring to run the family farm, dye shop, or tavern themselves, thereby controlling wealth and labor. This massive, sudden influx of female property owners accelerated the disintegration of the male-dominated feudal system. The surviving women, operating with new economic leverage, became a powerful, subtle force for social mobility and financial independence, driving the early economic dynamism of the Renaissance. Let us turn to the profound philosophical consequence of skepticism. The failure of the church, the university, and the ancient text Galen, Aristotle to explain, predict, or prevent the plague led to a collapse of intellectual faith in all established authority. This fostered a climate of radical skepticism. Scholars began to question the infallibility of the classical world. Why trust Aristotle when his theories failed to account for this monstrous event? This questioning paved the intellectual road for the Reformation and the scientific revolution. The ability to doubt, to question the most sacred texts without being instantly burned as a heretic, was the primary gift of the plague to the Western mind. It was the intellectual license to seek truth not from ancient books, but from direct, skeptical observation. We must also examine the significance of the pest book, the printed plague book. With the invention of the printing press in the 15th century, The old handwritten plague tracts were mass-produced. The pest book became one of the first commercially successful genres of popular print. It offered cheap, accessible advice, often combining medical lore, astrological warnings, and moral guidance. The commercial success of these books demonstrated a massive, literate public hunger for practical knowledge and established the printing press not merely as a tool for scholars, but as a vital instrument of public communication and commercial enterprise. The plague provided the commercial impulse for the information age. Let us look at the ecological fate of the European forest. As population declined and massive tracts of marginal farmland were abandoned, nature reclaimed the land with astonishing speed. The forest regrew, particularly in areas like England and parts of Germany. This massive reforestation had several major consequences. It provided abundant, cheap fuel and building timber for the survivors, aiding the rebuilding phase. The increased wood supply helped fuel the furnaces for the new industries glass, metal. Furthermore, the regrowth of the forest subtly altered local microclimates, perhaps contributing to the cooling period of the Little Ice Age. The plague, in its biological cruelty, gave the European landscape a chance to breathe, transforming the dense, over-farmed land back into a wilderness of wood. We must also consider the persistent artistic motif of the broken arch or the ruin. In the art of the 15th century, ruins were often depicted not as ancient wonders, but as contemporary decay. The ruined wall, the broken column, the fragmented statue, these were visual symbols of the discontinuity of history and the fragility of human endeavor. The broken arch in particular became a powerful symbol of vanitas, the vanity of earthly things. It represented the broken promise of permanence. The art suggested that no structure, no matter how grand, could withstand the power of time and fate. This motif gave expression to the survivors' profound sense that their own world was built atop the shattered foundations of the past. We must turn to the impact on the military technology of the pike. As the cost of a skilled soldier rose, military leaders sought cheap, effective infantry that could stand up to expensive cavalry. The pike, a very long wooden spear, was the answer. It required minimal training, simply the ability to stand in a dense, disciplined block. The sheer mass of the pikes created an impenetrable hedge of steel, rendering the individual, highly paid knight obsolete. The Swiss and German mercenary pike formations, cheap and disposable, dominated European battlefields for centuries. The plague's economic reality drove the military transition from the aristocracy of the sword to the democracy of the organized infantry block. We must also examine the cultural evolution of personal space and non-touching gestures. The fear of physical contact during outbreaks formalized new social behaviors. The medieval handshake and kiss of greeting was largely abandoned. In its place arose the bow, the curtsy, and the military salute. These were methods of acknowledgement that maintained a clear, defined physical distance. The concept of a protected, inviolable personal space, the idea that one does not stand too close or touch unnecessarily, is a subtle but permanent cultural legacy of the plague. It transformed physical interaction from a communal norm to a carefully managed risk. Let us consider the development of the insurance against death in the guilds. While full life insurance was far off, many guilds adapted their mutual aid societies to pay out a large, immediate lump sum to the widow or children upon the death of a member. This death benefit was a way to stabilize the families of the labor force and reduce the risk of utter destitution. The guild's new financial priority shifted from funding feasts or processions to providing cold, hard cash benefits, demonstrating a rational, financial response to managing biological risk for its members. We must also look at the legacy of the plague on the specialized craft of the pewterer. Pewter, an alloy of tin, was seen as a clean, durable, and affordable alternative to highly infectious wooden or porous ceramic dishes. The demand for pewter tableware, mugs, and utensils soared as people sought more hygienic ways to eat and drink. The Pewterers' Guild benefited immensely, and the craft rose in status. The replacement of the wooden bowl with the metal plate was a quiet but significant advance in domestic hygiene, driven by the fear of contamination. We must examine the development of the public clock as a tool of labor discipline. With wages high, employers sought to maximize every minute of a laborer's expensive time. The accurate, publicly visible clock, often mounted on the new town halls, became a crucial tool for imposing rigid working hours. The sound of the clock became the sound of the boss. It helped establish the modern, regimented pace of work, where time is measured not by the sun, but by the mechanical, demanding chimes of the city. We must also consider the impact on the ethics of the just price. Medieval theology held that goods should be sold at a just price based on labor and cost. The plague made this concept impossible. The labor cost was too high, and the scarcity was too unpredictable. Merchants and thinkers were forced to abandon the just price and accept that the value of a thing was determined by the market, by supply and demand. This philosophical acceptance of market forces was a crucial step toward modern economic thought. We must also look at the creation of the first formal horticultural societies or gardens. In the post-plague environment, the study of herbs, medicinal plants, and their properties became serious. Universities and wealthy patrons created dedicated botanical gardens for research and teaching. These gardens were not merely aesthetic, they were practical laboratories for finding the next cure. The formalized, scientific study of plant life was a direct result of the plague's challenge to traditional pharmacology. We arrive now at our final destination, not a single city or a specific date, but the grand, sweeping vista of the modern world itself. The Black Death was not an end. It was the sharp, violent wrench that reset the course of Western civilization, forcing a painful metamorphosis that gave rise to the Age of Reason, exploration, and individual freedom. Let us synthesize the ultimate philosophical shift: the movement from fear to freedom. The medieval mind was dominated by an absolute, hierarchical order. God ruled the heavens, the king ruled the earth, and the pope ruled the soul. The system was static, predictable, and based on the suppression of individual agency. The plague shattered this stability. When the plague made a mockery of divine order, when the king's laws failed to cap wages, and when the pope's blessings failed to cure, the individual realized, however terrifyingly, that they were alone. This realization of loneliness was also the realization of liberty. The survivor was free from the rigid economic constraints of serfdom, free from the absolute spiritual authority of the failing church, and free to question the old intellectual masters. This hard-won, terrifying freedom, the freedom to choose one's own path, to earn one's own wealth, and to pursue one's own truth, is the central, most profound legacy of the Black Death. We must now examine the cultural symbol of the globe and the explosion of cartography. Before the plague, European maps were often filled with fanciful monsters and were heavily influenced by theological ideas about the shape of the world. The plague decimated the merchant marine and broke known trade routes. The necessity of rebuilding global commerce meant that accurate, rational, scientific maps were suddenly of paramount importance. New trade meant new knowledge. The development of detailed nautical charts and accurate portolan maps was accelerated by the need to find safer, alternative routes that avoided plague-ridden areas. This pragmatic necessity fueled the intellectual and material desire for global exploration. When the world shrank due to fear and isolation, the mind expanded. The plague provided the financial and psychological impetus to push ships further into the Atlantic, leading directly to the Age of Discovery. The creation of the first accurate terrestrial globe was a declaration of human intellectual triumph over the chaos that had confined them. Let us focus intently on the final crystallization of individualism. The self-made man, the wealthy merchant, the independent artisan, the unique artistic genius is a post-plague creation. The economic vacuum meant that a clever, ambitious man or woman could rise rapidly through society based solely on their merit, skill, and capital, rather than their birthright. This entrepreneurial spirit was celebrated in humanist philosophy. The individual, standing alone before God, thanks to the failures of the institutional church, and succeeding through their own effort, thanks to the failure of feudal law, became the new cultural hero. The plague killed the collective medieval mind and ushered in the era of the personal conscience, the private fortune, and the singular, sovereign self. This is the foundational DNA of Western liberal thought. We must provide a definitive look at the role of the printing press in making this change irreversible. While Gutenberg's invention came after the first wave, the conditions created by the plague made its impact revolutionary. First, the high wages of scribes and copyists made the labor-saving press financially inevitable. Second, the plague had created a vast, newly literate public hungry for cheap, vernacular, and practical information. The printing press allowed skepticism, humanism, and new scientific ideas like Copernicus's work to be distributed widely, cheaply, and quickly. It democratized intellectual power, making it impossible for any single authority pope or king to control the flow of ideas again. The printing press took the individual freedom won in the fields and cemented it with ink, ensuring that the changes were permanent. Let us examine the deep psychological legacy of trauma and resilience. We must acknowledge that the modern European identity is built on a collective, inherited trauma. The constant, low-level anxiety that defines the urban, secular life, the focus on immediate risk, the meticulous planning, the desire for wealth and security is a direct, behavioral echo of the plague years. However, the legacy is not just one of fear. It is one of unprecedented resilience. The survivors did not merely survive. They rebuilt a better world, demonstrating an adaptive capacity previously unimagined. They faced the worst biological horror and responded by inventing the concepts of human dignity, scientific inquiry, and individual liberty. The suffering was not in vain. It purchased the Enlightenment. We must also draw a final, quiet comparison to other modern pandemics. The Black Death, while different in scale, reminds us of the universal human response to invisible, uncontrollable biological threat, the hoarding of supplies, the suspicion of the foreigner, the failure of initial medical advice, the collapse of certain social rituals, and the ultimate reliance on rational, collective action. All these elements echo across the centuries, from the 14th century to our own. The Black Death is not just a chapter in the past, it is a template for biological crisis. By calmly studying the responses of the past, we gain not only historical context, but a deeper, more empathetic understanding of our own shared human vulnerability. Let us turn to the final cultural symbol of the feast. The post-plague world was marked by an increase in celebrations, elaborate banquets, and feasts. These were not merely acts of hedonism, they were rituals of defiance. The feast asserted the presence of life, the ability to grow food, to cook it, to share it, and to enjoy it in the very places where death had recently reigned supreme. The survival was made tangible in the sharing of wine and bread. The sound of laughter and music at the banquet table was the final, triumphant sound of the survivors overcoming the silence of the cemetery. The celebration of life became the ultimate spiritual duty. We must consider the final impact on the art of portraiture. The individual was now economically and socially supreme. Patrons wanted to be remembered precisely as they were, flaws and all. The new emphasis on realistic portraiture ensured that the faces of the survivors, the merchants, the bankers, the shrewd widows were preserved for posterity. These portraits, with their serious, often worried eyes, and their hands resting possessively on a contract or a piece of jewelry, show the complexity of the new era. Wealth and anxiety, confidence and caution, all written in the fine lines around the eyes. They are the faces of a world remade by suffering. We end our extensive historical journey on a final, reflective note. The great pandemic has receded into the history books, tamed by science and contained by human ingenuity. The bacterium, Yersinia pestis, still exists in the rodent populations of the world, a silent, humble reminder that we are never fully separated from our biological past. But the Europe that stood when the plague was done was a new entity. It had traded fear for pragmatism, faith for skepticism, and serfdom for the market. It was a world of fierce competition, individual genius, and relentless progress. The plague's immense devastation had unintentionally provided the necessary economic, demographic, and intellectual space for the seeds of the Renaissance to finally take root and bloom. So, as you rest now, let the quiet weight of this deep history settle around you. Remember the names that are not in the history books: the unnamed ploughman whose death raised the wages of his fellow, the midwife who bravely cleansed the sick, the merchant who quietly funded a new clock tower for his town. It is their silent sacrifice, their forced resilience, and their sheer will to survive that built the foundation of the comfortable, complex world we inhabit today. If you are just joining us, please comment where you are watching from. If you have found this quiet, deep dive into history relaxing or helpful, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support allows us to continue these long, cinematic journeys into the past. Thank you for joining us on this extraordinary journey through the longest shadow ever cast on the Western world. May your rest be deep, and your dreams be quiet.